Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life, one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 101, 101, Directional Teleportation. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Strasse looked at Jiang Fei, far from angered. What's going on here? Jiang Fei squinted at the Black Naga Prince while squinting at him. He thought that Isabella had found someone else to help her and did not intend to help him change his race anymore. Ho-ho, our kind is not as shameless as you adventurers. Strasse smiled. Jiang Fei nodded. Apparently, as long as the system had already initiated the quest, the NPCs could not renege. Jiang Fei was relieved. After all, there were only 36 chances of racial evolution in the game. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If the Nephilim chick goes back on her words, he would suffer a great loss. Jiang Fei asked curiously. If this guy helped him, it would be much easier to get the other materials. Of course. For starters, I'll stand guard over Bella's body. Strasse instantly saw through Jiang Fei's thoughts. Jiang Fei shrugged his shoulders. Apparently, he still had to procure the quest items on his own. Also, he had learned that it was better to avoid blackmailing that chick, Isabella. Strasse grinned cheerfully. Jiang Fei realized that this guy was not going to grant him any follow-up quests, so he prepared to use a return scroll. It was at that moment when Strasse stopped Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei wondered. Nothing much. Strasse smiled wickedly at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei knew that he was not up to any good, but it was already too late. Strasse chanted softly. As Jiang Fei understood the Naga language, he knew what those words meant. Understanding was one thing, while being the target of the spell was something else entirely. A white light flashed before him, and Jiang Fei vanished. Hee, you adventurers can't die anyways. Strasse gave him a parting grin. F***ck my life. Jiang Fei found himself in an unknown place. Jiang Fei quickly tore a return scroll. Ding! Your current location is too far from the main city. Jiang Fei flung the used return scroll on the ground in fury. Directional teleportation, just like the name implied, randomly teleported a person in one particular direction. How far, 1 meter or 1 light year away, it depended entirely on luck. Of course, considering the strength of the Black Naga Prince, it was impossible to transport Jiang Fei out of the solar system. But it would not be a problem to transport Jiang Fei thousands of miles away. It was not outer space, but it was far enough for his return scroll to fail. It cannot be helped. He was already here, so he might as well enjoy his time there. Jiang Fei looked at the map. Apparently, he was at Dark Moon Island. F***ck, Dark Moon. Yet again, Jiang Fei started cursing. A single glance told him all he needed to know. He was not even in the Empire any longer. They had sent him overseas. He started looking around. All the map showed was black, foggy areas. Other than providing the name of the current place, it was totally useless. At that moment, Rosette Meow Meow sent a message. At least this showed that the map was not some secluded instance. Jiang Fei moaned, frustrated. Rosette Meow Meow asked curiously. Jiang Fei explained. Rosette Meow Meow asked. For some reason, this girl was always sidling up to him. I don't know, Jiang Fei said. Rosette Meow Meow ended the voice message conversation, a little disappointed. As the return scroll had failed, Jiang Fei decided to walk around the island to see if there was any other way to leave this place. If he did not walk around, Jiang Fei would never uncover any secrets that may be hidden here. Jiang Fei was at the center of the island. There was a massive mountain. There was nobody and no monsters. After much difficulty, he managed to get out of the mountain. As he approached the beach, he began to hear extremely cheerful music. Drink. Come and play. 5 rings for 1 gold coin. Quick, come and see. Manga. It was not just cheerful music. All sorts of voices, and a mess of sound from the hustle and bustle filled Jiang Fei's ears. It felt exactly like when he was at a fun fair as a child. Damn! After getting through layers and layers of the thick forest, Jiang Fei came to an area near the sea and found a huge gathering. 20 or 30 caravans surrounded the area, creating a vast circle. The whole place was bustling, filled with people. People were juggling, performing circus skills, and all kinds of foods and drinks were for sale. The atmosphere was vivacious. 2 meters. These green-skinned, tiny beings were ugly. They had fangs as teeth and claws at the end of their fingers. They looked pretty ferocious, but they were only focused on eating good food and having a good time, so no such ferocity was found in their eyes. Moreover, they were all yellow-named, neutral creatures. Jiang Fei took a closer look at the one closest to him. The mysterious ring started reacting. Chef Flem, Gnome, Elite, level, 45 health points, 75,000 attack power, 350 skills. Cooking remarks. The chief chef of the Dark Moon Circus. Great at preparing a variety of delicacies. Dark Moon Circus? Jiang Fei said to himself. Wow! A little green-skinned gnome had run right up and was looking up at him. Racer Bobo, Gnome, Elite, level, 52 health points, 100,000 attack power, 225 skills. Driving a race car remarks. Dark Moon Circus's racer, typical chatterbox. When Jiang Fei saw that he had been discovered by someone else, there was nothing he could do but bite the bullet and start conversation. Chapter 102, 102, Shameless Gnomes. Translator, Endless Fantasy, Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wow. The green-skinned, little being did not just leave him without an answer. It actually turned around and ran. Not in fear, at least. Judging by the tone, it was jubilant. Jiang Fei simply followed the little gnome and walked into the market. Everyone come see. Bobo kept yelling as he ran. We have a guest. Wow. Hey, traveler from far, far away. Come and try my rum. Come and try my little gingerbread. These green-skinned gnomes were incredibly friendly. As soon as they saw Jiang Fei, they started greeting him warmly. However, their prices were really quite high. Ho ho. My apologies, dear human guest. We did not know that you were coming in advance. Just as Jiang Fei was curiously looking around, a green-skinned gnome appeared in front of Jiang Fei. From his wrinkled face, Jiang Fei had to guess that this was one of their elders. Oh, you are too nice. Jiang Fei replied politely. At the same time, Jiang Fei gave his ring a light tap. Forer, Gnome, Lord, level, 60 health points. 300,000 attack power, 3,150 skills, Gnome general skills, robbery specialization. Remarks. The head of the Dark Moon Circus. This is a professional gang of robbers. A group of jerks who bully the weak and fear the strong. They will cautiously pry around until they learn more about you. When they learn that you are a solo traveler, this group will rob you dry. After he was finished reading, Jiang Fei blinked at the old little creature in astonishment. Dear human guest, may I know where you hail from? Forer asked enthusiastically in common language. At the same time, Forer said something to the gnome beside him in Gnomish, but Jiang Fei could not understand it. People who did not know any better would have already spilled the beans. If Jiang Fei revealed the fact that he was an unlucky slob who had been unwittingly transported here alone, it would all be over. He was weaker than these gnomes, in all sense of the word. They could hold him down by his limbs and do as they wish. Jiang Fei mustered with bravado. He had to put up a strong front for his sake. Dear human guest, this is a small, barren island. There is only food and water where we are now. Your friends need rest too. Forer insisted. More gnomes have started to gather behind him. If they ever learned that Jiang Fei was all by himself, they would have one big today. Jiang Fei frowned. How was he going to keep this pretense up? As Jiang Fei hesitated, the gnomes behind Forer had already started sneaking around him. There was no doubting it. They were here to rob him dry. Jiang Fei suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He once heard that gnomes were also an ancient race. These guys might recognize a word or two of the Naga language or Nephilim language, even if they did not speak it. Who knows, he might scare the greenskin out of them. Jiang Fei shouted into the distance. Wait, sir. As soon as the words came out of Jiang Fei's mouth, Forer indeed turned so pale that he no longer looked as green. Jiang Fei asked. Forer asked, his voice shaking. Jiang Fei grunted. Forer could not answer. He did not know if this human being was a Naga in disguise, or simply knew a Naga or two. In any case, this seemingly human guy was not someone that the group of gnomes could mess with. Even if he was not a Naga, robbing a Naga's friend would be enough trouble already, right? And if they robbed an actual Naga, since the beginning of time, Nagas have been known to be particularly notorious. Them not robbing you is already a blessing. You robbing them? Look upon the sun for the last time. Enjoy your last pathetic moments. Forer tried to change the subject. Oh, well, actually my friends and I heard that the base of a group of robbers is located somewhere around here. We're looking for that group of robbers. Jiang Fei made something up. As soon as Forer heard this, his face turned white. He could keel over at any moment. Good Lord, these Nagas were actually here to look for them. It made perfect sense. Nagas were always doing bad things to other evil organizations. Originally, the Nagas used to go around robbing everyone, but they soon stopped, as they felt that robbing others was beneath their dignity. Where then could they get their money? Nobody knew when, but some bastard Naga came up with a certain idea. Ever since then, the Nagas have been specializing in marauding other evil organizations. They would clean up ports of pirates, destroy lairs of robbers. While making a fortune for themselves, they built a good reputation for themselves in getting rid of evil for the people. When Forer heard Jiang Fei's words, he was so terrified that his soul almost left his body. Sir, just look at us. Forer explained quickly as he was afraid that Jiang Fei would misunderstand and call the other Nagas here. Yeah, the gnomes behind Forer had already thrown the knives that were previously in their hands so far away that they would not be caught with weapons. These guys were all afraid of death. Jiang Fei was slightly amused. How in the world did this group of timid, chicken-hearted gnomes even steal anything? Judging by how they were acting now, Jiang Fei realized that he had been blinded by their high levels. Well, they sent me out as a lone scout. Jiang Fei frowned. Sir, we get along so well. You're just like our father. How could we bear to let you look bad? I have an idea. Take some treasures. When Forer said this, he was not one bit embarrassed. Damn, my dear obedient son. Jiang Fei genuinely admired these gnomes. He had met some timid people before, but never anyone as cowardly as these gnomes. He had met some shameless people before, but these gnomes had no lower limit. As long as you're satisfied, sir. As Jiang Fei's pronunciation of the Naga language had been flawless, Forer had instantly bought his lie. Chapter 103, 103, Receiving 3 Treasures. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, bring them all here. Jiang Fei smiled. He had not expected his act of bravado to not only save himself from being robbed, but to actually swindle these swindlers. No, wait. Go. Forer said to a few small gnomes around him. Although he was afraid of Jiang Fei and the alleged Naga force behind him, Forer still had the backbone to deny his wishes. Both the Naga race and human race were famous for their insatiable greed. If Jiang Fei was allowed to go to the treasure storage, wouldn't he just take everything? Jiang Fei did not mind it one bit. He was just as greedy as they feared, but this was his first time encountering gnomes. They were timid, but if he pushed things too far and they actually attacked him out of fear and desperation, these level 50 to 60 elite and even lord monsters would shred him to ribbons. About half an hour later, Jiang Fei realized that his treasure hunting ring had begun to flash. Apparently, the small gnomes had brought the treasures back. Several small gnomes said to Forer as they came forward with 3 brocade boxes in their hands. Sir, these gifts are just a little something to show the respect I have for you. Forer looked like he was in pain, but he still respectfully handed the boxes to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei opened the first gift box. Lunar crystal, jewelry, epic. Use, weapon inlay. Allows the damage of your physical attacks to turn into light magic damage. Jiang Fei's eyes flew wide open. This was a really good item. The physical defense of monsters was always far higher than their magic defense. If a physical damage class could deal magic damage with all their attacks, their damage output ability could increase by at least 20%. A pity that this thing was a single-use treasure. Once used on a particular weapon, that would be the end of it. It would be better to use it on a weapon that had the ability to grow. It would be wasted on an early or mid-game weapon. After he took the lunar crystal, Jiang Fei opened the second gift box. Ring of Domination, special item, quality, epic. Use on a weakened beast type or dragon type monster to capture it as your own pet. Note, cannot be used on targets more than 5 levels above you. Remarks, cannot be used on bosses of Overlord rank and above. Remarks, if you do not want to die, please be careful when using it on pure-blooded dragon-type monsters. Requirement, character level 30, Jiang Fei said with great joy. Although the pet system would be open to players after level 30, finding a pet egg was a monumental task, let alone incubating it. There is nothing as convenient as directly capturing one alive. Moreover, this Ring of Domination was a cheat code of its own. You could capture all kinds of bosses as long as they were below Overlord rank. Jiang Fei could wait until his level was higher. He would definitely be able to capture a Lord boss. No matter what, it would still be stronger than an epic pet egg. After receiving 2 treasures in a row, Jiang Fei opened the third gift box. Low-quality possum apple, potion, quality, epic, use, increases your level by 1 immediately. Remarks, can only be used by players below level 30. There was nothing much to say about this item. It was just an experience potion which increased your level when you consumed it. However, Jiang Fei definitely had to keep it and not eat it until he was level 29. Only this way could he maximize the benefits. As Jiang Fei was looking at the gifts, Fora was focused on observing Jiang Fei's facial expressions. This young master with a Naga background could not afford to be left discontented. Jiang Fei kept the possum apple, then looked around and noticed a small light in the distance. Jiang Fei asked while pointing at the distant light. Fora replied, although this island was their base, they still had to go out for some errands. Whether it was stealing or cheating, there was no one on this island for them to trick. Oh, ship? Jiang Fei was suddenly interested. Fora nodded. I've never been on a ship before, Jiang Fei said. He did not dare to ask them to immediately send him back to Dawnlight City, as they might see through his lies. Fora, who had grown very convinced that Jiang Fei was somewhat related to Nagas, did not dare refuse. After 2 hours of preparations, dozens of gnome sailors called out, and Jiang Fei followed Fora aboard the big ship named Gold Coin. The big ship left port and headed for the heart of the ocean. Fora asked. Jiang Fei pretended to ponder for a moment, then said to Fora, let's go to Dawnlight City. Fora nodded, then directed the sailors to turn the rudder, and the big ship was now headed in the direction of Dawnlight City. Darkmoon Island was truly far from the mainland. After about more than an hour, the big ship took anchor. All right, Jiang Fei asked. No. Fora shook his head again and again. He could not wait to get rid of Jiang Fei immediately. Dealing with any Naga was truly frightening. Jiang Fei walked forward ostentatiously for a bit. When the gnomes behind him could no longer see him, he quickly took a return scroll out, and he was back in Dawnlight City in an instant. As he had returned to the city, Jiang Fei was relieved. Over the past few hours, he and the gnomes were completely afraid of each other. The gnomes thought that he was a Naga, so they were afraid that the Nagas would take revenge, and they did not dare to offend Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was afraid that the gnomes would see through him. That was a large group of gnomes. Their levels were higher than him, and the group was made up of several elite monsters. There was even a Lord rank boss. If the gnomes grew suspicious of him, his death was certain. However, this was also because Jiang Fei did not really know much about the gnome race. They were very smart and very suspicious of others, but their timidity often petrified them. 0.001% chance that Jiang Fei was someone from the Naga race. Even if they were provided evidence to the contrary, they would not dare to take risks. They feared death that much. As he had returned to Dawnlight City safely, Jiang Fei secretly cursed Enchanted out, but he was also secretly happy at the same time. After all, the accidental transportation to Dark Moon Island this time had yielded him much. As the items in his backpack would easily drop out if he died, Jiang Fei stored all 3 new treasures into the spatial ring. After all, the spatial ring would never spill its contents out. After he was done keeping everything, Jiang Fei looked at the time and realized that he had to log out soon. Most of Jiang Fei's time in the game today had been used on his extremely long walks. The moment he set off to deliver the letter to Enchanted, his time for today was over. Chapter 104, 104 Japanese. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation at 6 in the morning, the servers went offline, and Jiang Fei returned to reality. Jiang Fei went to class as usual. However, as he now had 10 more attribute points, the journey to the school seemed to have considerably shortened. Not only did Jiang Fei arrive 5 minutes earlier, he was barely even breathing fast. Not only that, even the difficult questions from the teachers sounded much easier to Jiang Fei. In liberal arts, they had to memorize facts that amounted up to a dictionary. Although Jiang Fei could not remember everything instantly, he still found it far simpler. Looks like I'll have to add my intelligence. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Just 10 points of intelligence and spirit, and learning has become so much easier for him. When his ring levels up later on, he could don some equipment that added intelligence and quickly end up as a child prodigy, right? With so many inspirational thoughts running through his mind, the lessons today were not as boring as they used to be. Previously, he would zone out and go to sleep. Now, Jiang Fei could understand what the teacher was saying at once, so he listened with relish. Even after morning classes ended, Jiang Fei felt that he had not yet gotten enough. Brother Fei. Zhao Feng patted Jiang Fei's shoulder and said. Jiang Fei packed up, then stood up and headed out to have lunch with Zhao Feng. The both of them got out of the school building and walked towards a canteen. When they passed by the school field, they realized that a large group of students had gathered there. Brother Fei. Zhao Feng just could not resist poking his nose into things. Before he could even reply, Zhao Feng had dragged Jiang Fei into the crowd. After they forced their way to the front, they saw 2 groups having a face-off. One group was led by Su Hao from the 6th class, and all of them were wearing the same school uniform as Jiang Fei. The other group wore different uniforms. Jiang Fei asked curiously. The punks from Nagawa High School are trying to stir up some trouble, someone explained. Nagawa High School? Jiang Fei frowned. Just listening to the name of the school already made him frustrated. That's a private school. It's a high school run by Japanese people. Zhao Feng explained. Oh, Jiang Fei nodded. He had heard about China's economy being far stronger than Japan's. Many Japanese people have not been able to earn a living due to their domestic economic crisis. So, they have come to work in China. It did not take long before their families followed. However, most of them did not want their children to receive Chinese education, as they were worried of falling victim to cultural assimilation. Thus, they had established such schools and continued teaching their children in Japanese. Jiang Fei asked again. Sigh, the school officials have gone crazy. They've started some kind of international friendship vanity project, so they've hosted a get-together with Nagawa High School on Saturday. Didn't your class get selected to be the audience? A student from another class looked at Jiang Fei curiously. What? Jiang Fei said with a disgusted face. Although Sun Mingming had mentioned it before, she did not say which school it was with. Jiang Fei was never bothered to even ask, being who he is. He had not expected such a disgusting proposition. When not leaving, just as Jiang Fei started groaning, a group of Japanese students within the crowd challenged Su Hao and the others, speaking in Chinese clumsily. Huh, you guys want to show us how basketball should be played? Su Hao laughed, his arms folded. He was open-minded and, more importantly, not a coward. He was not one to shy away from the challenge, not even when it came from the Japanese. Pronunciation? The Japanese student was confused. In China, the word for pig's tongue or beef tongue is pronounced the same. One Zhang Fei spoke up. I've eaten it before. The Japanese guy did not immediately get the joke, and even gave a thumbs up. Wait, no. Baka. It finally settled in after a while. A pig eating pig's tongue. Cannibalism. Zhao Feng muttered. Although Zhao Feng was not really loud, the crowd was tight enough for everyone to hear it. You guys only know how to talk. The Japanese students were deeply embarrassed. If not for the Chinese students outnumbering them, they would have already started a fight. Sure, 7 meters tall. Su Hao Sna. The leading athletes from their physical education class were all here. What reason was there to fear them? Very quickly, the crowd moved to the basketball court. Su Hao asked with a smile, arms still folded. The Japanese students were mainly here to talk about things relating to the get-together, so not many of the group knew how to play basketball. Unable to get 5 people, they could only settle for a half-court game. Brother Fei, come play for a bit? Su Hao noticed that Jiang Fei was there. As he was destroyed by Jiang Fei on the court the last time, the entire school knew that he was a beast on the court. Jiang Fei was about to say, I'll pass, you guys go ahead. However, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a Japanese student that stood out from the crowd. He was no average Japanese, 6 meters, but his eyes were gleaming, and there was a faint smile on his face. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Jiang Fei realized that these Japanese students had seen Su Hao and the others play basketball before. Since they dared to challenge them, they definitely had to have some skills. Jiang Fei could care less about Su Hao's pride. However, Jiang Fei would never allow a group of Japanese students to swagger around his own school triumphantly. As soon as he thought about this, Jiang Fei immediately changed his words. All right, Big Man 2, come up here. We'll play with Brother Fei. Su Hao made a gesture with his hand. The 2-meter-tall giant walked to the front of the Japanese students, turning the Japanese group into a bunch of elementary school kids. Some of their heads did not even reach his belly button. Su Hao asked the leading Japanese student. At that moment, the guy who had caught Jiang Fei's finally stepped out. Underscore. Translation note. 1. The Chinese word katao is being used here. In some Chinese dialects, it relates to how someone speaks, refer to either grammar, pronunciation, or anything similar. And in some other dialects, the same word is commonly used to refer to pig's tongue or beef tongue. 2. The center C, also known as the 5 or the big man, is one of the 5 positions in a regular basketball game. The center is usually the tallest player on the team and often has a great deal of strength and body mass as well. Chapter 105, Juggernaut in the Court. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, Big Man. You be careful. Zhao Feng roared from outside the court. One sentence from Zhao Feng, and everyone was laughing. After all, the center from the 6th class was over 2 meters tall. 5 meters. They were much shorter than the big man. It did not take much for them to drill into big man's crotch. As the Chinese students laughed, the Japanese students outside flushed in anger and embarrassment. If Zhao Feng was not hidden amongst the crowd, he would have been beaten up. However, the 3 students on the court remained expressionless, especially the guy leading the team. On the contrary, he seemed relaxed. Jiang Fei made a mental note to keep an eye on him. The Japanese guy leading the team politely bowed to Jiang Fei and the others. However, his eyes were ice cold. Perhaps the others have not yet taken notice of him. Regardless, Jiang Fei was watching him like a hawk. Since the other side had already bowed out of courtesy, Su Hao felt that it was inappropriate to continue teasing them. He passed the ball to them. Tokugawa Shinji did not delay the game either. He immediately passed the ball to the point guard. As soon as the game began, Jiang Fei could tell that the 3 guys were pretty skilled. However, Su Hao and the others were pretty much on the same level. There was nothing special about Kato and Matsui, but Jiang Fei could not shake off the dangerous vibes coming from Tokugawa. As Jiang Fei had his eye on Tokugawa, he did not participate much in the offense. Instead, he tried to pass the ball to the giant Su Hao as much as possible. Jiang Fei's performance throughout the entire game ended up being a little dull, which left students wanting to see him in action disappointed. The scores of both sides grew side by side, and Jiang Fei became frustrated. He was having trouble determining what tricks these Japanese guys had up their sleeves. Suddenly, Tokugawa Shinji spoke to the two guys beside him in Japanese, and the playstyle of their team changed all of a sudden. They had been executing long shots since the beginning, but now they were trying hard to get the rebound. Jiang Fei frowned. This was not normal. If they were evenly matched, it would make sense for them to try to get the rebound. 5 meters tall, and they were trying to rebound with someone who was 2 meters tall. If there was no secret trick behind this, what them? After a few bumps, the big man suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. Su Hao immediately ran over to check on him. Jiang Fei also asked with concern. Su Hao said after checking, "They boxed me in, and the two of them suddenly pushed me really hard." The big man grunted through his pain. "Big man, you go get some rest for now." Su Hao looked a bit cross. However, the opponent had been discreet, so they were not in a good position to call them out. But the entire team was undeniably more cautious now. The game went on again. In less than 5 minutes, Kato deliberately turned his knee slightly while doing a layup and struck Hu Zi's stomach. This heavy blow instantly caused Hu Zi to fall to the ground in pain. F***CKU. Su Hao could not rein his anger in anymore. He had even raised his fists and was winding up to throw punches. The F***CK. Jiang Fei's schoolmates outside the court started booing and lambasting the Japanese players. Basketball has always been a full-contact sport. Kato responded clumsily in Chinese. As it was an unplanned match, there were no referees present. This gave the Japanese players room to become somewhat unscrupulous. 1. All you Japs, remember this. The rules were your own choice. Jiang Fei's face darkened as he spoke those words in a menacing voice. At that moment, Su Hao's eyes were also blazing. After he found someone to substitute Hu Zi, the game continued. This was the first time Jiang Fei had asked for the ball since the start of the game. Su Hao passed the ball to Jiang Fei. He was rather pleased. He knew that things were going to go badly for the Japanese. The real beast in their team had finally been released. After receiving the ball, Jiang Fei shot through the court. With his cat spirit boots of accuracy and additional 10 agility, he broke out with full force. Kato, who was guarding Jiang Fei, did not even have time to react. Jiang Fei was not a very rough player by nature. Usually, he would dribble around everyone else and then jump and do a windmill dunk to show off his skills. However, these Japanese guys had actually played dirty twice in a row and hurt 2 of his schoolmates. Everyone had a temper, let alone the particularly prideful Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei feigned a jump before crouching down low. Then, he released all the strength from his legs and shot upwards like a cannonball. Jiang Fei's shoulder rammed into Kato's chest, but that was just the beginning. As he now had an additional 10 strength, Jiang Fei was practically a human beast. His ascent was not slowed by the slightest. He sent Kato flying upwards by over a meter. Then, Jiang Fei broke away from Kato, who had flown out of the court, and continued to rise. At the same time, with both his hands, he did a slam dunk, sending the basketball right through the net. Kato was seeing stars and foaming at the mouth. Baka! The Japanese guys became anxious. Ho-ho! Basketball has always been a full-contact sport. Jiang Fei quoted their own words back at them. Tokugawa Shinji's Chinese was fluent. Initially, all his attention had been on Su Hao, and he did not take much notice about Jiang Fei, who had been laying low. However, it would be difficult to ignore him now. We Chinese people never like to stir up trouble, but we are never afraid of trouble. What now? Jiang Fei looked at Tokugawa Shinji coldly. Who's fighting? At that moment, a balding, middle-aged fat man who started squeezing through the crowd. As soon as the middle-aged fat man saw Kato lying on the ground, he ran over there. Zhao Feng called out. The full name of Dean Wang was Wang Huairan. Wang Huairan. He was the dean of the Office of Academic Affairs, and he was a greedy man. The students in the school often called him Wang Huairan, two behind his back. This time, the get-together with the Japanese students had been his idea. He was hoping to rope in some money from the Japanese students while creating a harmonious atmosphere where people from both countries got along well. He hoped that the Japanese could peacefully settle down in China to remedy the disputes that had arisen due to the double-dealing acts of the Japanese. Perhaps he could run for office someday. Translation note. 1. The phrase sick man of Asia or sick man of East Asia, Chinese simplified, Dongya Bing Fu, Dongya Bing Fu, originally referred to China in the late 19th and early 20th centuries when it was riven by internal divisions and taken advantage of by the great powers. China was forced to sign a series of unequal treaties, culminating in the Japanese invasion of China during World War II. The phrase may be considered derogatory, as it mocks the Chinese government and the Chinese people for being weak. The phrase was intended as a parallel to sick man of Europe, referring to the weakening Ottoman Empire during the same period. Like the sick man of Europe term, it has also been used to refer to numerous other Asian countries. 2. The real name of the dean, Wang Huairan, is read the same way as the nickname that the students used to refer to him behind his back. The only difference between both is the second character. Here, the students are making a pun out of the dean's name. Chapter 106, 106, King of Masks. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Dean Wang glared at Zhao Feng. Dean Wang, a Japanese who was responsible for the negotiations, immediately jumped out and said, Mr. Tanaka, don't you worry. Wang Huairan smiled apologetically. After all, he had already taken their money, so he naturally had to give in to them. The students who were outside of the court were whispering to themselves. Even though they did not dare to say it out loud, they all glared at Wang Huairan furiously. What the hell are you all looking at? Wang Huairan looked embarrassed. After all, he was a teacher of this Chinese school, but he was not siding with his own students. Dean Wang, I hope that you can come up with a swift verdict. We ask that your school severely punishes the concerned students. The Japanese named Tanaka continued to pressure Wang Huairan. Yes, yes, yes. Wang Huairan smiled apologetically at the group. Then, he turned around and screamed at the students from his school. Tell me now. Jiang Fei walked out. You? What's your name? Wang Huairan asked, his posture and tone somewhat condescending. Jiang Fei replied, You're only in your first year, but you're already so defiant. Wang Huairan was about to reprimand Jiang Fei fiercely, but his brain suddenly kicked in. Wait, your name is Jiang Fei? First year, 9th class Jiang. Wang Huairan's voice suddenly turned squeaky. Jiang Fei nodded, his eyebrows raised in confusion rather than bravado. Damn it, Wang Huairan swore to himself. Although he was the dean of the school concerning academic affairs, there were still a few students in the school that he could not afford to mess with. However, he was familiar with all these young masters and little princesses. He just had not met Jiang Fei yet, who had recently emerged out of nowhere. He had not even heard of the name Jiang Fei up until last week. But after Han Tianyu blew things up on Monday with armed helicopters and 4 fully armed bodyguards, it was impossible to slip past the dean's sight. He was trying to get on the good side of the Japanese because he wanted to get some money. However, if he offended someone like Jiang Fei, who had an armed helicopter fly over the city center whenever he liked, it would be over for him. Dean Wang, the clueless Tanaka, continued to pressure Wang Huairan. Wang Huiran was really quite thick-skinned, a master of the 180-degree about-face. Just a moment ago, he looked as if he was about to expel Jiang Fei, but now he had put on an obsequious smile. Jiang Fei described the situation in full. It seems that both sides have made some mistakes. You guys are still young. It is normal to be impulsive. All of these are just misunderstandings. Misunderstandings. On the one hand, he did not want to offend Jiang Fei. On the other hand, Wang Huiran did not want his path to fortune destroyed. So, he could only play the fence-sitting peacemaker. Jiang Fei looked at the big man and Hu Zi, who were both injured. I'm Fine. Hu Zi had already stood up. Although the big man was limping as he walked, it was not a big problem. Both of them were sports students. They get injured very often, and they knew how to avoid major injuries and minimize the damage to themselves. Then, Jiang Fei glanced at Kato, who was still lying on the ground. This kid was already foaming at the mouth and lay unconscious. His internal organs had literally been displaced. It did not seem like a minor injury. Jiang Fei had strength, but not the skill. If Han Tianyu's bodyguards had been playing with them, this kid would either be dead or half dead. Since he did not suffer any losses, naturally, Jiang Fei did not want to continue arguing. After all, this was related to the school's reputation. No, we object. Even though Jiang Fei had let it go, Tanaka was not as willing. At that time, even before Wang Huiran could say anything, Tokugawa Shinji suddenly spoke up. Tanaka was confused. Although he was a teacher and Tokugawa was a student, Tokugawa Shinji held far more sway than him. Can't you tell? That one guy clearly doesn't want to mess with that Jiang guy. Even if you put a gun to his head, he wouldn't dare take any action. Stop making a fool of yourself here. Tokugawa Shinji said to Tanaka in Japanese. Tanaka nodded in agreement. Wang Huiran was finally getting a little crossed. I'm only giving in to you for the sake of the money. Do you really think that you can push me around like a weakling? Tokugawa Shinji did not even look at Kato, who lay motionless on the ground. He turned around and led his people away. Wang Huiran saw that the little devils were gone. You're really something, Ah Fei. Sun Mingming suddenly appeared from God knows where and handed the hamburger in her hand to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei took a bite out of the hamburger. He was famished. He had originally planned to go to the canteen to get a meal. Thanks to the game, the canteen had already been closed long ago. Sun Mingming laughed and said, this mighty class representative was a strong advocate of collective honor. Mighty class rep, what about me? Zhao Feng plodded over. Sun Mingming rolled her eyes at Zhao Feng. The pretty boy gets a hamburger, but the boy with a big round face doesn't. Zhao Feng snorted. Sun Mingming was embarrassed. She raised her fists up defensively. Zhao Feng slid behind Jiang Fei. Why should I care? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes in frustration. Brother Fei, I thought wrong about you. Zhao Feng said dramatically. The blushing Sun Mingming finally lost it. She chased after Zhao Feng, and they both ran far away. Thanks. Su Hao walked over. Jiang Fei took another bite out of his burger, shook his head, and smiled. Those F*King Japanese students are too much. Su Hao smiled and said, Jiang Fei had once impressed him on a basketball court. Today, however, Jiang Fei had stood up for his two friends. It had earned his respect and friendship. Chapter 107. 107. Enclose and Kill. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When the situation at noon was resolved, Jiang Fei thought that it was all over. However, he did not expect this to just be the beginning. Due to the addition of 10 points of intelligence, the afternoon classes were also very easy for Jiang Fei. Without even realizing it, the dismissal bell had already rung. When he got back home, Jiang Fei did everything as usual. He ate his dinner, then did his homework. At 10 o'clock sharp, he entered the game world on time. As soon as Jiang Fei got online, he received a voice call from Rosette Meow Meow. What's wrong? Jiang Fei asked. Rosette Meow Meow said, and hung up the voice call. Jiang Fei scratched his head. He could not figure out what the girl was thinking, so he gave up altogether. The girls from the clan were still bringing their friends in to clear the elite dungeons. It was not just Rosette Rose and the others. Even people from the 4 major guilds were attempting elite dungeons. Everyone's levels had increased quite a bit, and the 4 major guilds were almost exclusively decked in equipment made by Jiang Fei. So, they had managed to get through the elite dungeons 2 days ago. However, unlike the divine blacksmith Jiang Fei, who sold wholesale equipment, they needed much more equipment. Thus, it was compulsory for them to spam elite dungeons every single day. As Jiang Fei muttered to himself, he walked out of Dawnlight City. Not long after he left the city, Jiang Fei realized that several bandits were shadowing him. These bandits were hidden, but Jiang Fei's mysterious ring were flinging huge red arrows above the heads of the bandits. It was way easier to spot them compared to unhidden players. Jiang Fei counted carefully. There were actually 6 of them behind him. Jiang Fei sighed. Now that he was quite famous in Dawnlight City, his fame had also made him widely known as a walking bank. Jiang Fei had made a lot of equipment for the 4 major guilds. This included a lot of violet equipment. It was no longer a secret. If he could sell violet equipment to others, he had to be modeling his own products, right? He might even have golden equipment. So, several bandits were targeting Jiang Fei. These bandits usually worked as a clan. Other than leveling, they did not kill bosses or attempt any dungeons. They specialized in killing others and taking their equipment at places where there were no NPCs. Jiang Fei's status in Dawnlight City had quite the standing at the moment. Everyone knew that Jiang Fei had valuable equipment. However, only bandit groups such as this one dared rob Jiang Fei. It was something that not even guilds dared dream of. This was because Jiang Fei was a divine blacksmith. He mass-produced ascended equipment, so he had a good relationship with the 4 major guilds. If any guild robbed Jiang Fei could just make a whole bunch of equipment for the 4 major guilds in anger. The 4 major guilds would definitely be thrilled to help Jiang Fei destroy the small guild that robbed him. However, bandit groups did not have to worry about this. They had very few people and no physical headquarters. Moreover, guilds could not declare war on small organizations like clans. So, even if they could not beat other big guilds, they could make a run for it. Even if Jiang Fei had 4 major guilds supporting him, it would be a waste. The guilds could not do anything for him whatsoever. Ooh. Jiang Fei took a closer look and found a familiar face among the invisible bandits. Venomous Wolf, Elf, Bandit, level, 20 health points, 1750 attack power, 287 remarks. Member of Phantom Killers. Jiang Fei sneered. There was no doubting it. It was the Wild Wolf Trio. After he looked at the levels and equipment of the bandits, Jiang Fei already had a good gauge on their strength. After all, players had to rely on clearing dungeons to get proper equipment. However, elite dungeons were not something that average parties could clear. Anyone who cleared elite dungeons were all part of big guilds or clans that were especially strong. People from these organizations rarely went anywhere on their own. When they moved about in groups, these bandits did not dare to rob them. Most of the players that they killed were pub players who only had a few green pieces of equipment on them. So, Jiang Fei could only imagine the gear on these bandits. Jiang Fei thought about it and deliberately walked toward the place where NPCs did not patrol. Boss, that Verger glider is courting his own death. He actually went his own bee. Venomous Wolf reported. Encircle him. A pleasant female voice replied. No one would have thought that the leader of this bandit group was actually a girl. The more Jiang Fei walked, the further he got from the city. The bandits who were following him slowly caught up to him. These invisible bandits were not alone. Many other classes who were incapable of becoming invisible had also swarmed in from all directions. They ran ahead of Jiang Fei, prepared to ambush him. This was because Venomous Wolf and the others had experience in fighting with Jiang Fei. They knew that Jiang Fei had a lot of health points and damage, and he was not someone that could be killed by just a few people. Ha ha ha! Verger glider. Just as Jiang Fei walked into a dense jungle, Vicious Wolf and Hungry Wolf showed themselves and blocked his path. My old, naked friends. Jiang Fei remained as poised as ever. His words were sharper than 1,000 blades. They precisely struck the wild wolf trio's weak spot. After they had to run around naked the last time, they had not dared lift their heads up for a few days. Verger Glider, you're too arrogant for your own good. Hungry Wolf sneered. Heh, why so confident this time? Jiang Fei laughed and said. Hungry Wolf was shocked. If Verger Glider dared to come here, even though he knew of the 6 bandits behind him, had he already called for reinforcements to destroy all of them? The more Hungry Wolf thought about it, the more he felt like that was the case. It was time to send them out. Vicious Wolf asked, We can't afford to wait any longer. His reinforcements are arriving soon enough. Hungry Wolf shouted loudly. All right. Upon Vicious Wolf's shout, about 4 or 5 people jumped out of the bushes on both sides. These guys were all warriors or magicians, classes that could not turn invisible. They even had a healing-type knight among them. As these people were not invisible, the mysterious ring had not marked them. Their sudden appearance had given a genuine scare. Shocked as he was, Jiang Fei was not afraid. He had once tanked a Vice Leader boss along with around 30 to 50 elite monsters at the same time, so there was no way he would be afraid of these garbage players. Charge. A widely known battle tactic was to kill the healer first. With Charge, Jiang Fei instantly appeared beside the knight and knocked the player down. At the same time, Jiang Fei immediately used Charge again to vanish elsewhere, evading the attacks of the bandits. Once again, he had run out of their range. Chapter 108. 108. One word, abuse. Translator. Endless Fantasy, Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy, Translation Bash. -402 -415 -897. Ding. With one bash, the healer was instantly dead. It could not be helped. Although the knight was in heavy armor, the knight did not have many health points. Currently, Jiang Fei had more than 9,000 health points, and each bash dealt more than 400 damage. With a critical hit, the healer was knocked down into the grave. What the F***CK? When they saw that their prey had actually dared take the initiative to kill one of their own, the members of the bandit group were furious. Charge! Charge! The 2 warriors used Charge, one after another, and managed to stun Jiang Fei for a second. These attacks were followed closely by attacks from the hunters further back. -12, -13, -8, -6, when a group of physical damage classes in mostly white equipment attacked Jiang Fei. They were better off tickling him. Not only that, Jiang Fei's Thormail was also reflecting 5 damage to these guys, each time they attacked. Moreover, it produced poison effects, which reduced their attack speed. Pyroblast. After 3 seconds of casting, the only magician within the bandit group finally launched an attack. This was probably the only bandit there with decent equipment. Idiot. He actually doesn't know that he has to kill the ones with cloth armor first. He also doesn't know how to interrupt spell casting. After the magician successfully completed casting the spell, he looked at Jiang Fei, who was busy fighting the melee attackers with a disdainful look. Demon's Harborage. Right after the magician cast the spell, the big fireball flew to Jiang Fei like a meteor, forcing Jiang Fei to turn around and face the magician. Then, he raised the shield over his shoulder. A silver light flashed, and a layer of film appeared in front of Jiang Fei's shield. The fireball turned around and gained even more speed. -852. The magician had never seen such a skill before. He had just eaten his own pyroblast whole. Moreover, with the distance between Jiang Fei and himself, there was no way that Jiang Fei could hit him, so he had not activated his magic shield at all. The magician received the full pyroblast, all by himself. Manaburan. Jiang Fei followed up his victory with fevered rigor. -682. Mana damage. -341. Blue and red numbers suddenly appeared above the head of the magician. The blue numbers represented the mana points that had been burned, and the red numbers represented the lost health points. Ding! Magicians did not have many health points. They primarily relied on their magic shield to tank the damage received. However, This magician thought that Jiang Fei was a beginner who knew nothing about combat, so he did not activate his magic shield whatsoever. As a result, he lost a significant portion of his health points just by receiving the damage of his own pyroblast. As he was still in a daze, Jiang Fei's mana burn had directly taken away the remainder of his health points. When the magician died, Jiang Fei was relieved. Only a group of garbage physical damage classes were left. Only one or two of them could deal over 30 damage to him, and he still had a death immunity skill. Even if he stood there and allowed them to hit him freely, they would need more than 5 minutes. Battle cry. Of course, when he saw a bunch of red arrows approaching him, Jiang Fei would not give the bandits a chance to stun him. He simply used battle cry and forced them into the daylight. Bandits at this level range did not know how to use advanced stealth at all. When they received damage, they would naturally appear. Jiang Fei started moving about, attempting to reposition all the enemies so that they were in front of him. Ice burst. Jiang Fei blew out a mouthful of cold breath, and there was now a row of ice sculptures in front of him. Bash. The cooldown of this skill was only slightly over 10 seconds, so Jiang Fei used the highly damaging skill once again. Minus 895. Minus 421 minus 438. When using Bash on a frozen target, the first attack would almost surely be a critical hit. When followed by the other two attacks, another bandit was almost instantly killed. Iron Fist. Minus 300. Ding. Within half a minute, 3 people had already fallen. However, these guys had only managed to decrease Jiang Fei's health points by less than 300. Compared to Jiang Fei's total health points of 9,000, this was simply a drop in the ocean. Boss. Hungry Wolf muttered to the phantom killers. The female voice sounded as confident and as calm as ever. Hungry Wolf replied, "What? Him alone? Are you all idiots?" The female voice almost became squeaky. Clearly, she was furious. The leaders started throwing a tantrum. Even though they were a bandit group that robbed for a living, they did not really have a stable source of income. The pub players were not stupid. They only went to the places where NPCs patrolled. How is robbing easy? How was she to provide for her group? If they fail this robbery and get destroyed by the prey instead, how is she going to get more than a dozen sets of equipment back for her members? Boss. Hungry Wolf was about to cry at that moment. They were attacking Jiang Fei with all their might, but they only dealt around 10 to 20 damage to him. When they watched Jiang Fei's health points bar barely even budging, they quickly learned that he was a human boss. Hungry Wolf could not be blamed. No one in their right mind would expect any player to be this tanky this early in the game. Jiang Fei had a few hundred more health points than the first boss in Elite Dungeons. Moreover, his defense was extremely high. Even his offensive power was ridiculous. Useless. A sharp female voice tore through Hungry Wolf's ears. Boss. At that moment, Hungry Wolf could only stare at his men helplessly. Although Jiang Fei's attack power was average, Hungry Wolf and the others did not have a healer. It did not take long for 2 of his members to be bludgeoned to bloody pulps. A bunch of useless good-for-nothings. Hold on for a bit. The female leader gnashed her teeth in rage. She could not give up now. If she retreated at this moment, these people would not only lose their levels for nothing, they would also lose all their equipment. Hungry Wolf clenched his teeth. Now we're talking. Jiang Fei was on a high. A group of bandits and warriors encircled him and attacked him, but they could not deal much damage to him. Each time his bash was chambered in, another one of them visited the grave. Damn! Jiang Fei laughed and said. At that moment, he truly found the fun of being a boss and cruelly abusing players. Okay, I'm here. Just after Jiang Fei killed his 6th target, Hungry Wolf finally received his lifeboat. This news sounded like God's voice to him. His party was quickly becoming wiped out. Chapter 109. 109. The Nature of the Profiteering Merchant. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, Jiang Fei was still indulging in his bloodlust when Hungry Wolf quickly turned tail. Indeed, Jiang Fei was strong, but there was nothing he can do if the opponent decided to run away. while Jiang Fei was feeling disappointed when he saw a humanoid figure speeding toward him. Approximately 100 m away, the figure turned invisible. Huh, Jiang Fei laughed. Unfortunately, the signature move of the bandit class, stealth, was ineffective against Jiang Fei. The red arrow was like a beacon to him. It was always better to be visible against Jiang Fei. Heavily armored warriors flying out of the bushes had given him a genuine scare. In this case, the arrow was showing him the precise location of his hunter. Night Shadow, Elf, Bandit, level, 22 health point, 2150 attack power, 585 note, guild leader of Phantom Killers. Jiang Fei smirked. Although her overall attributes and equipment were pretty decent, it was an entirely relative statement. Charge and Ice Burst were still on cooldown. Hence, Jiang Fei pretended to remain clueless. He continued looting the dead bodies scattered around him. The female bandit was indeed patient. Inch by inch, she closed the distance between Jiang Fei and herself. Even so, she still maintained a distance of 3 meters from Jiang Fei, without taking any further action. Again, Jiang Fei bent over to loot an item, and the female finally made a move. Ambush, minus 125. Apparently, the female bandit was confident of her attack. That was the very reason why she had not opened up with a player-disabling skill like a typical bandit class. Instead, she had used a sure kill attack which possessed a great burst of damage. Unfortunately, she had miscalculated. She thought that Venomous Wolf had exaggerated Jiang Fei's abilities to cover up his arse. That was why she had not paid much attention to Jiang Fei and tried to suppress Jiang Fei with her sure kill skill. It usually resulted in more than 1,000 damage that could instantly kill a magician class. On Jiang Fei, it had only dealt over 100 damage. Her confident grin quickly vanished. When Jiang Fei's health bar did not even twitch, she decisively escaped. This was impossible. Bandits relied on their ability to strike first and kill their prey before they could react. Only a fool would attempt to face a single opponent head-on. Jiang Fei was stupefied. He had not expected the female bandit to escape without even looking back. Unfortunately, both Ice Burst and Charge were still in cooldown. There was nothing he could do. Before he could even straighten back up from his double-down position, the female bandit was already vanishing. Verger Glider. This is not the last of me. She left with a tinkling, chime-like laughter and disappeared deep into the forest. Jiang Fei helplessly shrugged. Obviously, he had made another enemy. He shook his head without much care and continued looting the equipment. As Jiang Fei was clearing up the scene, Night Shadow, Venomous Wolf, and others had reassembled. Vicious Wolf was dull-witted and mentioned the taboo phrase. Night Shadow furrowed her brows. She was young and beautiful, nothing like the typical next-door gentle beauty, but more of the heroic kind. Anyone would agree that she deserved an acting role in a fantasy epic. Hungry Wolf mumbled. Night Shadow glared at Hungry Wolf. Vicious Wolf asked, "Let's just focus on reimbursing our brothers and sisters first. Verger Glider is packing more heat than any roidhead I know, so let's level up and find some better gear." Night Shadow elaborated carefully and slowly. The guild members nodded. There was no other option. There were only a little over 20 of them, and Jiang Fei had killed 11 of them. To compensate for the equipment lost, even by robbing other players, would take at least 1 or 2 days. Hungry Wolf and the rest left. Night Shadow gritted her teeth. Jiang Fei categorized his loots. Green equipment went to the guild storage. Anything his members did not. That'll be piled up and supplied to the 4 major guilds. The white equipment would be broken down into raw materials. After storing the equipment, Jiang Fei suddenly thought of the treasure map he had acquired. Bandit's treasure map, fine grade, description, used to indicate the location of the treasure. Required level, 25. This item had been gained from the outer boss that he had taken on with the aristocrats. However, Jiang Fei had not yet met the level requirement back then. When he did meet the requirements, that damn prince had sent him away to God knows where. Top! Jiang Fei lightly tapped on the map. Whoosh! The treasure map became an actual map, and a red-colored cross indicator came up on the map. Crystal Mountain Range was what the map showed. It was a level 25 area, occupied by monsters such as the rock giants and crystal giants. It was not particularly difficult, but it was the territory of magic thieves. Jiang Fei groaned. If Jiang Fei wanted to grind on their territory, it was fine. He was the divine blacksmith. But this was different. He was actually treasure hunting with a party of his own. That was inappropriate. Even though the treasure map belonged to him, it was their backyard. Jiang Fei was reluctant to split his gains. Now, Jiang Fei had no choice but to consult Rosette Rose, the most astute person he knew at the moment. Treasure map? Rosette Rose had a similar response. She furrowed her brows. After a bit, Rosette Rose finally said, "The magic thieves are too strong. We cannot offend them. And they're trigger-happy." Rosette Rose pondered and said. Jiang Fei was dissatisfied. No, talking about money brought out Rosette Rose's second nature as a profiteering merchant. 95. Chapter 110. 110 The Gap. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, really? Jiang Fei asked. It was only a green-grade treasure map, and he was not sure if much could be earned from it. It sounded impossible to get the other party to dispatch a full-fledged team to assist them. Rosette Rose said confidently. Jiang Fei nodded. If there were any blacksmith or jewel meister recipes, Lady Casanova would be more than happy to let Jiang Fei have it all. That was the bottom line. Thus, a mere 20% of the gains for a fully fledged team to work for him was totally worth it. Rosette Rose got back to Jiang Fei in less than 20 minutes. Jiang Fei was startled. That was quick. All done. They will provide us with their core team. We only need to give them 15% of the gains, and we get to pick the treasures first. Rosette Rose said. Jiang Fei's eyes popped out. Rosette Rose rebutted. Jiang Fei shook his head. I told them that there is a 1 out of 100 chance. Rosette Rose proudly said. You, scumbag, Jiang Fei mumbled. If not for the mention of a territory order, they would not have given them a second glance. Territory orders greatly affected the development of a guild. The aristocrats was already one step ahead of them. Once they were given the news on a territory order, even at a 1 to 1,000 chance, they simply could not stand idly. Rosette Rose had mentioned such a low drop rate. Even if Lady Casanova was 90% sure that she was cheated, she could not accuse them of anything. Not only would Lady Casanova help, she was probably more eager than either one of them. The map was with Jiang Fei. He could attempt the treasure hunt 1 month after, but Lady Casanova would never give a territory order any delay. Even though Lady Casanova was well aware that she might be manipulated, she had no other option. Very well, I will get Fatty. Since Jiang Fei and magic thieves were barely friends, he did not mind using them as hard labor. Soon after, Jiang Fei's party was complete. The party was almost like the one he had organized for the unknown dungeon. Only Rosette Meow Meow was occupied with a time-limited hidden quest, so Rosette Peach took her place. When Jiang Fei's party reached the Crystal Mountain Range, Lady Casanova was already there, waiting with her people. Lady Casanova asked. Naturally, Jiang Fei had not exposed Rosette Rose. Lady Casanova chuckled. Without any further delay, Jiang Fei set off. Good. I brought our main force in. You can pick anyone from them. Lady Casanova laid things out. Unknown dungeons from treasure maps were deadly, so she was reluctant to bring her elite team. Each treasure map was a 40-player unknown dungeon, but the difficulty level was comparatively lower than typical dungeons. The monsters were much stronger than the ones Jiang Fei encountered at the previous unknown dungeon. Moreover, with the increased number of participants, the chances of making errors increased as well. Therefore, the higher the number of participants, the higher the level of difficulty for a quest and/or dungeon. There were so many players, so it was comparatively harder to monitor and limit mistakes. In 10-player quests or dungeons, Jiang Fei was able to take care of everyone and provide everyone with timely reminders. But for a 40-player team, that was the reason why Jiang Fei had not brought the Rosette Knighthood for guild quests. It was impossible. The core members were decent at best, but the rest merely played for entertainment. They had poor technique and reaction time. Even if Jiang Fei tried, he would not be able to cope with all of them. Major guilds, such as Magic Thieves, kept their main force well-equipped and well-dressed. As Jiang Fei was not familiar with the members, Lady Casanova oversaw the allocation of guild members for the team. After the formation of the 40-player team, Jiang Fei brought the team into the unknown dungeon as per the treasure map. In a change of scene, Jiang Fei and the team found themselves inside a huge cavern. The whole of the cavern was formed by purplish crystals. It was not dim and dark like other caverns. Instead, it was surreally beautiful, illuminated by spectrums of light from those crystals. Rosette Peach exclaimed. Rosette, Rose nodded. There is only one thing in Lady Casanova's mind, the treasure, specifically the territory order. Jiang Fei looked at the map. There were many sub-cavern branches. Without the map, it was very easy to get lost. Lady Casanova raised a hand, and two bandits immediately entered stealth mode. The standards of a major guild could not be compared to a smaller guild. These two bandits, who were not even from the elite team, already possessed technique and positioning that was far superior to Rosette Phantom and Sun Mingming. It appeared that even Big Brother Bear and the delinquents had a brighter future than members of Rosette Knighthood. Jiang Fei mumbled to himself, believing that the 15% share given to Magic Thieves had far exceeded its value. If only left with members from Rosette Knighthood, he would not have even known where to start. Rosette Rose had a keen eye. She understood that there was a massive gap between the members of Rosette Knight and members of a major guild. It was Ah Fei who had single-handedly led the members of the Rosette Knighthoods to overrun the quests. Even the core members of the guild were inferior to the members of Magic Thieves. Rosette Rose resolutely told herself. Jiang Fei was her one hope in this game. If her members continued fooling about, they were bound to lose Jiang Fei. Winning him back would be harder than stepping into heaven. Chapter 111. 111. Flaunting Gone Wrong. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The two bandits from Magic Thieves were excellent scouts. Without Jiang Fei reminding them, they were able to accurately discover the traps and effectively remove the traps, clearing the path for the team. After some distance, the booby traps came to an end. Monsters started to appear. Crystal Hound, Puppet, Advance Elite, level, 22 health points, 11,000 attack power, 885 skills. Heavy Strike, Trample Note. Crystal Hound's normal attack has a fan-shaped area of effect. Dazzle Dance, lure the monsters in one at a time. The tanks from Magic Thieves were more skilled, but their equipment and levels were far inferior to Rosette Dazzle Dance. Tanks relied heavily on raw attributes. Equipment mattered a lot more than attributes. Rosette Dazzle Dance nodded. Her techniques were decent. They had worked together long enough to develop a tacit understanding of each other. Prioritized Dazzle Dance lures. Jiang Fei instructed the members of Rosette Knighthood. The members of Magic Thieves were all well trained. They all knew what to do. Jiang Fei and Dazzle Dance pulled a guard each, one to left and one to the right. With sufficient healing and damage from the team, the two advanced elite monsters, which were basically 10-player rated mini-bosses, were quickly finished off. One of the warriors behind Lady Casanova grinned smugly. Lady Casanova furrowed her eyebrows. Unknown dungeons were rumored to be ridiculously difficult, yet here they were, breezing through their doormen. Jiang Fei silently smiled. Jiang Fei thought inwardly. Rosette Rose asked. Jiang Fei was confused. Rosette Rose said. Jiang Fei was startled. He had just only noticed it. Yes, there are different types of dungeons. Treasure map dungeons do not give any experience. The monsters drop money while the bosses drop treasures. Lady Casanova was well informed. After the gate deities, the cavern opened up into an underground hall. Cave Beast, Elite, level, 22 health points, 6,000 attack power, 450 skill, none note. Live in groups and commonly found in caves. Although the monsters were a lot weaker, each wave was comprised of at least 10 monsters. The numbers even went up to the 30s. I will be the main tank. Dazzle Dance, and the tanks from Magic Thieves will be my backup. Jiang Fei prepared to engage. Clash. Jiang Fei collided into the mob of monsters. Since he was the first to engage, the monsters naturally went after him. In a flash, he was already surrounded by 20 elite monsters. Battle shout. As Jiang Fei was surrounded by all the monsters of that wave, his battle shout had not been wasted. Nearly all monsters were affected. Healers and DPSers were ready. Being attacked by 20 elite monsters simultaneously was painful, but not life-threatening. With 6 healers, Jiang Fei held strong like a rock. Was his class? Lady Casanova was impressed by the fatty support abilities. The first wave was cleared off in no time, but Jiang Fei's charge and battle shout were still in cooldown. Thus, for the next wave, the tanks had to work together. Jiang Fei gave her a warning and charged on ahead. Ice Burst. Although it was an AoE, it had a much smaller range than Battle Shout. 7 to 8 monsters had been left out. Charge. Taunt. Intimidate. Rosette, dazzled, tried to provide backup, but her technique was lackluster. She ended up sprinting up and down like a tennis player. That was normal for Rosette, Rose members, but Magic Thieves were sneering at such display of technique. One of Lady Casanova's tanks felt that it was a chance to show off his techniques in front of so many beautiful ladies. Charge. Provoke. Of course he would be a skilled tank. He displayed acute positioning and the timing of his AoE taunts. He managed to pull the monsters which were missed by Jiang Fei and even managed to pull 3 monsters away from the group of monsters Jiang Fei was tanking. Thunderstrike. WEF. Jiang Fei was outraged. It's fine, Lady Casanova thought. That Jiang Fei was just pissed at having his limelight stolen. No. Fatty cloud art. Jiang Fei was beginning to panic. Other than Rosette Rose and Rosette Peach, only 1 out of all the remaining healers listened. The rest were still focused on Jiang Fei. Attacks from more than 10 elite monsters landed on Bao Zi, and his 5,000 plus health points was halved in the blink of an eye. Oh no! Bao Zi realized that he had indeed screwed up, but it was already too late for the healers to save him. 3 green color numbers amounting to a total of 1,000 health points flashed on Bao Zi's head, but the second wave of attacks from the monsters came raining down. Ding! Jiang Fei had his hands tied, for all his AoE skills were still on cooldown. Rosette Dazzle Dance was frantic. The moment Bao Zi fell, the aggro went all over the place. Even the healers were backing off. Rosette Rose prioritized her sisters, standing against the monsters that went after Rosette Rose and Rosette Peach. The members of Magic Thieves were not as lucky. 2 sub-tanks, get in there now. Lady Casanova was agitated. If the monsters were left as they were, many cloth-armored players would fall. Many would die, and their levels would drop. It would be a huge loss. Lady Casanova had been observing Jiang Fei and Rosette Dazzle Dance since the beginning. The damage had not seemed very high. That was where she had the confidence to let Bao Zi do his thing. She had only intended to demonstrate the prowess of Magic Thieves to win Jiang Fei over. They had only ended up humiliating themselves. Chapter 112. 112. Crystal Guardian. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Lady Casanova was partly responsible for Bao Zi's stunt. 2 waves of attacks, and he had crumpled over like a cookie that had been dipped in coffee for too long. With his mysterious ring, Jiang Fei was able to gauge the strengths of the monsters, but Lady Casanova had been unaware of it. Although the elite monsters did not seem to hurt Jiang Fei and Rosette Dazzle Dance much. Just take a good look at the gear they were donning. Rosette Dazzle Dance was already at level 24, and Jiang Fei had tailor-made all of her equipment. She was holding a legendary grade sword, an excellent grade shield, and the most essential factor to her strength was those 15 bottles of evolution blood. As strong as she was, she had only taken in 5 to 6 monsters. But the prideful Bao Zi had pulled in over 10 monsters to himself. It was suicide. Fortunately, Lady Casanova had brought along several of her men. With sufficient manpower, they quickly quelled the rampage. Nevertheless, they paid for the mistake with the lives of 3 warriors and 2 bandits. 6 players had died for nothing. Their equipment might be retrievable, but their levels were gone. It was most humiliating, and Lady Casanova was speechless. As furious as she was, it would be tasteless to punish Bao Zi in front of non-guild members. Additionally, she had given him her silent consent. Magic thieves were now painfully aware of how well-equipped Jiang Fei and his people were. The DPS players from Rosette Knighthood were able to deal twice the damage of their DPS. They had undeniably better equipment, higher levels, and the blood of evolution. As the waves were cleared, magic thieves started to behave. They were the more skilled group, but they were dealing lower damage. Their tanks were made of tinfoil, and they were in more danger than those clueless, clumsy girls. It was embarrassing, but they had no right to gloat or brag about their power. After all the monsters were cleared out, the hall suddenly started to tremble. Needless to say, these were the trumpets heralding the appearance of a boss. Roar! The top of the roof collapsed. A crystal giant that had to be over 5 meters in height fell from the sky and did a superhero landing. Crystal Guardian, Puppet Leader, level, 25 health points, 55,000 attack power, 850 skill, Crystallize, Crystal Glare, Rock Slide, Fisher, Crystal Boost Dam. Jiang Fei furrowed his brows. A 40-player unknown dungeon made a 10-player counterpart look like child's play. Lady Casanova asked. Her guild had the numbers, but Jiang Fei held the keys. Jiang Fei shook his head. He could not determine much from the skill names alone. His ring was in desperate need of some leveling up. Lady Casanova nodded. Trial and error was the surefire method that yielded eventual results. Lives were always paid to learn more of a foe. Jiang Fei slammed straight into the crystalline colossus. Battle cry. -50 Iron Fist. -150. Jiang Fei furrowed his brows. His skills all came from his equipment. They all had fixed damage. Even so, the boss had circumvented that fixed nature of his offense. Upon close inspection, he took notice of a certain buff on the boss. Crystallize. All damage received would be reduced by half. Jiang Fei shrugged before slowly maneuvering the boss into a position that presented its back to the team. Jiang Fei gave them the green light. Holy F***CK. Damn. The abnormal defense of the boss quickly became apparent. Fire Art. Scorch Zhao Feng activated his fire arts, and the damage of the team shot up by a margin. The more people around, the better the effects of Fatty's support. Buzz. As the battle went on, Jiang Fei noticed the eyes of Crystal Giant turning red. Suddenly, the boss twisted its body a full 180 degrees. 2 red lasers flew out of those eyes. They spread out into a fan shape and struck everyone that had been behind it a moment ago. Jiang Fei called out. Rosette Bubbles hollered back. 5 seconds had passed in the blink of an eye and all. The affected players froze on the spot. Boom! The boss raised up a massive foot and brought it down. A wave shot through the cave, but none of the fighters were damaged. Rumble! A huge boulder broke off the already damaged roof and came crashing down. Lady Casanova shouted. It was raining rocks, courtesy of Rock Slide, an AoE-type attack. -400, -400, -400. Each rock dealt 400 damage. If cloth-armored players remained where they were, they would be crushed to death in no time. Everyone healing potions. Jiang Fei shouted. Some players had managed to run out of the way, but those who were petrified were like sitting ducks. Roar! The boss released one skill after another. With each shout, the stone armor on the petrified players blew up. Each explosion inflicted 800 damage to the victim, along with the players around them. Ding! 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 As they knew next to nothing about this boss, 3 ranged players from Magic Thieves had been petrified at the same time. The ensuing damage from the exploding stone armors had inflicted up to 2,400 damage per person, more than enough to kill them. Jiang Fei shouted loudly. 3 losses out of 40 players was not exactly crippling, so the fight went on. After a moment of chaos, the team stabilized itself. 3 players had paid the price of deciphering more than half of the boss's skills. Other than that, the boss did not exactly hit hard. Rosette Rose and Rosette Peach were enough to keep Jiang Fei afloat. Roar! Approximately 30 seconds after the previous barrage, the Crystal Guardian suddenly roared toward the sky. A buff appeared, and its damage visibly rose. Crystal Boost. When the Crystal Guardian enters battle mode, its damage and defense will increase by 10% in intervals. Chapter 113. 113. Internal Auction. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. We can't draw this out for long, Jiang Fei announced. The boss had already started off with terrific defense. With a 50% damage reduction, the massive party was struggling to bring it down. This battle would take quite a while. The boss was not just a pile of moving rocks. Sometimes it sent rocks raining down from the ceiling. Sometimes it turned players into statues. The party was forced to constantly haul itself around. The opportunities to plant their feet and damage were scarce. With the party moving about so frequently, the importance of techniques such as positioning and foresight were finally unveiled. Despite having better equipment and higher levels, the ranged fighters of Rosette Knighthood, namely Rosette Water Lily, Rosette Foxy, and Rosette Bubble, were unable to deal as much damage as those from Magic Thieves. The melee fighter Rosette Dazzle Dance was still dominating the damage table as always. Jiang Fei had constantly reminded the melee fighters to dodge the rock slide at the right moment. This left them able to put all of their attention on damaging the boss, without needing to be wary of the rock slides. As the battle went on, the boss gained more strength, and the pressure on Jiang Fei's healers grew. When there were only 20% of its hit points remaining, the 6 healers started to struggle. The ranged fighters were starting to turn to their own healing potions. Jiang Fei employed all his skills and potions, fighting as if his life was on the line. Nonetheless, the boss had reached its 8th transformation. It started hitting like a crystal truck, dealing 2k damage per blow. It was time for the melee fighters to shine. They were now able to use Execute, an ability that made itself available when their target had less than 20% of its hit points remaining. Their damage shot up, they tasted blood. The boss finally looked mortal. 8%, 5%, 2%, 1%, boom. Just as it entered the 9th transformation, they finally brought it down, but not before it dragged 8 players along with it to the grave in its death throes. Other than the 3 who were blasted apart by the exploding stone armors, the others fell only because healing did not come to them in time. Jiang Fei was actually surprised to see that all members of Rosette Knighthood had actually survived. The 3 ranged fighters from Rosette Knighthood had not contributed much. They were too busy running away from the boss' various wide-scaled attacks. They were rich and had a sufficient supply of healing potions. Whenever their health went in the red, they had even consumed greater healing potions that cost 2 golds each. Jiang Fei smiled to the team and moved towards the corpse. Swish! A purplish flash, as expected of Jiang Fei and his luck. Crystal Battle Axe, 2-handed axe, epic, attack power, plus 378 strength, plus 15 agility, plus 8 equipment skill, increases the chance of critical attack by 5% equipment level. 23, Lady Casanova roared. What a powerful axe it was. It matched or even surpassed an average level 20 melee warrior class with white-gray equipment. We have not even taken that 5% critical rate into account. This battle axe had to be the mightiest weapon ever within Dawnlight City. Even the legendary grade sword of Rosette Dazzle Dance was short by about 100 points of attack, being a one-handed implement. Jiang Fei was confused. He had promised a 15% share, but what about a piece of equipment? Gold. We'll bid with gold, Rosette Rose said. Lady Casanova nodded. She had the fundings of a massive guild on her side. With over 30 guild members, she stood to gain more than Jiang Fei's group. Rosette Rose smirked. The trap had been set. Lady Casanova would have never imagined that everyone in Jiang Fei's group was dirt rich. They never started off poor, and the unknown dungeon with Jiang Fei had already yielded them 5k gold each. Rosette Rose had already intended to hire Lady Casanova as raw muscle, albeit expensive muscle. Jiang Fei smiled. Lady Casanova started with a low bid, knowing that Jiang Fei's group was devoid of any 2-handed axe wielders. Rosette Dragoness wants that. I will buy it for her. 50 gold. Rosette Dazzledance and Rosette Dragoness were close to each other. Clearly, both guild chatters were rather animated at that moment. Lady Casanova was displeased. She had expected to get the axe for a bargain. Rose nodded. Since this is an internal auction, there should be a minimum bid. An epic-grade weapon should at least start with 200 gold. Lady Casanova agreed. She would look better spending more gold, as the tank and treasure map was from the other party. Jiang Fei saw that Rose nodded at him and handed the weapon to Lady Casanova. There it was, 200 gold banked in. Jiang Fei took out another epic-grade equipment. Crystal Ring, epic grade, magic attack power, plus 80 intelligence, plus 9 stamina, plus 5 equipment skill. Crystal Arrow, releases a crystal arrow toward a target, dealing 400 damage and petrify the target for 2 seconds. Cool down, 15 minutes. Rose said. Lady Casanova furrowed her brows. None at Magithieves' save for her could afford it. Expensive? Rosette Foxy sneered. Fine. Lady Casanova was resolved to financially support her underlings. With Lady Casanova's approval, a magician from Magithieves called out. Rosette Foxy followed. Rosette Water Lily cried. The magician could not believe his ears. To be eliminated within seconds, even with a loan of 120 gold. He was only a second-class player for Magithieves. The nouveau riche was basically a myth to him. He peered at Lady Casanova for help. Chapter 114. The Council of Dark Shadow, Monk. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Lady Casanova was helpless. She had more than 10k gold on her. However, the game was still new, so the guild needed the money very badly. Lady Casanova tried to save as much pride as she could. Magithieves had already withdrawn from the auction, yet the price continued shooting up. Women would do anything for an accessory. When the price peaked at 190 gold, Rose shut them down via the guild channel. Jiang Fei personally handed the ring to Rosette Foxy. Guild leader, aren't these girls filthy rich? How are we going to get a word in? Everyone was communicating through the guild channel. Ignore them for now. Even if they purchased their gold from the black market, they could not possibly own 500 gold each. Let them throw themselves at each other. Lady Casanova deduced. Members of Magithieves nodded. The game might not be over for them just yet. Never would they have believed that each of those little misuses carried a minimum of 5k gold. Jiang Fei held the third item up in the air. Power Stone Jewel Fine Grade. Use plus 5 strength when embedded in weapon. Rose said. Good. Lady Casanova responded immediately. She only had an epic grade weapon. Naturally, she wanted her weapon to have 5 extra strength points. Rosette Dazzledance shot back. The damage taken by shield holders was slightly reduced by strength attribute points. It still played a small role in tanking. Lady Casanova gritted her teeth. She begrudgingly withdrew. She had money, but it was the guilds, and she had to think of the many rather than the few. Done. The boss dropped a total of 50 gold. Jiang Fei announced. Okay. Lady Casanova nodded. 540 golds with just one wave. This was a promising run, even if she did not get what she wanted. Common players would barely have 10 gold to flaunt. Working with Jiang Fei for a day had already netted each of the 30-odd members from Magithieves that amount. Any equipment they were fortunate enough to obtain would be a blessing. The team marched on, facing hordes of alien-looking cavern beasts. With each of those beasts dropping 3 to 5 silver, the members of Magithieves were more than happy to face them. After following the treasure map, they finally reached the deepest part of the cavern. Lady Casanova was confused. Ultimately, they were still here for the territory order. Jiang Fei raised a hand and slowly walked towards the center of the hall. Jiang Fei's ring was blinking rapidly. Obviously, there was a treasure. The bright yellow arrow also pointed toward the same direction. Another ingredient for the resurrection of Princess Isabella was there. What was going on? Jiang Fei was starting to get nervous. Lady Casanova and the others were catching up. Jiang Fei was about to say, I don't know, when a loud crack interrupted him. The floor cracked wide open. With nowhere to go, all 40 members plummeted to the ground. But other than bandits who had the skill break fall, which reduced fall damage, the others have had their hit points halved. Rosette Rose placed a hand over her mouth in awe, while the other hand was raised in the air, pointing at something up ahead. Jiang Fei spotted her target. It was a 6-meter-tall giant made out of rocks, with eyes of precious stones that flashed with dazzling, bright light and finally donned an armor of gold and crystal. A gigantic sword as long as 2 people was slung over its back. The giant was untargetable and indestructible. It was surrounded by 4 black-robed spellcasters. Rays of light extended from each of the spellcasters towards the body of the giant. It appeared that they were confining the giant to another dimension. At that moment, the rock giant looked more like a translucent projection. Jiang Fei was unable to scan the giant, but he was at least able to identify the attributes of the 4 spellcasters. Monk of Dark Shadow Council, humanoid, advanced elite, level, 25 health points, 15,000 magic attack power, 850 skill, dark arrow, dark heal, dark shift, demon summoning. Note, members of Dark Shadow Council will heal each other and summon demon servants for help. With the death of each Dark Shadow monk, the remaining monks would grow stronger. Deadly, Lady Casanova inquired. Although the 4 spellcasters were hostile, red-named monsters, they were ignoring the players. Let's heal up. After these 4 advanced elites, the main boss would most likely show up. Jiang Fei furrowed his eyebrows. Lady Casanova shrugged. 2 minutes later, Jiang Fei and the team were back in tip-top condition. Dazzle dance, and I will lure 1 each. You guys split the remaining 2 up. Jiang Fei explained. Lady Casanova nodded. She seemed to assume that the information had already been provided by the treasure map, so it did not seem odd to her. Chapter 115. 115. The Rock Giant Stirs to Life. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. We can't afford to have any one tank fall at any given moment. Go full ham with the healers. If there are any healers with their hands still empty after that, which I do not believe for one moment, they'll watch the team. Bandits and warriors need to pay attention and interrupt their spells as soon as they can. Jiang Fei walked up to one of the monks. An advantage was that these monsters were not aggressive. The players did not have to fend off their assault as they moved into position. Prioritize your damage on Dazzle Dance Monk. Go help the other tanks before you come to me. Oh, please don't kill them yet. Jiang Fei did not want their deaths to strengthen one another. Lady Casanova nodded. Everyone was ready, so Jiang Fei led the assault. Outrageous! These damned adventurers! Attacking one of the monks had triggered the others, but the party was already prepared. Each monk was quickly intercepted by a tank. Far from being chaotic, the advanced elites were separated and methodically lured away by the tanks. Jing Fei instructed as he dragged one of the monks further away. With her legendary sword, Rosette Dazzle Dance was able to rapidly build up aggro and allow the team to go all out. Nevertheless, Rosette Dazzle Dance was no longer able to maintain her dominance as the Lord of DPS. With her new crystal battle hammer, Lady Casanova was a killing machine. Each regular swing was dealing 300 to 400 damage. That was almost the damage of a magician-class fireball. Lady Casanova's attack played a huge part in her team's DPS. Her monk was quickly dying. Jiang Fei had an eye on the hit points of the monk monster lured by Rosette Dazzle Dance. When it dropped below 50%, he shouted. After Jiang Fei shouted, sure enough, the remaining 3 monks stopped chanting their Arrow of Darkness and started chanting the Healing of Darkness, which had a visibly longer casting time. A bandit from Magic Thieves easily interrupted the monk. A short while later, the monk was only left with roughly 1k hit points. Stop! Lady Casanova had been paying attention. Leave one bandit to keep the monk busy. Jiang Fei reminded them yet again. It did not take long for the party to reposition themselves. Lady Casanova smiled. A massive fireball abruptly engulfed her head. Even the sturdy cow had her hit points reduced by half. The fireball landed on the floor, but did not vanish. The flames flickered about and formed a giant of fire. Hellfire, Demon, Elite, Level, 25 health points, 20,000 attack power, 0 skill, Flame Halo Note. Hellfires have no attack power, but they will continuously cause 400 fire damage to targets within the radius of 3 meters. It is a summoned creature that only lasts for 1 minute. This thing is way too tough, Jiang Fei shouted loudly. The members of Magic Thieves truly deserve being called a part of an elite guild. A magician had almost immediately obeyed his commands. The Hellfire was exiled to a subdimension and immobilized. The flame halo was still there, but keeping a safe distance was all they needed. Jiang Fei shouted, as another Hellfire ran about and burned some members rather severely. The battle went on. Each time a Hellfire was summoned by a monk, chaos followed for a moment. Nevertheless, the Magic Thieves were skilled veterans. No lasting damage was caused. Great! As time went on, 3 of the monks were left with 10% hit points each. It was time to attack Jiang Fei's monk. Bandits have stayed behind to prevent the other 3 from healing their comrades. After another Hellfire, Jiang Fei's monk was left reeling close to death. Jiang Fei ordered the gang. It took seconds before a monk was slain. After the monk died, a red light rose from the corpse, split 3 ways, and sunk into the bodies of the 3 remaining monks. Oh, he just got roided up, Bao Zi shouted at the healer behind him. He was an excellent tank, but he was nothing like Rosette Dazzle Dance. Lady Casanova led the charge and saved her tank. When the second monk fell, the red light went to the remaining 2 monks. Jiang Fei bellowed. Jiang Fei had cut in. As Jiang Fei spoke, the red light from the 3rd monk corpse sunk into the body of the final monk. After the 3rd enchantment, the monk had already finished casting Arrow of Darkness. Protection of Evil God. Jiang Fei spared no energy. He raised his shield and activated a skill. Minus 4,427. A ridiculously high figure popped up, but not on Jiang Fei's head. It was on the monk. The reflected Arrow of Darkness instantly finished off the monk. After an extended battle with the monks, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lady Casanova laughed. She was not aware that everything was only possible because Jiang Fei had first-hand information of the monsters. Without that information, the monks would have casually healed themselves as the team ran out of gas and keeled over. Additionally, those Hellfires would have roasted the team alive. Even if they somehow managed to get through all that, they would not have been able to kill all 4 monks in turn. If they had failed to do that, the last monk would have wiped the team out with its 4K plus damage Arrow of Darkness. The team might have had to experience being wiped out 7 to 8 times before they could finally learn about the skill set. Crack! Just as everyone started breathing easy, more cracking noises interrupted them. Jiang Fei realized that the rock giant was stirring to life. Chapter 116, 116, Titan Projection. Translator, Endless Fantasy, Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy, Translation Dam. That gigantic stone man had a red name over its head. They had not unsealed and rescued a friendly target. They had unsealed a goddamn boss. Escada, Titan Projection, Leader, Level, 28 health points, 80,000 attack power, 1,125 skills, Cleave, Saber Lash, Titan's Order, Earthquake, Falling Rocks. Remarks: the projection of an ancient Protoss Titan. Although only a mirror image, the boss still possesses a great deal of power. Peasants. As soon as he was unsealed, the giant was already turning to face the hapless party. Damn, Jiang Fei could not think of any possible happy ending to this tale. In reckless abandonment, he charged into the boss. Boom! Minus 2,716. In response to that little thump, the boss had swung its gigantic sword at Jiang Fei. As Jiang Fei generated aggro and pulled the boss to a corner with its back facing the crowd, the party scrambled into position. They had just only finished off the annoyingly resilient Shadow Council monks. They may have taken 0 casualties, but not one person had been left unscathed, and the healers were running low on mana. Rosette Peach was rich enough to glug potions down by the dozen. but she had poor mana management in turn. It was the total opposite for the healers from Magic Thieves. They paced themselves well, but they were not as wealthy. The only healer with sufficient mana points was most probably Rosette Rose, but she could not carry Jiang Fei alone. "Rosette," Rose shouted. The girls from the clan were all extremely rich. Not only did the healers have blue potions with them, those blue potions came in massive stacks. King Hell. When the healers from Magic Thieves received the blue potions, they quickly gulped the liquid down and went back to healing. Even so, a part of their mind was now distracted by the thought of being in the presence of such tycoons. When they bought potions, they bought them bottle by bottle. The girls had just given potions in sets. Comparing oneself to another is the key to ultimate misery. As Jiang Fei had pulled the boss to a corner and the healers had mana, the team was finally back in fighting condition. Before they could even fall into rhythm, the boss suddenly stomped and sent the entire cave shaking. Clatter large boulders broke off the already cracked ceiling. Jiang Fei shouted. As the previous boss had pulled off something similar on them, the team evaded the rockfall without much chaos. Those who were caught off guard only took the first wave of damage before they swiftly vacated the area. Healers who acted in advance were also quick to keep them healthy. When the boss's health points dropped to 80%, the boss finally used its first threatening skill. With a roar, 5 players from the Magic Thieves immediately expanded in size, their names turning red. Lady Casanova barked. "Charge!" Steam Bun may not be as well-equipped as Rosette Dazzledance, but he reacted far quicker. In one fell charge, he managed to attract the attention of all traders. Healers were already working on him, even before the confrontation. Rosette Dazzledance and the other sub-tanks quickly scurried to assist. Half a minute later, the affected players returned to normal. It did not take long before the boss health points dropped to 60%. As soon as the boss raised a commanding finger, Jiang Fei's face went green. "Weaken reduces your health points by 50% and lowers your defense by 80%. Last 20 seconds. Of all places, the debuff had to appear over Jiang Fei's head. Minus 2,210. Jiang Fei was genuinely horrified. At that moment, he did not even have 5,000 health points. As his defense had just been sharply reduced, one cleave from the boss was able to half that amount. If the boss used Saber Lash, wouldn't he die instantly? Jiang Fei groped the air in her direction, frantically beckoning her to hurry over. He was not going to last 20 seconds like this. Rosette Dazzledance used Taunt, taking the weight of the world from Atlas' shoulders. Jiang Fei shouted. As Rosette Dazzledance was vastly inferior to Jiang Fei as a tank, the healers suddenly found themselves working much harder than before. The 20-second period of weakness soon passed, but Jiang Fei had no way of reclaiming the aggro. After all, Jiang Fei was not a warrior nor specialized tank. He did not have any skills that could force aggro over. Any other tank could regain the battle with such a skill. Rosette Dazzledance's legendary sword was not helping either. Jiang Fei proceeded to unleash all his skills in a single burst, including the aggro-generating ones like Battle Cry and Sunderstrike. Even after all his efforts, the boss still stubbornly pummeled Dazzledance. Zhao Feng spoke up. Fury Transfer. It only took one skill. The little fatty had instantly transferred Rosette Dazzledance aggro to Jiang Fei, and the boss complied like an obedient dog. The battle was back on track. While avoiding the falling rocks, the firing squad went to work. Very quickly, the boss health points reached 50%. The boss lifted its giant sword with both hands and slammed it into the ground. Rumble the ground began to shake so violently that everyone started stumbling about clumsily. At the same time, they were taking 200 damage each second. As the healers were too busy staggering about, they could not tend to anyone. The only person who was somewhat unmoved was Jiang Fei, who had propped himself against the wall to keep his feet beneath him. The boss's skill lasted for 5 seconds, which caused 1,000 damage to everyone in the party. All the cloth armor players were close to death. The boss tugged its giant sword from the ground, continued to slash at Jiang Fei. However, the healers had been so violently shaken that they had stumbled out of healing range. Get back in line. Healers, just think of it as finding your sea legs. Jiang Fei activated armored bulwark between gulps. Ding! Ding! Despite the frequent reminders, 2 ranged attackers from the Magic Thieves were still crushed by rocks. They were all out of potions. Jiang Fei complained. Oh, please. Do you think everyone here is made of money like your lot? Some of us only have 3 to 5 bottles as a last resort, and we already consumed them all in the last boss fight. Get off your high horse, rich boy. Lady Casanova rolled her eyes. The members of her guild were treated pretty well. Active members would be given potions from time to time, but they most certainly could not afford giving multiple stacks of it. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now let's get back to it. Chapter 117. 117 Recipe. Crystallized Boots. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When the boss's health points reached 20%, the stone colossus finally drew its trump card. As the name suggested, it was capable of causing instant death to the unlucky target. This skill completely ignored the target's defense and health points. Unless you had some form of invincibility or resistance, death was inevitable. Ding! An unfortunate magician crumpled to the ground wordlessly, his soul taken out of him like some scene from an apocalyptic movie. It was a sure death skill. However, this was also the boss final card. From there on, the boss could only depend on those falling rocks to cause the party some minor disruption. The boss's health points gradually emptied out. 8%, 6%, 3%, 1%. Boom! The giant fell like a mountain with an almighty crash. Weird. That somehow felt easier than the previous boss. Lady Casanova wondered aloud. Rose agreed. Jiang Fei laughed knowingly. The boss itself was not the tricky part. The 4 monks had been the actual hurdle. However, Jiang Fei had been able to read up on their skills in advance. If another party was here, the 4 monks alone would have wiped them out 10 times before they learned anything. Quick, take a look. Lady Casanova had not yet forgotten about her main purpose being here. Jiang Fei nodded and began to check on the boss's body. Gaia Power Staff, Quality, Epic, Physical Attack, plus 45 Magic Attack, plus 358 Intelligence, plus 12 Spirit, plus 5 Vitality, plus 8 Equip. Increases the effect of your non-damaging skills by 10%. Level requirement, 25, Rose said. As per Lady Casanova's private command, a cleric from Magic Thieves placed a bid. Rosette Peach shouted. This was a support staff, through and through. It did not increase damage output, but the 10% increase in healing and buffs was a game changer. Prodded on by the guild leader, the cleric upped the ante. Rosette Peach was finally becoming a little hesitant. After all, when Jiang Fei and the others cleared the unknown dungeon back then, she had not been present. She did not have that 5,000 gold the other girls had earned. Lady Casanova gritted her teeth. If it was not because of this staff's potential of turning her healers into walking pharmacies, she would not have spent such a large amount of money. The staff was intended for her frontline healer. It would boost her guild's performance by a huge margin. Rosette Peach said, somewhat disappointed. Silly, why are you giving up? Rosette Fox practically shouted in the clan chat. Rosette Peach pouted and said, Silly, can't you tell? That cleric has no money at all. Lady Casanova is behind the bidding. I also don't see him using it anytime soon. Rosette Fox rolled her eyes at Rosette Peach. Her heart was already knotted up at her sister's naivety. Rosette Peach still ended up shaking her head. Lady Casanova asked. She wanted Jiang Fei to quickly close the deal before someone else stood up. The usually silent Zhao Feng finally opened his mouth. Lady Casanova was puzzled. She could accept the existence of a bunch of rich ladies. But why was everyone around Jiang Fei a tycoon? This was Lady Casanova's limit. After all, the entire guild depended on her, and many things still called to her attention for more investments. She could not use it all on superficial equipment. Zhao Feng said with a guffaw. He also had 5,000 gold coins in his pocket. Naturally, he could afford to spend it. Lady Casanova grunted. Zhang Fei sent the staff over to Zhao Feng. As Zhang Fei said that, he shared the attributes of the second piece of equipment for everyone to see. Earth Defender, Shield, Quality, Epic, Physical Defense plus 121 Magic Defense plus 90 Intelligence, plus 15 Vitality, plus 10 Equip. Increases your healing effects by 50 points. Level requirement. 25. This was a healer's only shield that could only be equipped by paladins and shamans. However, shaman was a second job class, which meant that as of now, only paladins could equip it. In addition to Rosette. Rose, there were two other paladins from Magic Thieves. Rosette Rose called out cheerfully. She looked at Lady Casanova, determined to get the shield. Lady Casanova ordered a paladin to make a bid. Rosette Rose swiftly doubled the value. Lady Casanova hesitated. When faced with these tycoons, she was at a loss of words. She felt like deliberately raising the price. However, she knew how shrewd Rosette Rose was. If she raised the price on purpose and Rosette Rose backed out, then she would have trapped herself. If that happened, they could really be considered to have worked for two pieces of violet equipment, yet still having to pay back quite a bit of guild funds. Rosette Rose asked with a smile. Although her tone was gentle, Lady Casanova felt the world being pressed against her cheeks. That lady was one cunning creature. Lady Casanova shook her head. She eventually gave the shield up. There's a smithing recipe. Do you guys want it? Zhang Fei said with a smile. Recipe. Crystallized boots. Recipe. Quality. Excellent. Use. Allows you to learn how to make crystallized boots. Cut the crap. You know the deal. We'll provide the materials on a ratio of 1 to 15, and you'll give us 50 finished products from that recipe. Lady Casanova rolled her eyes. Now, Zhang Fei's identity as the best blacksmith in Dawnlight City had been solidified. So what if they had helped him earn it? Even if Lady Casanova kept the recipe for herself, the materials were ridiculously expensive, and the success rate was meager. They would still have to hand it over to Zhang Fei. They definitely could not afford to allow their own guild's useless blacksmith to produce sludge from it. Even after that, Zhang Fei was quite the reluctant blacksmith. They would still have to coax him to work. Lady Casanova was not even bothered about the recipe. It was better to have Zhang Fei work with it. After all, Zhang Fei had not been producing new equipment for several days now. The four major guilds were starting to find themselves severely undergeared. Zhang Fei smiled. He had seen that coming a mile away. How nice of you to supply me the materials. I'll just hand the defective products to you and keep the golden samples to myself. Chapter 118. 118. Ares is set. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After the drops were distributed, the boss corpse vanished. It was replaced by a huge golden treasure chest. Lady Casanova asked. Zhang Fei nodded. At that moment, the yellow arrow prompted by the treasure hunting ring was directed at the treasure chest. The princess would want some of its contents. A fait. Rosette Rose said with a smile. Zhang Fei nodded and shoved the huge lid open. A golden light flashed, almost blinding everyone on the spot. Recipe. Ares is set. Recipe. Quality. Legendary. Use. Allows you to learn how to make the Ares is set. Remaining attempts. 5 Ares set. 3/3 set effect. Allows you to acquire the skill, Eye for Eye. Whenever you take damage, you immediately deal damage equivalent to 100 plus 1% of your health points to the culprit. Ares' arm guard, chainmail, quality, epic, physical defense plus 80 magic defense plus 60 strength, plus 9 vitality, plus 10 equip. Ignores your target's defense value by 30%. Level requirement. 25 Ares' wrist armor, chainmail, quality, epic, physical defense plus 75 magic defense plus 60 vitality, plus 10 block chance, plus 10 equip. Allows you to acquire the skill, Jumping Slash. Immediately deals normal attack damage to the enemy and reduces the enemy's movement speed by 80% for 20 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. Level requirement: 25 Ares' leg armor, chainmail, quality, epic, physical defense plus 110 magic defense plus 70 vitality, plus 12 physical damage reduction, plus 8% block chance, plus 5% equip. Allows you to acquire the skill Jumping Slash. Leaps over to the enemy and attack. This attack is a guaranteed critical hit and will stun the enemy for 1 second. The maximum range is 10 meters. Cooldown 1 minute. Level requirement: 25 remarks. The attributes of the equipment made from this equipment set recipe are fixed. There is no option of an ascended variant. The player's upgrade bonus rate would be included with the success rate. Holy F***! Zhang Fei was so excited his heart almost leaped out. Although it was only a 3-piece equipment set, every piece was epic. It was no wonder that the recipe was of legendary quality. Little Ah Fei, you can have the recipe. Although 5 attempts is not much, I hope you actually produce more than one. Lady Casanova said after thinking about it for a moment. If such a recipe was handed over to the blacksmiths in their guild, it would go down the drain, no doubt about it. Not only would they see the heavy investment go up in smoke, they would walk away none the stronger. Even with blue-grade recipes, their blacksmiths only had a 1% success rate. If they were to make violet equipment, it was almost equivalent to making nothing. If you put this legendary recipe on their table, they would not even dare touch it. In Zhang Fei's hands, the chances of making 2 sets out of 5 chances were almost 0, but she could at least get on Zhang Fei's good side. There was no point offending Zhang Fei for absolutely nothing. Zhang Fei was delighted. Following that, Zhang Fei took the second item from the treasure chest. Contract. Real estate. Contract epic. Remarks. Players holding a contract. Real estate can go to Dawnlight City Hall to exchange it for a property. Players can either choose to use it for commercial purposes or use it as a guild base. I just need to know one thing. Lady Casanova had never been more solemn. Zhang Fei shook his head. Okay then. No wonder Lady Casanova was the leader of a guild. She was quick and decisive. If the best thing was not available, she would settle for the second best. There were advantages and disadvantages of using real estate in Dawnlight City as a guild base. When a guild has a base situated in the city, the system would only allow other guilds to attack the base if guild war has been officially declared. If guild war has not been declared, players who launch attacks on the guild base would all be recognized as player killers by the NPCs. They would have the NPC guards to answer to. Using real estate as a guild base was relatively safer. Even if another guild had malicious intent, they would have to go to the city hall and declare war. The guild with a base in the city would be given an additional 3 days grace for preparations. However, the drawbacks were just as glaring. Although there was a danger of people raiding guild bases that were constructed via territory orders, the offensive and defensive aspects of such castles were on an entirely new level, unlike the houses in the city. These castles were almost impossible to attack. Moreover, these guild bases were usually built at good grinding spots, complete with stable tax and resources. None of these advantages were available to guild headquarters within the city. Of course, the cost of using a territory order to build a guild base was far more than owning a property in the city. The aristocrats had spent 50,000 gold coins for the land itself. We would not even know where to start after that. Construction, materials, NPC labor, none of them were cheap. However, both types of guild bases had one thing in common. It escalated these guilds to another level. Guilds without bases could only accommodate a maximum of 20,000 people. If they wanted to recruit more people after that, they could only resort to sub-branches. However, many things could go wrong with them. During guild wars, you could easily start an accidental friendly fire situation with a sub-guild member. From this ascended guild level onwards, each guild member would be given an additional buff according to the guild level. Low-level guilds had none of this. Therefore, Lady Casanova was quick to grab hold of the next best alternative. It was far inferior to the territory order, but it was still better than nothing. Rose raised the price. Huh. Lady Casanova was surprised. She had thought that Jiang Fei and the others would not be interested in this thing. After all, clans could not have a base. She had only offered the price of 10,000 gold coins out of courtesy. "We're thinking of opening a shop," Rosette Rose said with a smile. Lady Casanova frowned. She really wanted this deed to close the gap between her guild and the aristocrats. However, Rosette Rose appeared firm in her stance. Lady Casanova knew better than to attempt outbidding one of these tycoons. Lady Casanova did not immediately place a new bid. Instead, she turned to Jiang Fei. Even with her 15,000 gold coins with her, looking at how calm Rosette Rose looked, Lady Casanova was not confident at all. So, she could only think of a way to obtain the deed through a favor. "All right, 10,000, and it's yours," Jiang Fei said after thinking about it. "Fei, are you dumb? We have a lot of money." Rosette Rose was very disgruntled. She made sure that everyone in the clan heard it. "Look, there's no point in us opening a shop. I won't stay in the city and hammer stuff all day long. I cater to the upper class, and they're mainly sold to the 4 major guilds." Jiang Fei shared his thoughts. Rosette Rose's profiteering nature was truly core deep. Chapter 119 Bloodlord's Chestplate. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Forget it. I don't feel like taking that much advantage of them. The 4 major guilds are caught up in some tense power struggle at the moment. Jiang Fei smiled and shook his head. Due to his relationship with the mysterious ring, Jiang Fei had developed an open mind. His vision was not just limited to Dawnlight City. When the intercity teleportation hubs opened, the major guilds of Dawnlight City should be properly developed and prepare to face the other 4 main cities. Infighting would do them no good whatsoever. Fine then. Rosette Rose was still disgruntled, but Jiang Fei had already given the word in public. It would be distasteful to attempt undermining him. After the trade was done, there was still 1 gemstone and 10,000 gold coins in the treasure chest. Earth Essence, Quest Item, Normal. Remarks. It is as if you can feel the power of the earth from this gem. Jiang Fei showed Lady Casanova the Earth Essence, then kept it in his backpack. Lady Casanova nodded. The white-grade quest item was truly meaningless to her. Moreover, since Jiang Fei had already allowed her to take the deed, she had to return his goodwill. After Jiang Fei picked up the remaining 10,000 gold coins, the total profit from the unknown dungeon was around 22,000 gold coins. Of course, the price of the smithing recipe had not been included, and Jiang Fei had prevented Rosette Rose and Lady Casanova from fighting over the deed. Otherwise, they would have yielded far more gold. According to the agreement, Jiang Fei handed 15% of the proceeds, equivalent more than 3,000 gold coins, to Lady Casanova. The remaining was equally divided among his team members. Everyone was very pleased with the unknown dungeon trip. The girls from the clan had obtained some equipment, and each of them had even received a small amount of 2,000 gold coins. Lady Casanova had also profited from this trip. Although she had spent about 6,000 or 7,000 gold coins, she had obtained a deed. It greatly paled before the aristocrats' territory order, but it would still help her cause. It could narrow the gap between the 2 guilds. Jiang Fei had profited the most. He had not only obtained a blue-grade shoe recipe, but also an epic set recipe. Its potential alone was already pleasing enough to Jiang Fei. As the unknown dungeon had been cleared, everyone parted ways. After leaving the team, Jiang Fei brought the Earth Essence and arrived at the Princess Cave. Things inside the cave had dramatically changed. The snakes and green-named zombies were all gone. They had all been replaced by a dragonoid-type monster. These monsters walked upright like humans. Their bodies were covered with rough scales. They had the heads of dragons and thick tails. They looked menacingly vicious. Dragonoid Guard, Dragonoid, Elite, Level, 60 health points, 1,500,000 attack power, 2,500 skills, Charge, Rupture, Smash, Cleave. Remarks. It is said that Dragonoids are hybrids of Nagas and humans, but the Nagas do not accept them. The Nagas just treat them as slaves. Ktote. A Dragonoid guard who seemed to be a lowly captain stopped Jiang Fei. The tone in his voice was one of arrogance and contempt. Я хочу видеть принцесса Isabella. Naga language. I want to see Princess Isabella. Jiang Fei shot back fluently. As Jiang Fei spoke their language, the dragonoid guards became a lot friendlier towards him, albeit retaining the edge in their postures. Not long after, the dragonoid guard returned. This time, the dragonoid's attitude had changed a full 180 degrees. Jiang Fei followed the dragonoid guard all the way inside and realized that there were probably 100 guards within. Some of their superiors were even ranked as advanced elite monsters. Damn, does this Black Naga prince have a sister complex? Is he in a relationship with Isabella? Jiang Fei groaned. He was perplexed. After all, prince and princesses and the like have always been wrought by politics. Moreover, these two were siblings. Something had to be going on between them. When Jiang Fei arrived at the big hall, where Isabella's coffin was placed, the Black Naga Prince Enid Strassa sauntered over to him. Jiang Fei immediately lashed out at the Black Prince. That guy had tossed him into a rather messed up situation back then. The Black Naga Prince could not care less about Jiang Fei's outrage. He was nothing like those old-fashioned, arrogant Nagas. F***CKU. Jiang Fei snarled. It was precisely due to their previous meeting that Jiang Fei knew how this guy thought. This was why he had resorted to such crude language, not having to worry about this guy suddenly becoming angry and chopping him to death on the spot. At that moment, Isabella's soul appeared in front of Jiang Fei. As she was now supported by her brother, she had a far more arrogant look on her face. Oh, Jiang Fei took out the earth essence out and juggled it in one hand. Princess Isabella's eyes were instantly attracted to the earth essence. Her eyes followed the earth essence as it rose and fell on Jiang Fei's palm. She was afraid that Jiang Fei might just drop the treasure. Quickly give it to me. The system had already acknowledged the changes made to the quest, so there was no way for Isabella to go back on her words. Ding! You have completed the quest. Obtained 120,000 experience points. Obtained Bloodlord's chestplate. The earth essence in Jiang Fei's hands disappeared, and part of the quest was completed. He also received the partial rewards for that portion. Bloodlord's chestplate, chainmail, quality, excellent. Physical defense plus 120 magic defense plus 40 strength, plus 5 vitality, plus 8 equip, allows you to acquire the skill Blood Shield. 50% of your lost health points would be stored in the health pool. When your health points fall below 50%, you can use the health points stored inside the health pool to heal yourself. Health points equivalent to the total amount of health points you have can be stored. When you're out of battle, the health points in the health pool will be slowly drained. You can only use the health pool once every minute. Level requirement, 25. Jiang Fei stared at the Bloodlord's chestplate in delight. After he replaced his chestplate, his defense increased a little, but more importantly, he had obtained a life-saving skill. As he would be accompanied by healers, Jiang Fei would easily be able to fill the health pool up. From there on, he could basically heal himself on demand. This was equivalent to him having an extra life. Chapter 120, Fighting Instructor. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After equipping the Bloodlord's chestplate, Jiang Fei left the cave with broad, happy strides. After all, this chick had reinforced her position. Jiang Fei could no longer blackmail her whenever he felt like it. So he did the wise thing and promptly left. When Jiang Fei returned to Dawnlight City, it was already quite late. After Jiang Fei received the material for the crystallized boots that Lady Casanova had sent to him, the server was already announcing its closure of the night. By the time he deposited the materials in his bank, it was 6 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Fei left the game and returned to reality. His classes were boring as usual. By noon, Sun Mingming stalked up to Jiang Fei to specifically remind him that he was not allowed to be absent from the get-together on Saturday. As today was Friday, the afternoon classes were brief and the dismissal was far earlier. After school, Jiang Fei did immediately head home. Instead, he went to the store and bought a strongbox. Then, He went to a quiet alley and withdrew 10 sets of medium healing potions from the spatial ring. Although there were about 300 medium healing potions in 10 sets, each bottle was tiny. One strong box could fit them all. After he was done preparing everything, Jiang Fei dialed Han Tianyu's phone number. Han Tianyu laughed and said, "How else can I be? Been busy with school life and all that. It's not like you haven't been to high school." Jiang Fei shook his head in frustration. "Ho ho, just wait until you get to university. You'll have so much free time." Han Tianyu fuklid. "That's just you." Han Tianyu thought about it for a moment. Jiang Fei nodded. Han Tianyu's proposal had been exactly as he had hoped. Sending the crate all the way to Manda Square was extremely daunting. It was not the journey, it was not the physical burden. He was only afraid of bumping into Xiongde and his siblings. The three of them were pretty normal in the game. However, Jiang Fei's hair would stand on its ends whenever he thought meeting them in the real world. Not long after, Han Tianyu's sports car arrived at the school gate. The moment Jiang Fei got into the car, Han Tianyu gasped it. "There's a total of 300 bottles here." Jiang Fei patted the strongbox in his arms. "Sure, I'll send 300,000 over when I get back." "Ah, Fei, honestly speaking, do you really not need any extra funds?" Han Tianyu said with a smile. 1,000 per bottle of such a life-saving elixir was way too cheap. Han Tianyu was genuinely treating Jiang Fei like his actual brother. "I know that you have money, but that price is insanely high." Jiang Fei was telling the truth. After all, this potion only cost 30 silver coins per bottle, which was equivalent to $3 in cash. "All right, since you were so persistent, I hereby thank you on behalf of the frontline soldiers." Han Tianyu sighed and said. Jiang Fei nodded. It was a dark topic. Jiang Fei had seen with his own eyes that even generals of Chun Kaiyin's level could lose their lives without any warning. One could only imagine the conditions on the front lines. "But, anyway, can't you make more of these potions? We need them in the thousands. Our soldiers are stretched out all over the place." Han Tianyu said. "Okay." Jiang Fei nodded. "That's easy." After he said that, Han Tianyu suddenly grinned rather mischievously. Jiang Fei asked, curious. Han Tianyu mysteriously murmuret. Han Tianyu continued to drive, and they soon arrived at the entrance of a huge hall. Jiang Fei looked out the window of the car. The hall signboard was truly eye-catching. Skilled Martial Arts Center. "Come on." Han Tianyu threw his car keys to an attendant and walked into the hall with Jiang Fei. He was a frequent visitor, so those were all routine actions. Jiang Fei asked curiously, "Weren't you looking for a fighting instructor?" Han Tianyu said with a smile. Jiang Fei asked, "Those guys are good at taking lives, but they're pretty bad at teaching others." Han Tianyu said with a mysterious smile. "Who are you talking about?" Jiang Fei became even more curious. Han Tianyu did not answer. Instead, he led Jiang Fei into the depths of the hall. He was so familiar with the place that it seemed like he had been here for at least 100 times. The two of them walked until they arrived at the door of a training room. Han Tianyu pressed at the communicator on the door. "Yes." A pleasant female voice came through the communicator. At the same time, the door of the training room was unlocked with a click. Jiang Fei was clearly dissatisfied. He was not planning to learn some flamboyant, impractical techniques. Han Tianyu said as he pushed the door and went in the room. The girl in the room was surprised when she saw Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei looked at the girl in front of him, but was unable to even recognize her remotely. This girl was beautiful. She was about the same age as Jiang Fei. She was tall and slim. At that moment, she was in a white martial arts robe. Her nose was sharp and defined, and her temples were glittering with droplets of sweat from her strenuous exercise. Jiang Fei wondered, if he had met such a beautiful and energetic in the past, it would be practically impossible for him to have no impression of her. Jiang Fei was still as clueless. "Thank you for coming to see my father the last time," the girl said to Jiang Fei with a smile on her face. Jiang Fei asked. After all, the last time he saw this girl, Chun Kaiyin had been on the verge of death. This girl had been crying so much that her eyes were swollen, so Jiang Fei could not recognize her at all. Han Tianyu gave Jiang Fei a look, telling Jiang Fei that she had no clue about the potions. Jiang Fei smiled and greeted Shi. He was pleased to know that his secret had been guarded so tightly. After all, the lesser people who knew about it, the better. Hee, we should be about the same age. I'll call you Ah Fei, just like big brother Tianyu. She had a really vibrant personality. Okay, you guys know each other now? Xiao Shi, Ah Fei was just looking for a fighting instructor. It just so happens that you're on break, so I'll leave Ah Fei in your hands. As Han Tianyu spoke, he flashed Jiang Fei an evil smile and left. Chapter 121, taking it down a peg or two. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Shi looked at Jiang Fei curiously. Jiang Fei nodded, slightly hesitant. Shi was slim and slender. She did not look like the fighting instructor that Jiang Fei had in mind. However, since Han Tianyu had left him here alone, it would be rude to walk out now. He was not taking Shi one bit seriously. First of all, she looked to be about his age, and she was a female. Jiang Fei could not convince himself that she had any skills to speak of. At most, she was probably just like Sun Mengming, someone who knew how to pose and look good in artistic stances, but lacked real power. She could probably knock regular Joes about, but Jiang Fei's current strength and conditioning had long surpassed an average person. How far could skills help when it came to standing against a low-powered superhuman? All right. On the other hand, Shi was taking him seriously. Firstly, Jiang Fei was Han Tianyu's friend. Secondly, her own father respected Jiang Fei greatly. For the past 2 days, she had been nursing her father back to health. In return, he had bombarded her ears with nonstop praises of this kid. Are you sure? Jiang Fei was a little hesitant. He did not believe that she was that good. One had to know that Jiang Fei was no longer an ordinary person. Having gone through 10 bottles of evolution blood, he had to at least be on par with a champion-level boxer. Moreover, he still did not know how to control his strength. It would be bad if he accidentally injured someone else. Just do it. Shi smiled confidently. Jiang Fei gave a warning before he initiated his attack. Even though She's appeared to be slim enough for him to fold her in two, she was donned in an actual training GI, in her own private training room, in the martial arts center. She should be able to minimize any potential damage. She casually beckoned for Jiang Fei to come forward with her hands. At the same time, the corners of her mouth curled slightly. She had made up her mind. Jiang Fei was not taking her seriously. It was time to bring him down to earth. Jiang Fei shouted, throwing a punch. It resembled an actual punch, for he had limited training from his brief stint in the national service. However, it was sloppy, unpracticed, and all over the place. As soon as she saw Jiang Fei's punch, the girl chuckled. She could tell that Jiang Fei was a complete amateur. The punch had given it all away. She dodged the punch with ease. At the same time, she casually lifted her hand and positioned her palm so that Jiang Fei's fist would land on it. When they touched, she was slightly surprised. If there was anything praiseworthy about the punch, it did pack quite some power. As Shi's voice fell, she grabbed Jiang Fei's wrist and swept his leg from beneath him with her own, sending him off balance. Shi dodging his punch was not much of a surprise. After all, Han Tianyu had sent him to her, so she definitely had to have some skill. Flipping him over was something else entirely. Jiang Fei was no longer the slouch that he was. It would be a stretch to call his punch lightning quick, but it was definitely swift enough to catch any average Joe in the face. She had not only dodged his punch, she had actually grabbed hold of his wrist and gave his charge that little oomph to send him overshooting way past her. This young girl had actual technique. Jiang Fei ran 5 or 6 steps forward before he finally regained his footing. After all, Jiang Fei had more than just strength. He had more finesse, agility, and dexterity than most others his age. Any other person would have ended up on the ground. Ooh, She was surprised. She had expected him to fall flat on his face. That had been her intention after he had indirectly stated that she might get hurt. Girls were natural masters when it came to holding grudges. How dare he look down on her? Jiang Fei remained as clueless as before. As he had never learned how to fight before, he really thought that this was a test. Unhappy that she could not send him flat on his face, she decided to get herself another attempt. Jiang Fei naively thought that she was genuinely putting him to the test, so he nodded and threw a punch at Chun-Shi once again. As she shouted, Chun-Shi lowered her body and got beneath Jiang Fei's punch. At the same time, she grabbed Jiang Fei's wrist with both of her hands and tugged. Borrowing Jiang Fei's momentum, she flipped Jiang Fei over her head. Thud as Chun-Shi had been holding back prior to this, Jiang Fei had managed to regain his balance. This time, she was determined to teach him a lesson, so Jiang Fei did not stand a chance. After flying upwards in a semicircle, he went crashing back on the ground. Damn! Although a thick mat covered the ground, it was not a light fall for Jiang Fei. Oof! Chun-Shi muttered softly. At the same time, the smile on her face widened, and she gestured with her hands once more. From where he lay on the ground, the glimmer of her gloating smile reached his eyes. Provoked and annoyed, he clenched his fists and got right up with another bull rush. Chun-Shi smiled slightly, casually sidestepping him. Then, she raised a foot and kicked Jiang Fei in the butt. The kick did not really hurt, but Jiang Fei had charged at her with all his might. That kick had given him just enough momentum to run headlong into the wall. How are you so fast? Jiang Fei looked bitter. He had to admit that this girl was a true master. All this while, even now, she only seemed to be toying with him. Ah, in terms of raw speed, you are something. I can't keep up with that, but I can read you like a book. Your body language says it all. Chun-Shi smiled. Jiang Fei asked. After all, this was the daughter of a general. He would not be surprised if she was also part of the military. Chun-Shi said with a smile. Jiang Fei was puzzled. She was so skilled that for a moment, he genuinely thought that she had actually already served the army for several years alongside her father since birth. Chun-Shi explained. At that moment in time, her eyes had already curved upwards into crescent moon-like shapes. Clearly, she was pleased to see that Jiang Fei was convinced of her skills now. Fighting course instructor? Jiang Fei sword autant Tianyu. Han Tianyu had set him up into making a fool of himself. This was why Han Tianyu had deliberately omitted such vital information about this unassuming girl. If Han Tianyu had mentioned that this Chun-Shi was an actual professional fighting instructor, would he even dare look down on her? Chapter 122. 122, Novice Divine Blacksmith. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. I don't have doubts about your physical conditioning, but you're no use in a fight. No battle awareness, no instinct. Chun-Shi said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded. He had already prepared himself for this long ago. After all, he had absolutely no experience in such matters. If he wanted to achieve something, he would have to work harder. Let's not even delve into technique just yet. Chun-Shi smiled knowingly. Jiang Fei asked stupidly. Chun-Shi smiled and asked. Jiang Fei nodded, but he did not know what Chun-Shi had in mind. Chun-Shi said slowly. Jiang Fei subconsciously followed. Bingo! You got it right. Your reward. Chun-Shi laughed and charged at him. Damn! Jiang Fei had a bad feeling about this. He quickly took a step back, but she had gained far too much ground. Although Jiang Fei was faster than Chun-Shi, his mind was a mess and did not know how to command his body. Her elbow struck Jiang Fei's shoulder as she once again swept his legs from beneath him. Get up! By then, Chun-Shi had already entered her instructor state. The smile on her face was gone, and she was barking orders at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded. Chun-Shi knew how to hold back. Her attacks were painful, but Jiang Fei remained relatively unharmed. Moreover, Jiang Fei knew that one could never pick up martial arts without suffering. The training course went on. Most of it comprised of Jiang Fei's back slamming on the mat and him working to get back up. Jiang Fei could not tell if it was the additional 10 points of intelligence and spirit or if he was born with talent. He started making vast improvements. In the beginning, he seemed to fall to the ground upon Chun-Shi's intent. Eventually, he was able to make use of his sheer speed and dexterity and evade Chun-Shi for a short while. Although the skill gap between both of them was still cavernous, Jiang Fei's progress came as a huge surprise to Qin Shi. For hours of merciless beating later, Han Tianyu finally came to pick him up. Han Tianyu asked smugly. Jiang Fei could not even spare the strength to rant at him about his little trick. "Ah Fei, when you get home, take a hot bath to loosen up your muscles. I'm usually always here on the weekends." Even Chun, she had started breathing hard. Her nose and temple dripped with sweat. After all, beating a human punching bag up for hours straight was no cakewalk. Moreover, she had to constantly hold back, and it was actually more tiring. Jiang Fei nodded. The few short hours had taught Jiang Fei much about combat. His technique was just as sloppy as before, but Jiang Fei could now sense danger, even from the unseen. "Let's go." Han Tianyu gestured for Jiang Fei to leave. Then, he turned to Chun Shi and said, "Silly, you should go shopping more often. Stop staying in this practice room all day." "Why do you care?" Tian Si hold Tianyu. When they returned to Han Tianyu's car, Jiang Fei finally regained the energy to open his mouth. "Big brother, you're really mean." Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. "Yeah," Han Tianyu said innocently, mimicking Xiong air from the other day. Then he began to laugh his head off. "Quit laughing." Annoyed, Jiang Fei gave Han Tianyu a shove. The man was laughing so hard that he was almost out of breath. Although Jiang Fei had informed beforehand, it was already getting rather late. His mother was worried, so she had given him a call, urging him to go home. After what seemed like ages, Han Tianyu finally stopped laughing. Then, he started the car and sent Jiang Fei home. When he got home, Jiang Fei rapidly gobbled down a small serving. As he had spent quite a lot of time today at the martial arts center, it was already late by the time he got home. It was already past 10 o'clock. While eating, his mother nagged at the top of his lowered head. Then, he quickly went back to his room. Jiang Fei gently touched the mysterious ring on his hand and logged into the game once again. As soon as he logged in, Jiang Fei went straight to the bank and extracted the materials handed to him by the magic thieves. Jiang Fei had promised Lady Casanova 50 blue-grade shoes, so Lady Casanova had given him enough materials of 15 sets of that. A total of 750 sets of materials. With that large number of materials at hand, Jiang Fei got to work on the anvil. Ding! You have successfully crafted crystallized boots. Ding! Ding! You have successfully crafted crystallized boots. Ding! Congratulations, player Verger Glider, for leveling up your profession. Ah! Jiang Fei was happy. He immediately tried to read up on more information. It took some time before Jiang Fei's profession level rose from apprentice divine blacksmith to novitiate divine blacksmith. His smithing and jewelry crafting success rates had shot up by 10%, and his upgrade bonus rate gained another 2% success rate. Also, Ice Burst cooldown had been reduced by 1 second. It was not much, but it still improved Jiang Fei's combat effectiveness. After all, divine blacksmith was a profession. So, when he leveled up, the improvement of his production skills was far more significant than the increase in his combat effectiveness. After he finished reading the details of his profession advancement, Jiang Fei continued to craft more crystallized boots. Sure enough, there was a visible increase in his success rate. The equipment's high level meant a horrendously low success rate, but Jiang Fei was still churning them out at close to 30% success rate, and his upgrade bonus rate was about 15%. As he smithied and smithied, time flew by. Crystallized boots was a level 25 blue-grade equipment, so he needed half a minute to craft one. By the time Jiang Fei used up all 750 sets of materials, 6 hours had passed. Damn! No wonder all the major guilds recruited so many profession players. Jiang Fei complained. Fortunately, luck is on my side. Having learned of the challenges of craftsmen, Jiang Fei was grateful for not having been put through the experience. Jiang Fei stepped back to survey his work of the day. Out of 750 sets of materials, 240 pieces of equipment had come out whole. After all, such fine equipment had a low rate of success. Fortunately, Jiang Fei's profession level had increased. Otherwise, one could only dream of getting 200 pieces from him. Chapter 123, 123. Swapping out equipment. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Out of the 240 pieces of equipment, 35 of them were of the violet grade. Jiang Fei's upgrade bonus rate was so high that it was scary to behold. Other profession players could never reach his level, not even in their dreams. From the violet pieces of equipment, Jiang Fei picked out a pair of crystallized boots that suited him. Crystallized boots guard, chainmail quality, epic, movement speed plus 3 jump plus 2 vitality, plus 10 block, plus 15 equip. Allows you to acquire the skill, intercept. Immediately rushes to the target. If it is an enemy, causes 50 damage and stuns it for a second. If it is a friendly target, the damage from the next attack would be taken by yourself. Maximum skill range is 30 meters. Cooldown, 5 minutes. That equipment had a combination of both offense and defense. The skill could be used both to kill an enemy and protect an ally. Most useful traits indeed. With this, Jiang Fei could partially compensate for his mobility issues. Moreover, he could now better defend the ranged attackers in his party. After he handed over the worst 50 blue-grade crystallized boots to the magic thieves, Jiang Fei stored the rest in Rosette Knighthood storage. Jiang Fei planned to give all of the remaining to Big Brother Bear and the others, not before the Rosette girls helped themselves to stash first. After all, they were his younger brothers. He owed them that much. The girls from the clan got to pick first for the simple reason that he knew them first and was thus closer to them. Also, the boots were level 25. Most of Rosette Knighthood was already level 24 as they often went to dungeons with Jiang Fei, so they would be able to equip it soon. On the other hand, the highest level player in Big Brother Bear's clan had just only reached level 23. After he was done with trading, Jiang Fei was finally free to attend to his personal matters. The materials needed for the Ares' set were costly. Jiang Fei had spent more than 1,000 gold coins for only 5 sets of materials. Fortunately, Jiang Fei had money in his pocket now. It would have been troublesome, asking for more loans and throwing pitches for sponsors. Set equipment came in a bundle. If the crafting is successful, the entire complete set would appear. Failure resulted in the materials going down the drain, along with an attempt count. Fortunately, my profession gained a level. I have some confidence in my success rate and upgrade bonus rate. Jiang Fei muttered to himself and raised his hammer in the air. Set equipment always took a long time to make. Moreover, this was a legendary grade recipe. One attempt had taken him an entire 10 minutes. Ding! Jiang Fei sighed. He had been prepared for it, but having the system notify and ring a bell in your face hurt. Ding! Jiang Fei was overjoyed. Success at only the second attempt. Jiang Fei hesitated. After all, he still had 3 remaining attempts. If he continued to smith, the chances of failure was high. His luck had to be finite. However, if he stopped crafting now and saved it for later when his profession level and success rate were more favorable, these so-called legendary sets would be obsolete and outmoded. Forget it. I'm going to risk it. Jiang Fei made up his mind. He raised his hammer and continued smithing. Ding! Ding! F***ck me. Jiang Fei complained. Forget it. Even though he had failed twice in a row, Jiang Fei was not going to stop. He had turned a blind eye to it. Let's just get rid of this waste of space for starters. Ding! Oh, damn! Jiang Fei could not even believe his own eyes. He was really lucky today. After using up all the materials, Jiang Fei equipped the new boots and the entirety of the Ares' set. Once again, his already impressive attribute points shot into the sky. After equipping 4 new pieces of equipment, Jiang Fei looked at his own attributes. Name: Verger Glider Level, 25 class, Divine Blacksmith, Novitiate, Experience Points, 112 for 75/7, 250, 000 health points, 10, 520 tenths, 520 mana. Points: 500/500's physical attack power, 128 plus 160 physical defense, 370 plus 625 magic defense, 100 plus 390 as he discarded his old level 10 blue grade equipment for the level 25 violet grade equipment. His health points exceeded 10,000, while his physical defense was nearly 1,000. He was the perfect human version of a boss. In terms of skills, Zhang Fei lost some, but gained others. Now, Zhang Fei had 6 defense skills. Cleric Aegis instantly increases your defense so that you only take 50% of the damage for the next 3 attacks. Cooldown 5 minutes. Armored Bulwark, once activated, absorbs physical damage equal to 20% of your total health points. Lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Iron Will immediately removes the effects of mind control spells like Fear, Charm, Mind Control, and others. Cooldown 3 minutes. Demon's Harborage immediately lifts the shield and reflects the incoming ranged magic attack. Skill lasts for 3 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Eye for Eye. Whenever you take damage, you immediately deal 100 plus 1% of your health points damage to your attacker. Blood Pool. 50% of your lost health points will be stored in the health pool. When your health points fall below 50%, you can use the health point store to heal yourself. Health points can be stored in the health pool up to the amount of health points equivalent to the total amount of health points you have. When you are out of battle, the health points in the health pool will slowly drain. You can only use the health pool once every minute. There were more attack skills, a total of 8. Bash continuously swings the blazing hammer thrice. Immediately inflict 3 times of fire damage. Damage of each attack equals to 5% of your total health points. Ice Burst. Immediately spit out icy cold air in a cone-shaped area in front of you, causing damage equivalent to 10% of your total health points to the enemies and freezing them for a second. After they thaw, their movement speed is reduced by 50% for 5 seconds. Cooldown 59 seconds. Battle Cry immediately inflicts 100 damage to all enemies within 8 meters and reduces their attack power by 20% for 10 seconds. Cooldown 3 minutes. Intercept immediately rushes to the target. If it is an enemy, causes 50 damage and stuns for a second. If it is a friendly target, you will take the next hit on the target's behalf. Maximum skill range is 30 meters. Cooldown 5 minutes. Jumping Slash immediately jumps to the enemy and attack. This attack will be a guaranteed critical hit and stuns the enemy for 1 second. The maximum jumping range is 10 meters. Cooldown 1 minute. Karate Kick immediately causes normal attack damage to the enemy and reduces the enemy's movement speed by 80% for 20 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. Mana Burn instantly depletes all your mana points, burning off 50% of the target's mana points. At the same time, 50% of the total mana points consumed is dealt as damage to the target. Cooldown duration 5 minutes. Sunderstrike deals 400 damage to the enemy immediately and reduces the enemy's physical defense by 20% for 30 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. Chapter 124. 124. The Incomprehensible World of Tycoons. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After packing up, Zhang Fei placed the additional Ares set into the spatial ring. This equipment set was unlike any other. It was not easy to make, so Zhang Fei did not casually throw it into the clan storage. After he was done with everything, Zhang Fei noticed that his friend list was flashing continuously. Apparently, it was Zhao Feng. Zhang Fei connected to Zhao Feng's voice chat. "Brother Fei, what have you been doing?" Zhang Fei had spent quite a lot of time crafting equipment. In the blink of an eye, more than 7 hours had passed. Of course, Zhao Feng would be worried. "I was crafting some equipment just now, but they're all chainmail class." Zhang Fei laughed and said. Zhao Feng was somewhat frustrated. After all, he had already cleared 2 dungeons with the girls from Rosette Knighthood. The equipment that the heavy armor class players in the clan had stood out like divine treasure. Zhang Fei laughed and said, "Forget it. Let's talk about what we're doing now." Zhao Feng asked. Zhang Fei said, after thinking for a moment, "Okay." Zhao Feng laughed and said, "After all, whenever a dungeon of any particular difficulty is cleared for the first time, there would be a citywide announcement. Jiang Fei was just about to ask the girls from the clan to form a party when he suddenly received a friend request. Ding! Who's this? Jiang Fei muttered. Zhao Feng popped up beside Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei kicked Zhao Feng angrily. After hesitating for a bit, he finally decided to accept the friend request. Jiang Fei instantly recognized the voice. Big brother you. Jiang Fei, rolling his eyes. I just did it because of you, alright? Han Tianyu like it? Jiang Fei asked. After all, Han Tianyu had only played the game for a few days. According to Jiang Fei's estimation, Han Tianyu was most probably just stepping out of the beginner's village. Oh, Han Tianyu laughed and said, What the F***CK? Jiang Fei looked as if he had just seen a ghost. Han Tianyu had only played the game for 4 days at most. Getting to half the average level of the game was already quick enough. But to think that he was actually at the front lines? Han Tianyu laughed and said, This guy was indeed a tycoon. Han Tianyu had spent money in the real world and acquired a studio that could fit 3,000 people. Then, he made the profession players in the studio give up on farming gold and grinding levels. All of them were made to help him level up. Their job was to attack monsters until the monsters were dying, then bring the monsters to Han Tianyu and let him finish them off. As the player that dealt the finishing blow would receive 30% of the total experience from a monster, with thousands of people bringing him near-dead monsters all the time, he could simply stand at a spot and deal the finishing blows. Naturally, his level shot up like a rocket. However, there was a price to pay. The thousands of players that were helping him were in trouble. Not only did their leveling progress grind to a halt, they had also lost out on gold. Every single second they spent was on serving Han Tianyu alone. King Hell. After listening to Han Tianyu's story about his leveling process, Jiang Fei was speechless. By the way, are you busy? Han Tianyu laughed and said. Jiang Fei said. Han Tianyu asked doubtfully. Jiang Fei laughed and said. By then, his attributes had grown into something the game had not accounted for. As long as he had healers behind him, he could kill the boss all by himself. You're that strong? Han Tianyu was instantly overjoyed. Jiang Fei was a little confused. Han Tianyu said. Jiang Fei asked, confused. Just come to where I am now. Han Tianyu kept Jiang Fei in suspense. Jiang Fei nodded, then said to Zhao Feng, who was beside him. Zhao Feng asked. Jiang Fei said. Zhao Feng was amazed. However, after thinking about it, big figures like him were really busy, but dawn break was played at night when you were asleep. It would not affect your daily life at all. So, it was normal for busy people to play the game as a pastime. Following the coordinates provided by Han Tianyu, Jiang Fei and Zhao Feng arrived at the location very quickly. Fei, come. Han Tianyu veivet. He had chosen to be an elven knight in the game. As he was already handsome, to begin with, the elven features turned him drop-dead gorgeous. He was a true heartthrob now. Jiang Fei greeted Han Tianyu first. Then, he turned around in surprise. Happy Drunk? At this time, Happy Drunk was standing behind Han Tianyu. Happy Drunk was also really handsome. But while Han Tianyu was a ladies' man, Happy Drunk was a pretty boy. Happy Drunk pointed at Han Tianyu, his tone filled with sadness. Jiang Fei was puzzled. One had to know that the Aristocrats was one of the top guilds in Dawnlight City. Naturally, Happy Drunk stood somewhere at the peak. Why was he actually standing behind someone? Oh, didn't I tell you already? Jiang Fei was confused. Didn't I decide that I would play games together with you? Since it's a game, we need to get more people to play with us. So I ordered some people to find out which guild is the strongest in Dawnlight City, and they told me that it's the Aristocrats. Then, I ordered some people to help me buy the guild, but this guy right here actually didn't agree to it. So, I had to buy the whole Haotian group. Now, the Aristocrats that is subordinate to the Haotian group is naturally mine. Han Tianyu smiled to dejected-looking Happy Drunk. One could only imagine how sad Happy Drunk currently was. Happy Drunk had put all his heart and soul into the guild. After he obtained a territory order, he had treated this guild like it was his own dear son. How would he be willing to sell it away? However, he never thought that this tycoon had that much money. This tycoon had actually bought his own family's Haotian group over. Rather than choose to leave the guild that was his own dear son, he could only work under Han Tianyu. Okay then, after listening to Han Tianyu's explanation, Jiang Fei smacked himself in the head hard. The F***CK, a tycoon like Han Tianyu had to be from an entirely different planet, right? Chapter 125. 125. Are you planning to solo the dungeon? Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. What do you think? Han Tianyu clearly wanted to drag Jiang Fei into the aristocrats. Nah, forget it. Jiang Fei shook his head. Even though Han Tianyu was the one with the final say in the aristocrats now, and he would not be pushed around even if he joined the guild, Rosette Rose and the others have always been nice to him. Jiang Fei could not bring himself to leave them without a word. Right. I heard that your clan is filled with girls, ranging from lowless to matured ladies. You're truly blessed now. Han Tianyu nodded in understanding. Your sister. Jiang Fei groaned. Han Tianyu likit. Big brother Tianyu, stop messing around like that. A pleasant voice came from behind Han Tianyu, followed by an orc girl. Cold Feather he, Lepus race, warrior, level, 22 health, 2785 attack power, 573 remarks. A guild officer of the aristocrats. It was Jiang Fei's fighting instructor Chen Shi. Although she had also chosen to become an orc, Chen Shi was not as bold as Lady Casanova, who had decided to become a Tauren. Instead, Chen Shi adopted an adorable bunny girl image. There were many orc factions, but there was hardly any difference between their attribute growth and skill trees. Only the appearance differed. Generally, male players would choose a relatively fiercer appearance like those of lion men or tiger men. Girls would usually go for a cuter appearance and choose either cat race, fox race, or lepus race. A fierce woman like Lady Casanova was definitely one of a kind. Jiang Fei greeted Chen Shi. Yeah, Chen Shi formerly owned a small guild, but the tycoon Han Tianyu had also bought the guild over. Chen Shi's family was also closely connected to Han Tianyu's family, so she could not refuse. In the end, she could only accept the merger without a word. By the way, Fei, didn't you say that you could easily clear a heroic mode dungeon? Let's hurry and clear the dungeon. Han Tianyu said. Why do you want that? Jiang Fei wondered. Why would I do such a pointless thing? Han Tianyu said, suddenly turning serious. Jiang Fei asked. Han Tianyu said, sounding narcissistic. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes in frustration. Chen Shi had known Han Tianyu way longer, compared to Jiang Fei. Stop dilly-dallying. As Han Tianyu talked, he sent a party invitation to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei had no choice but to accept. After he joined the party, Jiang Fei discovered that only Chen Shi and Happy Drunk were in Han Tianyu's party, other than himself. No one else had been invited. Naturally, Jiang Fei did not forget Zhao Feng. Shortly after, Han Tianyu had also added Zhao Feng to the party. Joe, not bad, little fatty. Zhao Feng laughed, embarrassed. It was intimidating, speaking to a person of Han Tianyu's stature. Han Tianyu asked, there are 5 of us now. I'm a main tank. We just need a sub-tank to fill for me in case of emergencies. Then, look for 2 healers and 1 bandit. Jiang Fei said. As Han Tianyu had just joined the aristocrats, he was not very familiar with the people in the guild. So, he simply gave Happy Drunk the authority to invite others to the party. Happy Drunk nodded. In less than half a minute, he was done. The party had 10 people. Jiang Fei was the main tank. Master Wei was the sub-tank. The party also had a Templar named I'm Rich, Han Tianyu, a weapon warrior which was Cold Feather he, Chen Shi, and Meaty Juggernaut, Zhao Feng, who was a support. Happy Drunk was a ranged phantom marksman, Dagger was a bandit, Fireball Lord was a magician, and the 2 clerics were Kamamitsu and No-Heal Monk. Let's go. When Jiang Fei saw that everyone had gathered, he led the way out of the city. The others followed closely. Jiang Fei was now in command. He had replaced Han Tianyu and Happy Drunk. As Han Tianyu, Chen Shi, and the others knew Jiang Fei in real life, they were not really bothered about it. The people from the aristocrats had killed a wild leader boss with Jiang Fei previously. Their memories of him had come up as off-putting and arrogant. However, there was no doubt that Jiang Fei had the right to be arrogant. His status as the top tank in Dawnlight City was unparalleled. Although these players from the aristocrats already looked up to Jiang Fei, their perception of Jiang Fei's strength was still stuck at the last time they battled against the wild boss. How could they possibly think that within a few days, Jiang Fei's abilities had skyrocketed and was now almost double from what it was at that time? He was basically a boss, running about freely, doing as he pleased. The group soon arrived at the entrance to the dungeon. After Jiang Fei made Han Tianyu raise the difficulty to heroic mode, he was the first to walk into the dungeon. Dungeons always had safe zones right after the entrance, which allowed the players to make adequate preparations. I'll go test the waters first. After Jiang Fei finished talking, he walked over to the Tigermen monsters up front. In the heroic mode of Depths of the Night, ordinary small monsters were all level 25 elite monsters. Their health points and attack power had increased a fair bit. Also, they now came in groups of 15, not 10. Moreover, these monsters knew how to run away. If you did not kill them in time, they would run to another monster group and seek reinforcements. Battle Cry. With an area of effect skill, Jiang Fei generated the aggro of a small group. -1, -1, -1. These level 25 elite monsters were dealing almost no damage to Jiang Fei. Not only that, but a lot of damage figures were also appearing above the heads of the monsters. -205, -205, -205. Eye for eye. The skill was attached to the Ares' set. As Jiang Fei's health points was over 10,000, this led to a damage reflection of 200. Basically, if a level 20 warrior that was fully equipped with white-grade equipment attacked, these level 25 elite monsters would not even be able to match the damage from sheer reflection alone. The attacking speed of the Tigermen monsters was blinding. Jiang Fei did not even need to raise his hammer, and the monsters' health points had already dropped by more than 10%. Jiang Fei was only losing 10 hit points per second. However, Jiang Fei had more than 10,000 health points. Such damage was not even worth noting. On the other hand, the monsters were taking more than 200 damage each. In the blink of an eye, while Jiang Fei's health points remained full, the monsters were left half dead. King Hell. Everyone behind him was dazed, Han Tianyu and Happy Drunk included. Chapter 126. 126. Are you a VIP player? Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, come on. Even Jiang Fei was surprised by his own strength. He was almost fully equipped with level 25 violet equipment. When paired with the high growth of defense, unique to his profession, Jiang Fei was a freaking wall. Now, these little monsters dealt almost no damage to Jiang Fei, so the party did not have to stick to the old ways of pushing and slowly. Jiang Fei simply kept walking forward. As the others behind him did not get involved in the battle, Jiang Fei became their sole target. When the small monsters attacked Jiang Fei, the damage was reflected back to them through eye for eye, so his aggro only grew firmer. However, since Jiang Fei did not fight back and just kept moving forward, the monsters would run away when they have lost 10% of their health points. Jiang Fei did not bother to kill them either. If these little critters ran away and brought more of the other monsters back, it would save his time and energy. Jiang Fei trudged on forth, while Han Tianyu and the others followed closely. Other than Zhao Feng, who activated his cloud arts, no one else had to raise his or her weapon. As Zhao Feng was already level 24, his growth was nothing extraordinary to speak of. However, the others were gaining experience points like no tomorrow. God damn it! Ah Fei, if I had known this earlier, I would have asked you to bring me here. This leveling speed, Han Tianyu exclaimed. When Jiang Fei arrived before the first Tigerman boss, Han Tianyu and the others were already about to level up. However, Jiang Fei was surrounded by countless Tigerman elites. From a distance, any onlooker could only see many red figures, and Jiang Fei would be nowhere to be found. Jiang Fei's field of vision fared far worse. All he could see were damaged figures that appeared above the heads of the monsters. There were more than 200 monsters around him, and Zhang Fei had already started turning to his potions. Even though the amount of health points he could recover from the potions were lesser than the damage to his health points that he was receiving, he had more than 10,000 health points. These little monsters would never bring him down. Battle Cry, Ice Burst. These two skills were Zhang Fei's main offensive skills for now. As there were too many small monsters, he was too lazy to kill them one by one. Happy Drunk said, Han Tianiyu knew it. Melee attackers, don't rush in. They'll probably one-hit you guys. Ranged attackers, start attacking. Happy Drunk said. As the healers had nothing to do, they helped Zhang Fei clear the monsters along with the other ranged attackers. After the monsters were killed, almost 4 or 5 of them in the party had leveled up. F***CK. Are we even playing the same game? Happy Drunk rolled his eyes at Zhang Fei. They may have tried to help, but none of it mattered. Zhang Fei would have eventually forced his way through the mass of bodies anyway. Ho, come on. Zhang Fei smiled a little. He was probably just as surprised as they were. This 3-piece Ares equipment set was truly extraordinary. Nothing short of what you would expect from a legendary recipe. The first Tigerman boss was a lot stronger compared to the one in the Elite Mode dungeon. It was level 28, its health points had doubled, and its attack power was tremendous. Even so, it was still an advanced elite boss. After reading through the boss attributes, Zhang Fei was relieved. Although this boss could break through his defense, it was nothing to sweat about. As expected, when the battle began, the boss' most powerful skill only dealt around 100 or 200 damage to Zhang Fei. The healers in the party basically had nothing to do, so they were free to attack the boss along with the other attackers. 10 people were attacking the boss. Among the 10, there was Happy Drunk, the hidden class. His hidden class was a legit attacker specialist, unlike Zhang Fei's hidden class. Zhang Fei's attribute growth was faster than the average profession, but he was only strong in terms of defense. When it came to offense, he was way behind. However, Happy Drunk was different. Phantom Marksman already had inherently powerful skills. When paired with chromatic evolving equipment, they were walking cannons. With a total of 10 attackers, the Tigerman boss did not even last 2 minutes before it died. As soon as the Tigerman boss died, more than 400,000 experience points was credited. Chun Shi and Zhao Feng leveled up at the same time. Zhang Fei's experience points was now 2/3 of level 25. The Tigerman boss's corpse disappeared and was promptly replaced by a treasure chest. Violent Tiger Sword, two-handed sword, quality, epic, attack power plus 352 strength, plus 10 agility, plus 15 equip, ignores 20% of the target's defense. Level requirement, 23 magic staff, quality, excellent. Physical attack, plus 40 magic attack, plus 248 intelligence, plus 7 equip. Increases your casting speed by 5%. Level requirement, 23, as it was the first kill. The drops from the first boss were quite good. There were 2 weapons, one blue and one violet. I want this sword. After all, the only ones in the party who could use two-handed swords was her, a weapon warrior, and Han Tianyu, a Templar. You take it. You take it. Han Tianyu felt goosebumps springing up. He was afraid that this girl would actually turn up at his doorstep and cause trouble. Of course, Chun-Chi was no match for Han Tianyu in martial arts. However, Chun-Chi had learned the spirit of never giving up from her father, who was a general, so she would never back down. She would not even hesitate to come after him every single day, leaving him no time to do anything else. In the past, Han Tianyu had once experienced this. Today, when he saw how determined Chun-Chi was to get the sword, he could only bite down on the pain and let the sword go. Your friend can have this staff, Happy Drunk said, as Zhang Fei and Zhao Feng were not part of the aristocrats, and having already claimed a violet weapon, Zhao Feng to take the staff, no matter what. It was common etiquette. Oh, Zhao Feng smiled and took the level 25 epic staff that he had gotten from the unknown dungeon. As Zhao Feng and Chun-Chi had leveled up at the same time, Zhao Feng had reached level 25 and could now equip the staff. F***CK that shit. Happy Drunk rolled his eyes. The design of the staff in Zhao Feng's hand was exquisite and glowed with a violet hue. Anyone could tell that it was an epic weapon. Moreover, since Zhao Feng only equipped it after he had leveled up, this equipment was definitely a level 25 equipment. It was countless times better than the blue staff on the ground. The past 2 days had not really gone well for Happy Drunk. In the past, people always called him a tycoon. However, a god of tycoons arrived in the game 2 days ago. In order to acquire his guild, this god of tycoons had bought over his whole family business. It had struck him like a truck. Happy Drunk had been delighted to have bought a level 15 violet equipment from Jiang Fei. Now, this random fat guy had just whipped out a level 25 epic weapon from his pockets. Chapter 127. 127. Dominating the Heroic Dungeon. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. In the end, the level 23 blue staff was handed over to the magician in the Aristocrats, Fireball Lord. Then, Jiang Fei and others continued to advance. After the Tigerman boss was killed, bear men started cropping up. Even though these monsters still could not break through Jiang Fei's defense, they were much slower. The effectiveness of Jiang Fei's damage reflection started to tank. Fortunately, an entire party was behind him, waiting to get busy. As they advanced forward, the killing efficiency was still ridiculously high. F***CK this shit, I quit. I had enough of this. What little elite mode dungeons we've tried, we've always had to be extra careful. Currently, we only have 3 teams that can enter elite mode dungeons. But now this guy is completely destroying a heroic mode dungeon. Happy Drunk groaned as he half-heartedly drew his bow. What do you think? Han Tianyu looked at Happy Drunk smugly. Han Tianyu was a melee attacker. As there were too many monsters in front, it was simply too messy. He could only remain behind and watch the show. Why are you feeling smug? Chun-Shi, who was also left completely free, rolled her eyes at Han Tianyu. Hey, we're brothers. Han Tianyu, look it. The group talked and laughed. It did not feel like a raid at all. As they continued to advance, they soon got to where the second boss was. F***CK me. When they saw the Bearman boss, everyone was shocked, Jiang Fei included. F***King heroic difficulty comes with F***King perks, huh? Fireball Lord cried out, his eyes wide open. It's not too bad, Jiang Fei said after carefully looking at the boss's attributes. Although this Bearman boss was a lot stronger than the one in the Elite Dungeon, its strength was more similar to that of the Mutant Empress in the 10-person unknown dungeon that they had once cleared. Moreover, this Bearman boss could not summon minions. As soon as the battle began, Jiang Fei quickly learned that this Bearman boss was not just a little stronger than the former Tigerman boss. Each attack from the boss dealt around 200 or 300 damage. Stronger skills like Slam and War Stomp dealt more than 500 damage to him. However, compared to Jiang Fei's health points that surpassed 10,000, the boss might as well lick his face. As Jiang Fei was strong enough, the 2 healers behind had turned into attackers and were attacking the boss alongside the others. Naturally, the boss did not last for long. After only a few minutes, Jiang Fei and the others managed to take it down. The second boss is already a leader boss. As Jiang Fei talked, he rolled the corpse over. Suddenly, a violet light flashed. Radiant battle armor, chainmail, quality, epic, defense plus 135 magic defense, plus 50 strength, plus 14 vitality, plus 5 effect. Your attacks would deal an additional 10% magic damage. Level requirement. 23. This was a little better than Jiang Fei's Bloodlord chestplate, but it was more attack-based, so Jiang Fei was not really interested. Although Han Tianyu wanted it, he had not reached the required level yet. Thus, it was given to Chun-Shi. After changing into the radiant battle armor, Chun-Shi's appearance changed significantly. Before that, she was wearing the level 15 blue chestplate that Jiang Fei sold to the aristocrats. That chestplate could only be regarded as sturdy and durable. After it had been replaced by the radiant battle armor, as Chun-Shi was now fully equipped with silver armor, she immediately became a female general, just like Hua Mulan 1. Giant Bear Claw, Polearm, quality, epic, Physical attack plus 388 strength, plus 15 vitality, plus 8 effect. Your attacks have a 10% chance to lacerate the enemy, causing 500 bleeding damage in 10 seconds. Level requirement: 23. To tell the truth, the attributes of this weapon was superior to the two-handed sword that Chun-Shi previously took, but it looked horrendous. It was basically 3 massive bear claws crudely stuck to the top of an iron stick, which made it look like Zhu Beiji's to spike rake from afar. Big Brother Tianyu, a godly weapon specially made for you, has dropped. By then, Chun-Shi was laughing so hard she could hardly stand up straight. Zhang Fei also laughed. Han Tianyu looked at the other party members and realized that no one could use it. Forget it, just leave it with me for now. I haven't reached level 23 anyway. Han Tianyu comforted himself. After all, no matter how good the attributes of the weapon were, it was too embarrassing for him to walk around with a rake in his hand. The Bearman boss had dropped some pretty good stuff. As this was the first kill, it actually yielded 2 epic pieces of equipment. Zhang Fei and the others were more eager than ever for the third boss. After all, the second boss had already dropped some epic equipment, so the final boss had to be the cherry on the icing. They continued to move forward. This time, however, Zhang Fei and the others did not encounter the scene where Moliere was already wounded and turning into the humanoid demon lord. Instead, Moliere was already fully transformed and waiting for them there, complete with a group of minions. Unsurprisingly, Moliere had also been strengthened into a leader boss and was now a real boss. Moliere's attributes were significantly higher than the Bearman boss. When paired with Moliere's powerful and complex skills, this boss was way stronger than the second boss. After they cleared the humanoid minions around the boss, the battle began. The first phase was simpler. Even though the boss's super smash was powerful, Zhang Fei's was a walking tank. As the two titans duked it out, the healers were left yawning. However, in the second phase, the boss's death gaze and flesh rip started giving him some actual trouble. The heroic mode Moliere could directly gaze at 2 players at a time, while also discarding several more pieces of flesh. Zhang Fei shouted loudly. This was the first challenge they faced since entering the dungeon. Happy Drunk was no longer as relaxed as before. He fired his arrows with precision and skill, not letting any opportunity pass. Zhao Feng had also switched to fire art, Scorch at this time, which gave the whole party additional fire damage. Everyone's damage output had increased significantly. Chun, she was also dealing a lot of damage with her newly equipped epic weapon. As the party's damage output was sky high, the loose pieces of flesh did not manage to explode and kill anyone. Soon after, the boss had entered its third phase. It began to eat the humanoid corpses on the ground to regain some health points. Yet again, its significantly high attributes gained another level. Previously, the boss could almost kill Zhang Fei right after its diet of dead rotting flesh. Now, Zhang Fei's defense was nearly 1,000, and he had more than 10,000 health points. He was almost invulnerable. The boss diet quickly became irrelevant. Moliere, the final boss of the dungeon, was left with no choice but to die like an insignificant bug. "Let's see what you've got," Zhang Fei said as he rolled the boss's corpse over. All of a sudden, a ray of golden light flooded the entire boss hall. Chapter 128. 128. The Exorbitant Price of Divine Art. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Divine Art. Holy Lightwell. Skill Book. Quality. Legendary. Use. Allows you to learn Divine Art. Holy Lightwell. Requirement. Healer classes. Effect. Immediately restores 50% of the health points of all friendly targets within a radius of 100 meters and restores 5% per second for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 8 hours. Holy F***CK. Even Zhang Fei was stunned. This drop was far better than a piece of legendary equipment and infinitely more valuable. A radius of 100 meters was a truly enormous healing range. It could cover an entire battlefield, occupied by more than tens of thousands of people. Moreover, The healing effects of this divine art were so powerful, and it even lasted for 30 seconds. In a guild war, such a skill was definitely enough to turn the tables. In Dawnbreak, players could obtain skills from their respective class instructors, but these were regular skills. Some high-level skills were not obtainable from class instructors. They could only be obtained by challenging high-level bosses or from epic and above treasure chests. These high-level skills were also usually referred to as ultimates. These ultimates were almost unreasonably powerful. Just mastering one of such skills was enough to turn a regular player into one of the elites of the game. These high-level skills were mainly divided into several categories: seal curse spells that magician-type class players generally used, divine art magic that healer-type class players generally used, holy magic that support-type class players generally used, Ares' skills that warrior-type classes generally used, fatal skills that bandit-type classes generally used, and Apollo's skills that range-type attacking classes generally used. In addition to these high-level skills, there was a type of ultimate skill that all classes could use, unparalleled combat skills, which could be learned by any player, regardless of their class. However, the drop rate of unparalleled combat skill books was pathetic. On top of that, it only dropped from bosses with the rank of Lord and above. 0.0001%. Players could only clasp their hands together and pray. There was no other way around it. Jiang Fei and the others only managed to obtain a divine art skill book from a leader boss that was somewhere around level 20, only because of Jiang Fei's extremely high luck. Moreover, this was the first heroic mode dungeon cleared in the entire game. So, there was an additional drop bonus. Now, Jiang Fei was no longer a fresh beginner. Although he did not have the game guide that was attached to the gaming console, Jiang Fei had already searched for relevant information on the internet during the day. Naturally, he knew the value of these high-level skills. Han Tianyu complained. He was excited, yet disappointed at the same time. Even though the divine art magic skill was powerful, he was a Templar, so he could not use it. "Brother Ah Fei, give me a price." It was at that point when Happy Drunk spoke up. Even though the standard rules of drop distribution in dungeons prioritized those who needed it, the value of this skill book was way higher than that of a piece of equipment. Moreover, he did not intend to have the cleric in the party learn this skill immediately. After all, this powerful skill was an extremely rare find. Unquestionably, without one proving his or her absolute capability and sufficient loyalty, Happy Drunk would not give it away for free. If Happy Drunk allowed the cleric in the party to learn the skill, Jiang Fei could not really say anything about it. However, since Happy Drunk was not going to anyone learn this skill that easily and was planning to keep it for his guild later on, Jiang Fei also had the right to demand for it. It was precisely because of this that Happy Drunk requested that Jiang Fei suggest a price. Yeah, Han Tianyu also nodded. This dungeon was basically soloed by Jiang Fei. If they attempted it themselves, the first boss would have made them their playthings, no matter how many times they tried. Jiang Fei shook his head. If the aristocrats was Happy Drunk's guild, then Jiang Fei would not have hesitated to rip him off. Now, the aristocrats was Han Tianyu's guild. Jiang Fei could not bring himself to sell anything to his brother. There's no need to stand on ceremony with your big brother. Han Tianyu clearly understood that Jiang Fei did not want to give a price because of him. However, how could he bear to make his younger brother suffer? Happy Drunk shook his head. After all, this was the first high-level skill book that appeared in the game. Even in the 3 other cities, there has never been any news of a skill book dropping. Forget it then. I'll name a price. Han Tianyu casually said. Jiang Fei said, his eyes wide open. What do you mean, 10 million? Spending 10 million on a skill book in a game? Did water get into his brain or something? Oh, by the way, this little fatty also helped out quite a bit. Han Tianyu laughed and said to Zhao Feng, King Hell. Jiang Fei wanted to step over and smack Han Tianyu on the head to check if he had been possessed by something. Ah Fei, his family has too much money for their own good. Chun, she said, shaking his head. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. If he suddenly received 10 million for nothing, he could not in good conscience accept it without protesting. My family is different. Chun-Shi shrugged and said, her father was a general. If he received 10 million from an arms dealer like Han Tianyu out of nothing, it would be odd if he did not get investigated. Han Tianyu said with a straight face. Of course, he did not know what the skill book was worth. He had only named such a high price, for he still felt indebted to Jiang Fei. Han Tianyu firmly believed that Jiang Fei was far too generous with his potions. Chun-Shi also advised Jiang Fei. At that moment, Zhao Feng was also watching Jiang Fei. Although his family was well-to-do, 1 million was no small amount. Zhao Feng's family was not so rich that they could hand out 1 million as pocket money. Jiang Fei hesitated. Naturally, he did not want so much of Han Tianyu's money. However, since Zhao Feng had also participated in this dungeon, Han Tianyu had offered to give him 1 million. If Zhao Feng could not receive 1 million because of him, he would naturally be unhappy. In the end, Jiang Fei nodded. That amount of money was nothing to Han Tianyu anyway. It was for Zhao Feng's sake. Han Tianyu smiled. 10 million was utterly insignificant to him. If Jiang Fei could accept it, it could also be considered as part of his compensation for the potion orders. In this way, Han Tianyu could be at ease. After all, in his heart, he felt that Jiang Fei sold the potions at a loss because Jiang Fei was a patriotic person. Chapter 129. 129. Shocking public announcement. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. In addition to the Divine Art Skill book, another 2 epic pieces of equipment had dropped. There was a pair of cloth armor trousers and a leather armor bracelet, respectively taken by the cleric, no-heel monk, and the bandit dagger. After the equipment dropped by the boss had been distributed, there were no prompts at the end of the dungeon. However, they were already at the end of the dungeon, so there was no path in front for them to advance. Han Tianyu asked. This was also Jiang Fei's first time attempting a heroic mode dungeon, so he was not very clear about the situation. At that moment, the sound of hasty footsteps could be heard from the depths of the corridor. Soon after, a large group of NPCs appeared in front of Jiang Fei and the others. Jiang Fei recognized the NPC leading the group. It was the very Bishop Philip who had assigned the quest previously. Jiang Fei stepped forward and said, Seriously? Fireball, Lord muttered softly. Oh my, thank you all very much. Bishop Philip said. Jiang Fei nodded. He understood that this was just the quest storyline, so he had to cooperate and play along. Otherwise, they might not receive the rewards that they deserve. Very well. The system decided to aptly respond at that moment. Ding! You have completed all the scenes of Depths of the Night, Heroic, and successfully cleared Depths of the Night with Heroic difficulty. Ding! As the party leader, Han Tianyu also received a second system notification. Not long after, a public system announcement sent Jiang Fei and Chun-Shi rolling their eyes. Ding! Has cleared the dungeon Depths of the Night with Heroic difficulty. Please cheer for the members of this party. I'm Rich, Verger Glider, Happy Drunk, Cold Feather He. Ding! Has cleared the dungeon Depths of the Night with Heroic difficulty. Please cheer for the members of this party. I'm Rich, Verger Glider, Happy Drunk, Cold Feather He. Ding! Has cleared the dungeon Depths of the Night with Heroic difficulty. Please cheer for the members of this party. I'm Rich, Verger Glider, Happy Drunk, Cold Feather He. Jiang Fei was completely speechless. Chun-Shi said with a sullen face. In her heart, she was hoping that nobody would find out that she knew this shameless guy in person. Jiang Fei and the others were not the only ones cringing. Dawnlight City was in an uproar. However, they were no longer roaring about how a heroic mode dungeon had been cleared. After all, Jiang Fei had brought Lady Casanova and some others to a 40-man dungeon. Naturally, it was hard to keep this a secret, as people would definitely talk about it. Since he had already cleared a 40-man dungeon before, clearing a simpler 10-man heroic dungeon was no surprising news. Now, Jiang Fei was already a celebrity in Dawnlight City. Top tanker, equipment master, mobile cash box, a bank that can run. Jiang Fei had quite a number of nicknames. This time, the debate between the players was only focused on one thing. That was the particularly arrogant. I'm Rich. Such a great advertising opportunity, but he actually used it for such a pointless thing. What a useless kid. Who's this guy? Of course, in addition to those who were envious, jealous, and hateful, there are also unhappy faces. Aren't you way too King arrogant? Who the hell do you think you are? You're actually daring enough to ask me to go and kneel down to you? Right. He's calling himself a tycoon. He'd better watch out. Yeah. Although the players in Dawnlight City had mixed reactions toward Han Tianyu's behavior, it was clear that Han Tianyu had achieved his goal. He was famous now. He had managed to make a brilliant, dazzling entrance in the game. Okay, Han Tianyu said, satisfied. When he returned to Dawnlight City, Jiang Fei used up all his level 26 attribute points to his vitality. The system announcement just now had given everyone in the party more than 400,000 experience points and 10 gold coins, which sent Jiang Fei up another level. Just as Jiang Fei returned to Dawnlight City, he received Rosette Rose's resentful voice message. Rosette Rose was not particularly concerned about Jiang Fei bringing others and being the first party to clear a dungeon. She cared more about Jiang Fei's decision. This time, Jiang Fei brought some other people and cleared a heroic mode dungeon without even telling them beforehand. This was rather heart-wrenching. Jiang Fei seemed to be moving closer to the other guilds, and it was likely that someone else would snatch him away from them. After all, Jiang Fei was the basis for her own ambitions in the game. If Jiang Fei was taken away, all those plans would be washed away in the wind. All she would be left with was her casual group of friends. Although Jiang Fei had signed an agreement with Rosette Knighthood, which stated that if Jiang Fei left the clan, he had to pay quite a lot of liquidated damages, everyone now knew how valuable he had become. As long as Jiang Fei opened his mouth and requested for it, some guilds would be willing to cover the cost. Rosette Rose's heart was knotted up with unease. Even so, there was nothing she could do, as Rosette Knighthood was not really strong. The main players in their clan were no match for the players of the main parties in major guilds. The girls that only played the game for fun were even worse. Speaking of which, the only good thing about Rosette Knighthood was that there were many cute girls in the clan. However, they were all rich ladies. Even though they loved teasing Jiang Fei, they would be easily silenced by a command from Rosette Rose. Since they could not bring themselves to seduce him, then the only things left for the girls were to flirt around and act cutely. This was why Rosette Rose had opened the conversation with such a resentful tone. "Oh, that's my friend." Jiang Fei gave it to her straight. Rosette Rose asked. Even she had been thrown off by the ridiculous announcement. Chapter 130 Imperial Dragon. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. As soon as Jiang Fei said that "I'm Richie Rich" was his friend, Rosette Rose's heart fell. Other players might not know this, but the girls from the clan were always very well informed. So Rosette Rose was well aware that the aristocrats had already changed owners. Although Rosette Rose did not know that the tycoon was Han Tianyu, Jiang Fei considered him a friend. The odds of Jiang Fei being snatched away had significantly increased. This won't do, Rosette Rose thought to herself. Jiang Fei held a key position in Rosette Knighthood. Initially, Rosette Rose had only recruited Jiang Fei as he was a profession player, but she never expected him to be such a unique existence. Other than the startup funds that he took from Rosette Knighthood in the beginning, Jiang Fei never took anything more. Moreover, he regularly contributed to the clan in the form of ascended equipment. Jiang Fei had taken too little from the clan and given back too much. Such a situation was already in itself bad. If the clan was Jiang Fei's, that might have made sense. However, Jiang Fei only owned a tiny portion of the clan's shares. On one side was a useless and burdensome clan, while on the other was a major guild owned by a friend. Even though Rosette Rose wanted to convince Jiang Fei to stay, she could not think of any reason to make him. An idea flashed through Rosette Rose's mind, but it was soon dismissed. Despite being from an enterprising family, she had not reached the point where she could bring herself to play dirty to achieve a goal. In the end, Rosette Rose decided on something. Since the chances of the small clan keeping Jiang Fei were already very low, it would be better to step back and upgrade the clan into a guild. Then, she would have Jiang Fei become the leader and stand by his side. Considering how rapidly he was growing, she would be able to reach greater heights like never before. Jiang Fei was puzzled. He never expected Rosette Rose to mention this out of the blue. Yeah, Rosette Rose said. Jiang Fei was stunned at first. He was only a student after all. He was not as experienced as Rosette Rose, and he did not expect her to have that much faith in his abilities. In actuality, Jiang Fei never left Rosette knighthood precisely because of the freedom he had there. Jiang Fei never once felt that he was ever on the losing end. Indeed, he had given Rosette knighthood lots of equipment. But while others regarded those pieces of equipment as ascended equipment, they were scraps to him. He had already taken the best and kept them for himself. It was like how you drop breadcrumbs when you ate bread. When small ants nibbled on those breadcrumbs, would you act like they owed you something? He mainly stayed in Rosette knighthood because he was often left to his own devices. He could grind levels when he felt like it and make equipment when he felt like it. Even if he did not make any equipment, the girls in the clan would not bother him. However, while Jiang Fei saw things this way, Rosette Rose did not. Rosette knighthood was under Jiang Fei's care. Jiang Fei could leave at any time, which left her feeling insecure. Therefore, she was eager to step things up. Let Jiang Fei be the leader. That way, even if Jiang Fei joined the aristocrats, she and the other girls could follow Jiang Fei as his subordinates. Then, they could join the guild as well. Not only that, they could also rely on their connection with Jiang Fei to obtain some status in the guild. Oh, since you want to make a guild, let's do it then. Jiang Fei was far more simple-minded than Rosette Rose, but he still had some ideas. After all, Big Brother Bear and the others were always on their own in the wild. It would be inappropriate to leave them be as well. If his clan changed into a guild, he could merge both clans together. The combat effectiveness of Big Brother Bear and the others were not really far behind a second-rate team in a major guild. They were a lot stronger than the girls from Rosette knighthood. Moreover, if both clans were merged into a guild, those girls who did nothing all day long would not be useless anymore. They could be used as mascots to help attract many players into the guild. After all, beauty always had its appeal, no matter in what situation. When she heard that Jiang Fei had another clan, Rosette Rose's heart fell. She was even more convinced that Jiang Fei would not stay in the small clan of Rosette knighthood for too long, and was secretly glad that she made her decision in time. Now, with the merging of two clans, Jiang Fei would stay with her for a slightly extended period. Rosette Rose was already gambling on the possibility that Jiang Fei would be some huge megastar in the future. So, she was determined to stick to Jiang Fei and would not hesitate to pass him a role of leadership. Even as Jiang Fei's second, she wanted to make a difference in the game world. Such a train of thought was unique only to girls. If Rosette Rose was a guy, she would never swallow her pride and hand her chair over to a subordinate. However, girls were different. Girls would not hesitate to rely on a man stronger than herself. Creating a guild was simple. The fee of 1,000 gold coins was nothing to the current Jiang Fei. After 2 consecutive unknown dungeons, he had already obtained 7,000 gold coins. Even though he had already spent some of the coins to make equipment, Jiang Fei still had 4,000 or 5,000 gold coins with him. After they were done creating the guild, Rosette Rose merged Rosette knighthood into the guild as head of the clans. It was even easier to add Big Brother Bear and the others into the guild. One word from Jiang Fei, and they were herded in like sheep. Just like that, a small guild with only around 100 members was quietly born. No one could have thought that this discreetly formed guild would become so powerful in the near future that others would not even dare look up at them. Imperial Dragons was the name that Jiang Fei gave his own guild. It would also be the name that everyone in Dawnbreak feared in the future, but for now was barely standing. The guild only had around 100 people. Even the weakest guild outnumbered them. However, after the guild was created, a new bout of headaches came to Jiang Fei. Since the guild had been created, It was time for the first major meetup. So, Big Brother Bear brought along the group of punks from the original Young Masters Bodyguards clan, while Rosette Rose brought along the girls from Rosette Knighted. Big Brother Faye, of course the crazy girl, Mrs. Awesome would not miss the opportunity. Sun Ming Ming looked at Mrs. Awesome, who was clinging really tightly on to Jiang Fei's arm. Before Jiang Fei could even speak, Mrs. Awesome took the initiative to speak first. When Mrs. Awesome saw such a large group of beautiful women, she instantly felt threatened. She became like a small dog that fiercely defended its food as she stood in front of Jiang Fei, blocking him. Sun Ming Ming was shocked. After all, they were classmates, but she never heard of Jiang Fei having a girlfriend before. The mighty class representative only gazed at Zhao Feng dubiously. The little fatty had never heard anything about it from Jiang Fei either, so he shrugged helplessly, expressing that he had no idea himself. Little cutie, not bad at all. Rosette Fox smiled and said. Jiang Fei forcefully pulled his arm out of Mrs. Awesome's grip. Don't listen to her nonsense. 0. Chapter 131. 131. Friendly Gathering. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation only after spending a great deal of energy and time explaining was the matter about Mrs. Awesome finally cleared up. Then, Jiang Fei brought everyone in the newly formed guild to train for a short while. Soon after, it was time to go offline. It was a Saturday, so there was no need to go to class. So, Jiang Fei went back to sleep all the way until lunchtime when his mother eventually woke him up. While they were eating, Jiang Fei's mother suddenly asked. Yeah, Jiang Fei asked, confused. He had not told his mother about this. Oh, a while ago, a young lady called and said that she was the class representative of your class. Jiang Fei's mother smiled and said, Sun Ming Ming, what a dutiful girl. She has trust issues, going as far as to even call his mother. After lunch, Jiang Fei set off for school. The gathering was to be held in the afternoon. Although he was not interested, Sun Ming could always reach his mother with a single phone call, and that would spell trouble. As soon as Jiang Fei arrived at the school field, Sun Ming walked over with a smile on her face. Many students were already gathered at school. The performances scheduled for the gathering had been arranged by the student council. The job of the students from Jiang Fei's class was to be part of the audience. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Zhao Feng had already chosen a nice spot and was waving at Jiang Fei. You guys just sit here quietly and don't mess around. When people clap, you guys clap along. As Sun Ming was a member of the student council, she would be busy as soon as the event begins. She had no time to keep watch on Jiang Fei and the others, so she dropped some warnings in advance. Yeah, whatever. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at Sun Ming. Sun Ming nagged at them once again before she turned around and left. Zhao Feng turned to Jiang Fei and flashed him a faint smile. Jiang Fei was confused. He did not get it. Zhao Feng laughed and said. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Zhao Feng shrugged and did not continue dwelling on this topic. About half an hour later, the people who had all been forced to become part of the audience had all arrived. Jiang Fei's class was not alone in the misfortune, for other unlucky first-year classes had been chosen to join them. As the performances had not yet started, all the students from the same classes were sitting together and talking, so it was naturally noisy. Another 30 minutes later, while the students were busy chatting away, cheerful fanfare played. Then, 2 boys and 2 girls appeared on the stage. All 4 of them were finely dressed. The boys were in sharp suits and ties, whereas the girls were wearing gorgeous gowns. 1 boy and 1 girl were second-year students from Jiang Fei's school, and they were quite talented in art and literature. The student council had assigned them to be hosts for the event. The remaining 2 were relatively short. Apparently, they were students from Nagawa High School. Students, settle down now. Author's note: Japanese is too complicated. I'm not going to write it out. The 4 hosts gave their welcome speeches, marking the official start of the event. Jiang Fei had no interest in these kinds of events, so he did not pay them any heed. He just lowered his voice and continued talking to Zhao Feng. How fortunate everyone is today. The students from Nagawa High School can be described as crouching tigers and hidden dragons. According to insider information, they're talented students whose skills are on par with actual professional singers. Students, with your applause, please welcome the talented and beautiful Japanese lady from Nagawa High School, Tanaka Miho. Along with the sound of pleasant music, a Japanese girl went up on the stage. As the girl began to sing, people in the audience who were still busy chatting started to quiet down. This Japanese girl was really good. Not only was her voice sweet, her singing skills were also fairly refined. Although Jiang Fei and the others did not understand the lyrics, this did not prevent them from appreciating the song. By the end of the song, the audience gave her a big round of applause. Even Jiang Fei had to admit that this girl could easily end up as a professional singer. He may be a racist, but he could not deny that she sang really well. Very well. I believe that everyone loved Tanaka's performance. There's an old saying in China, courtesy demands reciprocity. Next, let us welcome Murong Wei, our goddess from second year's fourth class. She will be singing The Heavenly Road. Since the school officials wanted to hold this gathering, this was something that the members of the student council could not change. However, Sun Mingming and the other members of the student council had worked hard to schedule their performances. They had deliberately arranged for the Japanese to perform first, only to overshadow it with a superior performance by one of their own. If they wanted to be arrogant on China's territory, they would have to go back to their own country and improve themselves first. The music started to play. Murong Wei, dressed in a snow-white gown, stepped onto the stage. As soon as the goddess opened her mouth, she blew the audience away. Her voice flowed with grace. While Tanaka Miho's voice was filled with youthful energy, Murong Wei's was purely melodious. Her voice forced its way into the souls of all who were present. At the climax of the song, Goddess Murong's voice rose in more ways than one. Even the Japanese students could not deny that her singing capabilities were a notch above Tanaka Miho. This was followed by folk dance performances. This time, the Japanese students had miscalculated everything. Their dancing skills did not go unnoticed. If not for their proficiency, it was the foreign, exotic nature that attracted them. After all, no one had ever seen white-faced people dancing while wearing wooden slippers and wrapped in a bedsheet with a pillow on their backs. The slow and melodious Japanese music was accompanied by a slow and monotonous dance. This would probably be nice to older people. Older as in 70 or 80 years old. Before a group of teenagers, it would be a miracle if you actually held their attention for 10 minutes. Sure enough, in less than 5 minutes, it was not just the Chinese students, even the Japanese students had begun chatting away. Boring. As soon as the Japanese performance ended, the Chinese peacock dance performance began. Regarding both skill and entertainment, the Chinese students defeated their opponents once again. After being defeated twice in a row, some of the Japanese students were starting to fume and rage. Baka! These Chinese are bullying us on purpose. Tokugawa Shinji frowned. But we gave them our program list long ago. By then, Tanaka Yasukata, the teacher from Nagawa High School who was responsible for organizing this gathering, had almost merged his brows together into one. The purpose of this gathering was to create a good relationship between people from the two countries, but no one could stand having to admit defeat so many times. Tokugawa Shinji spoke up. Chapter 132. 132. Dance Battle. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. What do you think? At that moment, Sun Mingming ran to Jiang Fei and sat down beside him. It's all right. Jiang Fei looked back at Sun Mingming. Sun Mingming's cheerful demeanor instantly turned sour. Jiang Fei quickly shook his head. Ho ho. And you still said that nothing is going on between you two. Zhao Feng muttered softly. When she saw that Jiang Fei had admitted defeat, Sun Mingming immediately turned on Zhao Feng. No, no. Zhao Feng sneered and edged himself a few seats away. Sun Mingming rolled her eyes at Zhao Feng. Jiang Fei nodded. Sun Mingming asked with a smile. She looked like she was waiting for Jiang Fei to praise her. They're pretty good. After all, the performers are students, not professionals. But you guys are really evil. You set those Japs up, huh? They performed tit, we tat them. Jiang Fei laughed. Hee hee, who would want to be at the same event as them anyway? Sun Mingming pouted and said with disdain. Recently, because of the Prime Minister of Japan's double-dealing political activities, everyone in China was rather unhappy with the Japanese. After the Japanese host spouted a bunch of crap, Jiang Fei School's hosts were left puzzled. The Japanese hosts had gone off script. Although the Japanese had changed the programs midway, they could not just stand there and say nothing as hosts. Thus, they could only translate what the Japanese host said. The other students would not know, but Sun Mingming was part of the group who came up with the program list from before. Of course, she would know that something was off. Jiang Fei sensed that something was amiss. The Japanese students have switched it up, Sun Mingming hastily explained while making her way out of the audience seating area. Naturally, this called for her attention once again. Otherwise, the Chinese would lack an answer to Tokugawa Shinji's performance. To give Jiang Fei and Sun Mingming some private space, Zhao Feng had moved quite far away and had not heard Sun Mingming. The Japanese are playing dirty. They're not following the original program list anymore. We have no immediate answer for whatever they've improvised on. This time, we might not be able to defeat them. Jiang Fei explained. F***CK. He's lucky that I don't know how to dance. Zhao Feng grumbled. Tokugawa Shinji's dance skills were rather average. They were just at the level of an amateur hip-hop enthusiast. If you go, you can defeat him by rolling about. Jiang Fei laughed. Get lost. I'm not fat. Zhao Feng said with a sullen face. Although Jiang Fei was joking around with Zhao Feng's words had given him an idea. Naturally, a shut-in gamer like Jiang Fei did not know how to dance, but the jazz dance doll that he obtained the other day was still lying in the spatial ring. Jiang Fei put his hand in his pocket and closed his eyes, silently connecting to the spatial ring. A faint blue light flashed, and a small toy, barely more than an inch long, appeared in Jiang Fei's hand. It looked like a Western cowboy-themed keychain, complete with the ring. Kid, let's just say that you've been destined to fall since the beginning. I'll show you a real dance now, Jiang Fei thought to himself as he looked at the still-performing Tokugawa Shinji. This Tokugawa Shinji never gave Jiang Fei a first good impression since the beginning. He was the one who had caused 2 sports students from Jiang Fei School to get injured, directly or otherwise. There was no reason to like this devious kid. Fatty, stay here and watch. Jiang Fei smiled slightly, then left the audience seating area and walked towards the left side of the bottom of the stage. This area had already been closed off by a curtain long ago, as it was where the performers from Jiang Fei School made their preparations. Performers from their school were to go up on stage from the left, whereas the students from Nagua High School went up from the right side. Sorry, but this is the backstage area. A member of the student council stopped Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei said with a smile. Oh. When he found out that Jiang Fei was here to look for someone, he did not say much and headed in to look for Sun Mingming. Jiang Fei, why are you looking for me? We're now busy looking for someone who can dance. Sun Mingming forced her way out, perspiring profusely. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Ah Fei, stop messing around, Jiang Fei said with a serious face. Sun Mingming asked, doubtful. Jiang Fei said, while pointing at the stage. Mingming, stop overthinking it. This time, a beautiful girl came out from the back of the curtain. It was the singer Moron Wei, who had recently performed. She also happened to be the chairman of the student council. Clearly, Sun Mingming was far from convinced. Don't worry, Jiang Fei said as he walked into the backstage area. You're Jiang Fei, right? Go wait below the stage with Wang Xiaoming. After all, the Japanese kid had already started performing. How long did a street dance performance last? It was too late to find someone now. Since Jiang Fei said that he knew how to dance, she could only depend on blind faith. Jiang Fei lined himself up. The host Wang Xiaoming patted Jiang Fei's shoulder. Although the two of them did not know each other at all, everyone was of one mind when it came to destroying the Japanese. Jiang Fei said. Then, he whispered into Wang Xiaoming's ear. Wang Xiaoming's eyes lit up. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. All right. After Wang Xiaoming said that, He did not even wait for Tokugawa Shinji to finish performing. He directly went on stage. Sun Mingming was puzzled. Then, she heard Wang Xiaoming's voice from the stage. Everyone knows that a fast-paced street dance performance embodies enthusiasm, freedom, and passion. Although one person dancing on stage can be wonderful, such a passionate dance can only be fully expressed with a dance battle. Chapter 133, Stomping on one's face to the point of unrecognition. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. As Wang Xiaoming's voice fell, an upbeat jazz song started to play. Before going up on stage, Jiang Fei ran a little to get some momentum and made a huge leap. With his enhanced speed and the jump from the cat spirit boots, Jiang Fei jumped nearly 2 meters high. This was followed by a somersault while he was still in the air, before pulling off the perfect landing. Brother Fei. Jiang Fei's brilliant entrance had set off a bomb among the audience. There was no need to even mention the results of the dance battle. That entrance alone was already a critical blow to Tokugawa Shinji. Tokugawa Shinji had also stopped dancing. He was a little confused. As they had changed the program list without informing the Chinese students, he did not expect the Chinese students to get revenge by directly starting a dance battle. Moreover, the person who came on stage was the annoying guy who had destroyed his plans the last time. Tokugawa Shinji looked at Jiang Fei coldly. His face turned dark. Yeah, Jiang Fei sneered and said. After all, he was only a 16-year-old high school student. Although his family was quite well-to-do, it was not the kind that scrambled for supremacy. So, at that age, Jiang Fei knew nothing about keeping an inscrutable countenance. His expression clearly revealed everything. This Japanese guy had played dirty and injured Jiang Fei's schoolmates. To Jiang Fei, this guy was an enemy. When faced with an enemy, there was no need for niceties. Sure, you're just a little fitter than me, that's all. Tokugawa Shinji taunted Jiang Fei. All he knew from the basketball with Jiang Fei was that he was very fit. When Kato underwent a checkup, they soon learned that his ribcage had actually been fractured. As Jiang Fei spoke, he swiftly put his thumb into the ring attached to the jazz dance doll. Then, he held the jazz dance doll in the palm of his hand. As he gently squeezed the jazz dance doll in his hand, Jiang Fei suddenly felt his limbs wriggling uncontrollably. Unlike the haphazard, uncontrollable nature that he had experienced in the game, Jiang Fei still had some degree of control here. As Jiang Fei started to dance, he could not stop. His upbeat dance moves incited another wave of cheers from the audience. What the F***CK? This shut-in gamer has really hidden his talents way too well, right? Idiot. You're still calling him a shut-in gamer? OF***CK no. Japanese kid, start dancing. Yeah, when a master is placed beside an amateur, the contrasting differences could then be seen. When Tokugawa Shinji was dancing alone, it had not been so apparent. Now it was over for him. He looked simply pathetic. As the crowd jeered and booed away, Tokugawa Shinji finally snapped. His eyes were cold. At the same time, he awkwardly got into a one-arm stand. Although it was a dance battle, everyone could tell that Tokugawa Shinji was an amateur. However, no one noticed that Tokugawa Shinji slowly moving closer to Jiang Fei as he danced. Everyone in the audience was enjoying the show and noticed nothing. However, Jiang Fei had his guard constantly up. After all, this was not the first time Tokugawa Shinji played dirty. As he danced and danced, Tokugawa Shinji found the opportunity to get close to Jiang Fei through his dance moves. Then he suddenly did a Thomas Flare, swiping his legs at Jiang Fei's lower body. If he managed to kick Jiang Fei, currently at the edge of the stage, would definitely be kicked off the stage. OF***CK. Zhao Feng roared. As if the humiliation wasn't enough. The Chinese students were accusing Tokugawa Shinji of playing dirty, but they were too far away to help Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei sneered. Having experienced a severe beating from Chun Shi for so many hours, Jiang Fei had honed his combat senses well enough. Also, he was already paying extra attention to Tokugawa Shinji. Even as the Japanese kid edged closer to him, Jiang Fei knew that he could not be up to something good. Jiang Fei gave the jazz dance doll firm squeeze, abruptly ending the dance. At the same time, he jumped more than a meter high and evaded Tokugawa Shinji's sweeping leg. While in the air, Jiang Fei flipped and he landed behind Tokugawa Shinji. Courtesy demands reciprocity. As he spoke, Jiang Fei raised a leg and sent it towards the Tokugawa Shinji who had yet to regain his balance. When they saw that Tokugawa Shinji was in trouble, the Japanese students in the backstage could not take it any longer. Doke, 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 4 people came out of the right backstage booth. However, as they were too far away, it was too late for them to save Tokugawa Shinji. Dong! Jiang Fei's foot landed on Tokugawa Shinji's back, and he flew between 7 to 8 meters away. Tokugawa Shinji was sent flying off the stage. It just so happened that he flew towards the area where the Chinese audience stood. Were they going to catch such a shameless guy and save him from the fall? Everyone scattered, leaving a huge, empty spot in the middle. Thus, Tokugawa Shinji fell right onto the ground. That was not all. Some furious Chinese students even sneaked in a few kicks as he lay on the ground. In such situations, one who throws the first stone would quickly be followed by a crowd. If you're not part of the pack, you're nothing but a Grinch. By the time the Japanese students rushed over and pushed the Chinese students out of the way, Tokugawa Shinji's body was covered with footprints. Baka! Tanaka Yasutaka was going crazy. Although he was Tokugawa Shinji's teacher, he was actually a vassal of the Tokugawa family. Moreover, the Japanese valued loyalty above all. There was no such thing as good and evil in the hearts of the Japanese people. They could kill others, burn down the houses of others, commit fornication, and steal from others. However, as long as they were loyal to their masters, they would become gods after their deaths. Otherwise, how could the toilets of the Yasukuni Shrine, one, possibly house millions of gods? If their masters had been humiliated, they were better off dead. With such a mindset, Tanaka Yasutaka's eyes were red with anger as he saw Tokugawa Shinji on the floor, his body covered with footprints. Even his face was covered with footprints. His face had been trampled upon. Even his own mother would not recognize it now, since his master had already been stepped on by other people in such a manner. As a slave, there was no other option for him except commit seppuku. Tanaka Yasutaka was not alone in his turmoil. The 4 Japanese bodyguards who had rushed onto the stage were also vassals of the Tokugawa family. When they saw Jiang Fei kick their master off the stage, their eyes became red with anger. If their masters found out that this had happened, they would also have to seppuku. Baka! Tokugawa Shinji's bodyguards looked at each other, and a murderous intent toward Jiang Fei aroused within them. Chapter 134. 134. Take 2 steps forward if you're not sick. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When the 4 Japanese bodyguards charged at him, Jiang Fei knew that things would not be good. So, he immediately jumped down from the stage and quickly ran into the crowd. Although Jiang Fei's physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary people, Tokugawa Shinji's 4 bodyguards were not weak. Moreover, Jiang Fei could easily sense such murderous intent. A few hours with Chun she had not taught him much, but he understood that no matter how good he thought he was, bigger fish were always swimming out there. He knew that he was no match to full-fledged bodyguards. However, Jiang Fei was not without advantage. Even though he was not going to last long against these 4 Japanese bodyguards in a fight, he had the speed that easily eluded them. With the additional 10 points of agility from the cat spirit boots, Jiang Fei was now China's Usain Bolt. F***CK. F***CK me. Jiang Fei complained as he ran. The 4 Japanese bodyguards still had him in sight. If they at least avenged this injustice, they would be excused from seppuku. Jiang Fei ran around the school field in circles, keeping the 4 Japanese bodyguards on him. The show went on for everyone else. Tanaka Yasutaka and the Japanese students were still lost in their rage. The teachers and security guards of Jiang Fei's school were under Wang Huairan's control, so they had to remain in the hall. Although everyone hated Wang Huairan, Nobody could do anything as they were under his control. Wang Huairan had originally intended to have them stew in their own rage for a while, so that he could use this opportunity to ask them for money. But he had forgotten something. Who were the onlookers present? 2/3 of the people were hot-blooded teenagers, with a bunch of Japanese was swearing at them. How could they remain silent? There is no such thing as a friendly gathering. Go back to your own country. King hell. These Japanese people are too arrogant. The one who uttered this line would never be found, but it still started a chaotic melee. You're right. Let's go. Wang Dazhuang, didn't you say that you wanted to date me? The girls were as furious as the boys. When such lines were uttered, it added fuel to the fire. Could the Chinese boy who were present hold themselves back? They suddenly charged forward, surrounded the Japanese, and began to beat the Japanese kids up. This was not Nagawa High School. It was Jiangfei's school. The Chinese students outnumbered the Japanese 3-1. Many of them had also rushed over to join the fun. Among the people who came to join the fun were many specially recruited sports students who actually lived in the school. These students were all burly, buff, and great at beating others up. Moreover, the sports students were all pretty close to each other. When Hu Zi and Big Man had suffered injuries caused by the Japanese, they had yet to earn their revenge. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, would they pass on it? Some of the Japanese were capable of defending themselves. 4 of them were professional bodyguards, but these bodyguards currently running in circles after Jiangfei. After more than 10 laps around the school field, the 4 Japanese bodyguards were so exhausted that their tongues were lolling out of their mouths. However, Jiangfei, who had added 10 points of vitality to himself, now had incredible stamina. He even had the luxury of teasing the bodyguards as they ran. Without the support of the 4 bodyguards, several teachers, Tanaka Yasutaka, and the Japanese students included were in grave danger. While Sun Mingming rallied more people to the cause, other boys and teachers had also joined in. By the time Wang Huairan arrived at the battlefield, the Japanese had already been beaten up to the point of disfigurement. Stop! Stop! Wang Huairan had been too stupid for his own good. More than 100 people were fighting each other, and he still had the gall to force his way through the thick chaos. Not a single person could hear his squeaks. Unfortunately, as Wang Huairan was relatively short, someone accidentally mistook him as a Japanese and ended up kicking him to the ground. When more than 100 students fighting each other, it was too much of a mess for anyone to care whether Wang Huairan was a Japanese or otherwise as he now lay on the ground. Moreover, none of the students liked him. On the contrary, the students hated him to death. Even if they recognized him, they would simply feign ignorance and stamp on. The other teachers who came along with Wang Huairan were not his fans either. They turned a blind eye and allowed the beatdown to progress for a bit. Finally, they moved in to drive the students away, one after another. When they finally managed to drag Wang Huairan out of the crowd, the guy's round belly was covered with footprints, and there were 2 dark circles around his eyes. There was also a massive palm print on his fat face, but nobody knew of the perpetrator. Beat starts. You guys are crazy. Do you want a rebel? As soon as Wang Huairan reemerged from the crowd and caught his breath, he screamed in anger. None of you will be able to get away with this. Wang Huairan shouted loudly. A teacher next to him said, No way. You're not the one that got beaten up. Just forget it. Impossible. You guys actually dare to beat me? Wang Huairan shouted. A teacher sneered. The teachers all hated Wang Huairan. This stupid gathering was Wang Huairan's idea anyway. He had specifically asked the teachers to stay out of it. Now, chaos had broken out, and the students had turned on Wang Huairan. If he was thinking of expelling the students, he should just forget about it. It was the chair beneath his ass that he should be worried about now. Huff huff, Wang Huairan panted. He knew that he could not do such a thing. There were nearly 200 students. He would not be able to punish all of them. Even if he wanted to punish the one who triggered the start of the fight, that person was long buried by the masses. At least he could turn Jiang Fei, the one who kicked Tokugawa Shinji off the stage, a scapegoat. However, he summoned a freaking helicopter to the school grounds. What if Jiang Fei rode a helicopter to his house? Tanaka Yasutaka limped over. He was barely recognizable. He could not even say, Dean Wang, we object properly. After all, he was the one who had scolded the Chinese students the most, so he had been given his just desserts. There was no one way to solve the chaos here. On Jiang Fei's side, however, things are going pretty well. The 4 Japanese bodyguards were now too exhausted beyond measure. They had completed more than 4,400-meter laps around the school field. They now sat on the ground, panting through open mouths like dogs. They could not even stand up anymore, let alone keep chase. Even Jiang Fei was breathing heavily. However, thanks to 10 additional points of vitality and spirit, Jiang Fei recovered fairly quickly. It only took a few steps for him to recover. He walked before the 4 bodyguards with his arms folded in front of him and continued teasing them. "Hey buddies, are you guys okay?" Chapter 135, Riled Up with Killing Intent. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. In the end, the security guards dragged the 4 bodyguards away. The bodyguards were so tired that they looked like dead dogs. The entire gathering ended on an unhappy note. The photographers hired by Nagawa High School were all dazed. Originally, they were supposed to take pictures that illustrated the friendship between the people of 2 countries to bring the 2 countries closer. Now, all they had were pictures and footage of a large-scale fight. As for the fighting, the conclusion was still the same. Wang Huairan could not do much. All he could do was to pointlessly scream at people in anger. Although his face was now swollen like a bun, he could not find the one who threw the first stone. Could he punish all of them? Even if he wanted to punish all the students from 7 different classes, as well as the members of the student council, the school officials would never agree, let alone expel all of them. Only Jiang Fei stood among the masses, but Jiang Fei was not one that Wang Huairan dared to mess with. Last time, Han Tianyu sent a helicopter rushing into the school. The school officials had imposed a gagging order, and Fatty Wang did not even dare ask about it, let alone try and punish Jiang Fei. This book would have to be concluded without an ending. The students from Jiang Fei School were rather happy about it. They not only managed to take their anger out on the Japanese, but they had also taken the opportunity to get revenge on Wang Huairan and beat him to a pulp. After the incident, Jiang Fei got another new nickname, Running Dancing King Jiang. With his fine jazz dancing performance, Jiang Fei blinded everyone. When this was followed by 40 laps of running around the school field, even the sports students from his school were awestruck. Jiang Fei was one fine specimen. The 4 Japanese bodyguards were by no means weak. They were all professionally trained bodyguards. They could easily do 20 kilometers of cross-country running while carrying weights. Jiang Fei's 40 laps only came up to 16 kilometers, but no one could do 10 kilometers straight in full sprint. Jiang Fei had deliberately toyed with the bodyguards. It was as if the 4 bodyguards could catch up to him if they accelerated just a little more. However, as soon as they accelerated, Jiang Fei would also accelerate. Whenever they slowed down, Jiang Fei would turn around and taunt them again. After 40 laps of such forced sprinting, the 4 bodyguards were not able to do anything except pant with their tongues dangling outside their mouths. Finally, the security guards had dragged their helpless bodies away. Jiang Fei's schoolmates were pleased. The student council had also spread the news about how Jiang Fei stepped in just in time and saved the day by destroying the Japanese. The Jiang Fei who returned from walking the dogs was treated like a hero. Some people were happy, others were sad. As Jiang Fei's school celebrated, the Japanese people had lost themselves to rage. Why did all of them get beaten up? Wasn't the gathering supposed to be cementing the friendship between the 2 countries? Why did it turn into a fight out of nowhere? Deep within, the Japanese were just inhumane people who would never change their ways. In their eyes, there was no right or wrong. They did not care how Tokugawa Shinji played dirty on the stage, and they did not care about how Tanaka Yasutaka swore at the Chinese students. According to their logic, this was all about the pride of their nation, and this was how they showed their loyalty to their emperor. And this was right. Baka, Tokugawa Shinji had been miserably beaten to a pulp today. Jiang Fei's initial kick had not been a light one. That kick had been quickly followed by the stomping of an entire crowd. After he got through the pain, Tanaka Yasutaka finally came over and yelled at the Chinese students. As a result, chaos broke out, and Tokugawa Shinji was trampled on again for the second time. Now, the Tokugawa family's young master was 3 times fatter than he usually was. It was not just his face that was swollen, but his whole body. Young master, bear the pain for a while more. As he was a vassal of the Tokugawa family, Tanaka Yasutaka had to help his master with the medicine first, despite his own injuries. Ouch, ouch. Baka. The moment Tanaka Yasutaka touched Tokugawa Shinji's injuries, Tokugawa Shinji was in so much pain that he ended up squealing like a monkey. After much difficulty, they were finally done treating the wounds. Tokugawa Shinji had gone through so much pain he nearly fainted. At the same time, his resentment towards Jiang Fei grew even stronger. As he was also Japanese, Tokugawa Shinji did not feel that he had committed any wrong. So what if he injured 2 Chinese students during the basketball match? As a descendant of the emperor, how could he lose in a game of basketball? Anyone who wanted to diminish the glory of the emperor was an enemy and deserved more than death. That Jiang Fei actually dared to retaliate. He had committed a mortal sin. The dance battle was even more of Jiang Fei's fault. I am the young master of the Tokugawa family. I was showing off my dance skills, planning to show everyone who's boss. You actually dared to come up and steal my limelight. You should have just let me kick you off the stage, and everything would be done and polished, right? But you actually still dared fight back. I should kill all your family members. The more Tokugawa Shinji thought about it, the more he felt like he was the civilized one. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Jiang Fei should die. After much deliberation, he could not help but feel great anger within him. He was ready to do anything to release it. Inoue! Inoue! Tokugawa Shinji shouted loudly. Tanaka Yasutaka explained. The 4 bodyguards had utterly turned into dead dogs. All the muscles in their bodies had tensed up. Baka! Tokugawa Shinji scolded angrily. He accidentally agitated his wound, and the pain made him break out in cold sweat. As he writhed in pain, Tokugawa Shinji hated Jiang Fei even more. What about Nakoda? Tokugawa Shinji shouted. A figure suddenly appeared behind Tanaka Yasutaka. This guy was wearing a tight, black shirt. He had a black mask covering his face and a long knife on his back. He looked like a Japanese ninja. Tokugawa Shinji snarled at him. Roger. The ninja, named Nakoda, quickly disappeared without much incident. Young master, you have to think this through. Tanaka Yasutaka spoke up. Tokugawa Shinji now hated Jiang Fei to the core. He would only be satisfied if he sent Jiang Fei to the grave. Young master, Nakoda is one of the few ninjas loyal to you. Judging by his abilities, that student should pose no threat. However, this is China's territory. After Nakoda kills that student, it would be impossible for him to come back alive. Tanaka Yasutaka advised. After listening to Tanaka Yasutaka, Tokugawa Shinji finally hesitated. To be honest, he was reluctant to lose Nakoda. After all, he was his sole personal ninja. Although there were many ninjas in the family, they were loyal to the head. Moreover, he was not the only young master in the family. If he wanted to compete for the family throne, he had to rely on his own capabilities. However, as Tokugawa Shinji was about to reconsider his decision, he subconsciously placed his hand to his forehead. He ended up pressing the huge bump there. When the pain almost killed Tokugawa Shinji. Baka! The pain drove him crazy. Damn the consequences. Damn Jiang Fei. Chapter 136. 136. Ninja Surprise Attack. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation after the chaos. The Student Council simply allowed the remaining performances to go on. It could be considered the celebration for their victory in the war. Engaging in a fist fight was not something to be proud of, but they were still pleased with how it all turned out. Even the teachers felt the same way. Not only did they not stop the show, but they also sat down and enjoyed the remaining performances. Originally, Fatty Wong Huiran still planned on intimidating all of the students by asserting his authority. Even though he could not punish all of them, he could still give them a collective warning on Monday. Fatty Wong would not be satisfied if the slightest action was not taken. However, when he shared his thoughts, the other teachers merely exchanged looks and glanced at Jiang Fei, who stood among the crowd. Fatty Wong started to freak out. The teacher's message was clear. You can punish the students however you want. We have nothing to do with it. If you get into trouble later, we have nothing to do with it too. He thought of Jiang Fei, the armed helicopter from the other day, and the 4 brawny men in black who carried actual firearms. In the end, Fatty Wong lowered his head and went to the infirmary to treat his injuries miserably. His plans of warning and punishing the students were never mentioned again. When the show was over, it was already past 6 o'clock in the evening. The sky was already dark, for it was winter. Jiang Fei walked home by himself. Something pricked at his senses, sending a chill up his spine. He spun around, but all he saw were the bright streetlights. Strange. Jiang Fei continued to walk in the direction of his home, muttering to himself. Just as Jiang Fei walked into a dark spot between 2 streetlights, he heard a gust of wind. Enduring attacks from Chun Shi for a few hours was not for nothing. His instincts were screaming at him. He quickly leaped to the side. Simultaneously, Jiang Fei looked back and saw a cold light flash before his eyes. Although he had predicted the danger ahead of time, Jiang Fei still lacked experience and had reacted a step too late. This prevented the attack from killing him. Even though Jiang Fei avoided the fatal blow, his left arm had been sliced open. There was a wound of more than 10 centimeters long, and blood flowed out of it. At the same time, Jiang Fei finally caught sight of his would-be assassin. It was one man, and he was fully clad in black. Jiang Fei did not hesitate one bit and bolted. He would not stand a chance against an actual professional. He could only run and tire the enemy out, just like he did to the 4 Japanese bodyguards. As he ran, Jiang Fei connected to the spatial ring and took a bottle of HP potion out. He had to stem the bleeding at the very least. After he drank a bottle of medium HP potion, the wound slowly began to heal, but it was still bleeding. Jiang Fei did not have time to stop and bandage himself. Thus, he decided to take another bottle of HP potion out and poured it directly on the wound. It was a desperate, instinctive act. He did not know if it would actually work. But once again, Jiang Fei was ridiculously fortunate. The moment the HP potion trickled onto the wound, the bleeding immediately stopped. And lo and behold, his wound started closing up before his very eyes. F***CKME. Jiang Fei made a mental note and continued to run like a madman. Nakoda gave chase. As a ninja, he was faithful to his master's orders. Ninjas were not bodyguards. They could run just as well as they fought. On top of that, their methods of offense were not limited to the sword alone. Swish, swish, swish. When Nakoda realized that he could not shorten their gap, he whipped out 3 shurikens. Poof, poof, poof. After 3 muffled sounds, Jiang Fei's haversack now had 3 shurikens embedded in it. Fortunately, his mother had prepared a lot of snacks for him. Jiang Fei's armor of canvas, nylon, and complex carbs saved his skin. This has to stop. Jiang Fei's blood roared through his skull. The adrenaline drove him to run even faster, while his mind started to race. Jiang Fei knew that the enemy would go for his legs next. The moment he slowed down, death would be a certainty. Suddenly, Jiang Fei had an idea. He thought of the enhancement potion, which had been stored in the spatial ring. After he took out a bottle of beginner defense potion from the spatial ring, Jiang Fei chugged it down. Shortly after, Jiang Fei noticed his skin glowing with a faint green light. Ding, ding. Just after Jiang Fei finished drinking the potion, he heard 2 crisp sounds coming from beneath him. At the same time, he felt a slight itch in his legs, as though pebbles had been tossed at them. Cling, clang. 2 more shurikens clattered on the ground. King hell. Jiang Fei was both shocked and slightly delighted at the same time. However, whenever the cup of happiness overflowed, disaster followed. Jiang Fei had gotten too caught up with drinking the potion, and he ended up running into a dead end in one of the alleys. Who are you? Jiang Fei turned around and looked at the approaching ninja, his voice shaking. The ninja was silent. As a ninja, Nakoda only needed to follow and execute the instructions of his master. He had no obligation to clear Jiang Fei's doubts, so he remained silent. A long sword appeared in his hand. Grasping with both hands, he charged at Jiang Fei. Oh, what the hell? Cornered prey were deadly. Jiang Fei's eyes were red with anger. Either he dies, or the enemy dies. He unslung his haversack and held it by the strap. Jiang Fei started to swing it like a morning star, won, and charged at Nakoda. Swish, the enemy casually neutralized the assault with a simple flick of his blade. The bag straps were cut, and it flew far away. Jiang Fei was now unarmed and face-to-face with a sword-wielding ninja. Swoosh! A cold light flashed, and the ninja slashed at Jiang Fei's face. Jiang Fei was so terrified that he raised his arms to block the attack, and he squeezed his eyes shut. These movements had all been involuntary. The inexperienced Jiang Fei was simply no match for the ninja. Something connected with his arm, but he felt no pain. He slowly opened his eyes to see. The ninja's blade appeared to have ricocheted off his arm, and it was still vibrating. F***CK. Jiang Fei was ecstatic. Chapter 137. 137. A slap in the face. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Jiang Fei was not the only one who was surprised. Nakoda was even more surprised. These emotions of surprise came from opposite ends of the spectrum. Pleasant and unpleasant. His sword had clearly struck the boy's arm with full force. For some reason, not only was he unharmed, his treasured sword had also recoiled, as if he had just struck solid granite. Am I imagining things, or is this kid playing with black magic? F***CKU. Jiang Fei quickly found confidence in his invulnerability. He grabbed Nakoda by the collar and began to slap him really hard. Slap, 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 slap. It did not take long for the ninja to turn limp. Jiang Fei never stood a chance against one as competent as Nakoda. However, after that strange turn of events, any expert would be too startled to react accordingly. As a result, when Nakoda was puzzled and lost focus, Jiang Fei managed to grab him. Jiang Fei had grown strong indeed. With his cheat source of power, a dozen of slaps later, Nakoda was disfigured. Nakoda stirred to life again. He used his sword and thrust it right at Jiang Fei's heart. Jiang Fei's arm may be odd, but surely his heart was still flesh and blood, right? Dang, it did not even make it past his skin. Jiang Fei reached out and grabbed the blade of the sword and started wrestling it away from the ninja. Of course, the ninja was not willing to relinquish his weapon without a fight. I am taking. Jiang Fei gave the sword a mighty tug. Fine. Nakoda quickly released the sword. He was not willing to expend energy in a pointless contest of strength. Jiang Fei was only grabbing the sword with one hand, but ninjas were only known for their speed. Now, Nakoda was in big trouble. He had originally come to assassinate Jiang Fei. Now, Jiang Fei was grabbing Nakoda's shirt collar with his left hand, and he held the shiny, sharp sword with his right hand. The assassin was now the would-be assassinated. Clap, 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 as Jiang Fei hesitantly held the sword in his hand. He heard the sound of someone clapping from behind. An old man leaped down the wall. He was dressed in a black tongzhuang, and a pair of cloth slippers. Jiang Fei was too surprised to respond. As things were, he looked like he was committing armed robbery. If this old man reported it to the police, he would never be able to explain himself. Ho ho, don't be afraid, young man. The old man smiled at Jiang Fei. Then, he pointed at the ninja and said to Jiang Fei, "If you kill him, you'll be in trouble. Can you hand him over to me?" "Oh, you want him? Take him then." He had to somehow get rid of this ninja. If he killed someone as a student, his heart might never recover. The old man smiled and walked to the front of the ninja. As soon as Nakoda saw the old man approaching him, his eyes glowed with a hint of recognition. Eyes wide in terror, he attempted to bite open the poison sac placed in between his teeth. Hee. Japanese, trying to pull this trick in front of me? The old man's hands were as quick as lightning. As he talked, he grabbed Nakoda's jaw tightly. While grinning, he started plucking out Nakota's teeth, one by one. Having your teeth plucked out without any anesthetic was unpleasant, to say the least. Teeth were packed with nerves. Nakota started screaming and flailing about that. Jiang Fei was terrified. Jiang Fei had to take a few steps back. Who the heck was this sadistic, cruel old man? Young man, don't think I'm cruel. These Japanese are all twisted. They hide poison in their teeth. Even if you get the poison out, they will attempt suicide by biting their tongues. The old man explained to Jiang Fei. Oh, go ahead then. Jiang Fei was far from convinced. He did not intend to spend a second longer in the presence of this old man. The old man nodded in acknowledgement. However, when Jiang Fei finally turned around, the old man said, "Kid, when you go back, tell your master to not just teach you external martial arts too, like Iron Shirt 3. Learn a few more techniques. You only caught this Japanese off guard by luck. A more experienced warrior might have reacted in time and gouged out your eyes." Jiang Fei agreed flippantly. He was no longer interested to know who wanted him dead. Anyway, he had more or less figured it out already. He just wanted to get away from this old freak. As Jiang Fei started to leave, the old man continued with his work. Nakota cried and screamed. This was not a no man's land. People would be attracted here very soon. So the old man just casually tapped Nakota's body twice. The ninja fell to the ground limp. After that, the old man carried Nakota on his shoulders and bent his knees slightly. Then he took a huge bound and ended up on top of the wall. "Kid, you best get out of here. The police will probably be here soon. I'll bring this guy back and see what I can dig out of him." The old man turned around and said to Jiang Fei, "Oh." Jiang Fei shook his head. He had only offended one Japanese. He could already guess the culprit behind this attempt on his life. Moreover, this old man was a twisted old freak who plucked people's teeth out with his bare hands. Jiang Fei wanted nothing to do with him again, ever. By the way, who is your master? You have mastered Iron Shirt pretty well at such a young age. Jiang Fei had just completely made something up. If there was a Yunfeng mountain and a Qian Kuan temple, so be it. Oh, even though I can't say that I'm well informed, I'm friends with many martial artists. I never thought that the world would still hold such mysteries. Kid, Jiang Fei grimaced. He got too carried away with lying. Okay, you shouldn't stay here for too long. As soon as his voice fell, the old man jumped off the high wall and disappeared. You can look for whoever you want to have an exchange of views. I don't care. Jiang Fei muttered. He did not take the old man's words to heart. Since the old man did not know Jiang Fei's name or details, how was this old man going to find him again? Chapter 138, Potion in Containers. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When he got home, Jiang Fei did not dare tell his parents about the whole assassination thing. After all, his parents were ordinary people. Apart from reporting it to the police, they could only spend sleepless nights in worry. As he laid down in bed quietly, Jiang Fei began to recall the events of the day. Jiang Fei knew that Tokugawa Shinji was undoubtedly the culprit. He had never offended anyone else, and the only person who ever held a grudge against him was this Japanese kid. This ninja was also clearly Japanese, so one could easily put two and two together. Whenever he thought about his encounter with that ninja, Jiang Fei would involuntarily tremble in fear. Fortunately, Chunshi had awoken his combat instincts. What little instinct he had was enough to save him from certain death. He also had to thank his lucky stars that he had a beginner defense potion with him, or he would have really died today. Thinking of this, Jiang Fei could not help but look at his left arm. There was no scar whatsoever, no indication that it had once been sliced open by a sword. By then, the green light on Jiang Fei's body was already gone. The effect of the beginner defense potion had ended. Then, Jiang Fei thought of what the old man said to him when he was leaving. Obviously, the old man was not there when he was being chased. The old man only came when he used his arm to block the sword and surprise the Japanese. Therefore, this old man thought that Jiang Fei was only invulnerable because he had learned Iron Shirt, a hardstyle martial art. If not for the potion, he might not even be alive now. It was luck that saved him when the ninja was caught off guard by his sudden, impenetrable skin. If the ninja had somehow prolonged the fight, it would all be over for him when the effects of the potion ended. Jiang Fei knew that he had to quickly gain strength if he wanted to live. The ninja had been taken away by the old man, but Tokugawa Shinji was still very much alive. If this kid still wanted to kill Jiang Fei, there was no guarantee that he would not send a second, third, or even fourth ninja. This was the first time Jiang Fei ever felt a sense of urgency since obtaining the ring. He had to improve himself if he wanted to live. Now, there were two ways for Jiang Fei to become stronger. The first was to learn martial arts. The second was to get equipment from the game and then bring it into reality. However, martial arts was not something that could be mastered in a day or two. It required dedication and perseverance. Now, Jiang Fei could not tell when Tokugawa Shinji would send someone to kill him again, so time was not an available luxury. Leveling the mysterious ring up was imperative. Nothing else took precedence. I need 30 million worth of diamonds to level up the ring. Han Tianyu gave him 10 million in cash for the skill book the other time, but to level up the ring, he still had a ways to go. Thus, Jiang Fei began to implement his own fundraising plan. He changed his clothes and went to the supermarket downstairs to buy 5 huge containers of drinking water. After someone delivered the water to his house, he emptied them all and took the empty containers back to his room. Although his mother had raised an eyebrow at the empty containers, she asked no questions. Jiang Fei just gave her some weak excuses and went on his way. At 10 o'clock at night, Jiang Fei logged into the game. He told Rosette Rose and Big Brother Bear that he had things to do today and would not be playing together with them. Thus, Jiang Fei began to carry out his plans. Jiang Fei went directly to the NPC potion shop and bought 10 sets of medium health points potions. After storing it into the spatial ring, he logged off. After all, Dawn Break was a game, and players were allowed to log off the game halfway through. This game was only different in how it could only be played at night during sleeping hours, so relatively few people tended to log off in the middle of the night. After he logged off, Jiang Fei opened the potion bottle and poured the potion into the empty containers. A bottle of medium health points potion was only about 5 milliliters. 5 liters. As he urgently needed to level up the mysterious ring, there was no time to send the potions to Han Tianyu, set by set. It would be quicker if Jiang Fei filled all the potions into huge containers and allowed Han Tianyu to distribute it any way he liked. Jiang Fei logged into the game to buy potions and logged off to fill the containers, which he repeatedly did so several times. An in-game day contained 24 hours, but Jiang Fei only had 8 hours in real time to fill the containers. After an entire night, Jiang Fei finally took 20,000 bottles of potions out of the game. 5 empty drinking water containers were now completely filled with valuable health points potions. Done. Jiang Fei sealed the 5 containers properly and tidied the empty bottles of potions that were on the floor. He placed the empty bottles in a big bag and planned to throw them out later when the sun comes up. By then, it was almost 6 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Fei did not log into the game again. He went back to sleep. After lunch, his mother went out shopping, and Jiang Fei rang Han Tianyu up. Jiang Fei said, Han Tianyu knew that. When it came to potions, he would never laze around. Jiang Fei said. Not long after, Han Tianyu reached Jiang Fei's house, bringing Ah Long and 2 other bodyguards with him. Kulme. Jiang Fei had already moved the 5 large containers into the living room. Holy F***CK. Han Tianyu was surprised. Stop wasting time. Do you think it's easy for my master to make these potions? It's probably good for 20,000 small bottles. Do you want to kill my master? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at Han Tianyu. He had spent so much energy because he still wanted to use the facade of a fictional master to keep the mysterious ring a secret. However, as a high school student who was not very experienced in deceit, he could only think of this much. Han Tianyu knew that. He did not care how the potions were packaged. As long as it could save lives, it was all good. Han Tianyu waved his hand and motioned for Ah Long and the other 2 bodyguards to transport the containers. Yes, Ah Long led the 2 bodyguards. They picked up the 5 containers and left Jiang Fei's house. Han Tianyu was not stupid. Jiang Fei was behaving oddly today. He had no intention to dig out Jiang Fei's secrets. But as his brother was in trouble, he could not just leave without caring. Yeah, after thinking about it, Jiang Fei decided to disclose a little information to Han Tianyu, but he would not say anything about the mysterious ring. Han Tianyu was not curious to know why he needed diamonds at all. He went straight to talking about quantity. Han Tianyu instantly understood the situation. Chapter 139. Ring level up. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. I've got an idea. Don't do anything with the 10 million that you have in your hand for now. I'll pay for this batch of potions with diamonds. We dabble in some arms trade with the locals in Africa. They use diamonds to pay us, and at a far better price than what you get from jewelry stores. I'll give you 30 million worth of diamonds. Han Tianyu said. Jiang Fei said. He only needed diamonds to have the ring devour them. Diamonds that had not been processed could also be used. This would save a considerable amount of money for both himself and Han Tianyu, so it was a good thing. Han Tianyu was not bragging for nothing. A large portion of his family's arms trade was with Africa. As there was nothing much in Africa, the leaders could only use gold and natural diamonds to pay for the arms. After Han Tianyu left, Jiang Fei started to get excited at the prospect of having the mysterious ring finally leveling up. Very soon, he would be able to take equipment out of the spatial ring. When he thought of how this new batch of equipment could turn him into a future superhuman, Jiang Fei started pacing back and forth in his room. It was like he had eaten stride. Creaked the moment the door outside swung open. Jiang Fei immediately dashed out of his room. Jiang Fei's mother had just returned from her shopping. Jiang Fei suddenly flying out of the room had given her the shock of her life. Oh, Jiang Fei said, a little disappointed. He had thought that Han Tianyu was here with the diamonds. You seem to be very disappointed that I'm back home. After all, she was his mother. It only took a glance for her to see through Jiang Fei. His mother only grew more suspicious. Ding dong at that moment, the doorbell rang. Jiang Fei immediately dashed out. As soon as he tugged the door open, a cute girl was standing outside the door. It was Sun Mingming. Jiang Fei asked, his eyes wide open. He was not surprised to see that Sun Mingming had found his house. She could just ask Zhao Feng any time of the day. I'm here to thank you on behalf of the student council, Sun Mingming said with a smile. Xiao Fei, his mother, more suspicious than ever, quickly strode to the door to check things out. Un dia. Sun Mingming politely greeted Jiang Fei's mother. Cool me. His mother shoved Jiang Fei aside and led Sun Mingming into the house. Hey, I said. Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. Whose side was his mother on? Mingming, don't be shy. Just make yourself at home. Jiang Fei's mother was treating Sun Mingming nicely. Maybe a little too nicely. Thank you, Auntie. Sun Mingming quietly sat beside Jiang Fei's mother. It did not take long before Sun Mingming began chatting away happily with Jiang Fei's mother. Jiang Fei's mother even took a photo album out and shared all of Jiang Fei's embarrassing childhood stories with Sun Mingming. F*CK. I don't want to live anymore. Jiang Fei felt the whole world darkening. Sun Mingming stayed for almost an hour before she left. As soon as she left, Jiang Fei's mother grabbed Jiang Fei by the arm. Xiao Fei, tell me. His mother asked. No. Jiang Fei tried to explain, but his mother quickly cut in. Stop talking your way out of this. It only makes you look all the more suspicious. Don't try and lie to me. As she spoke, she flicked Jiang Fei in the forehead. Jiang Fei helplessly murmured, Stop lying to me. I didn't say that I'm against it. I think Mingming is pretty cute. Jiang Fei felt even more helpless. Okay, treat her well. I'll double your pocket money starting from next month. His mother gave him an I will keep your secrets safe look and skipped into the kitchen like a schoolgirl. Jiang Fei was close to breaking down, but the tears would not come. The oldham would have been happy if his pocket money was doubled, but Han Tianyu had given him 10 million in cash, and it was still sitting at a corner, and used. What was pocket money to him? If only he could clear this. Misunderstanding. Ding, once again, the doorbell rang. Zhang Fei opened the door and discovered that it was Han Tianyu. He had a backpack in his hand. There was no question about it. The diamonds were inside the bag. Zhang Fei said tearfully, "What's wrong? Am I late?" Han Tianyu was aghast. Had he caused Zhang Fei's so-called master trouble? Zhang Fei told Han Tianyu about what just happened just now. He wanted Han Tianyu to give him an idea. "I've said so last time. Han Tianyu lick it. If you're done here, get going." Zhang Fei grumpily took the backpack from Han Tianyu, then turned and walked inside. After that, he slammed the door shut. Even though the door was closed, Zhang Fei could vaguely hear Han Tianyu's laughter as he left. His mother asked from the kitchen. Zhang Fei casually answered and then ran to his room with the backpack. He opened the backpack and looked at the bunch of diamonds inside. Zhang Fei's uneasy feelings were immediately swept away. Now he was excited to see the mysterious ring leveling up. Zhang Fei no longer hesitated. As the mysterious ring was on his left hand, he shoved his entire hand into the backpack. Swoosh, 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 one after another. Diamonds visible to the naked eye turned into streams of light. Then they seeped into the mysterious ring. The number of marks on the mysterious ring increased rapidly as the diamonds vanished. It would not take long before the mark on the ring went full circle. Ding, the diamonds disappeared with a soft tinkle, and a silver light was emanated from the mysterious ring. The initially plain-looking metal ring was now covered in intricate, mysterious runes. Zhang Fei was overjoyed. He knew that the mysterious ring had finally leveled up. Chapter 140, 140, The Ares Set in Reality. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, the mysterious ring now looked a lot more quaint. With a light touch, Zhang Fei connected to the spatial ring. The moment he entered the spatial ring, Zhang Fei realized that something had changed profoundly. Originally, the spatial ring only had 36 slots, 18 red ones and 18 blue ones. Now, there were 36 red and 36 blue slots. On top of that, the slots were labeled with something. There were several rows of words above the blue slots. Outgoing equipment maximum level. 30 outgoing equipment maximum amount. 1/4, there were also several rows of words above the red slots. Sacrificial equipment minimum level. 20 sacrificial equipment minimum quality. Excellent, damn. With this information, Zhang Fei now understood this mysterious ring a little more. Now, he knew that he could not take more equipment out previously because the maximum number of outgoing equipment was 1/1. After taking his cat spirit boots out, that was it. Now, he could take 3 more pieces of equipment out. Without any hesitation, Zhang Fei took out the extra Ares set from the blue slots. Although this equipment set was only level 25, it was of epic quality. It was far stronger than separate pieces of level 30 equipment. Wrist armor, arm guard, and leg armor. When Zhang Fei put on these 3 pieces of equipment, they turned into streams of light and seeped into Zhang Fei's body, vanishing into thin air. Zhang Fei was not too concerned about the information displayed over the red slots. After all, others might find it difficult to get green-graded equipment over level 20. It was not a problem for Zhang Fei. As he had just created a new guild, he could go and procure a set of recipes for green-graded equipment. When the time came, he could make another batch of equipment. If they ended up as blue equipment, he could give it to his guild members. Anything inferior would be sacrificed. Now, Zhang Fei could not wait to test the effectiveness of this set. After dinner that night, Zhang Fei spouted off more excuses and left his house. Zhang Fei did not take the elevator. He ran all the down. 3 new pieces of equipment gave him an additional 32 vitality. This turned Zhang Fei into a perpetual motion machine. He no longer knew what fatigue was. Not only that, the Ares' arm guard also provided him an additional 9 points of strength. Zhang Fei's could now lift an additional 180 kilograms. A casual punch from him would be equivalent to a professional boxer's haymaker. If Zhang Fei knew how to fight, he could easily slay other men with his bare fists. Of course, all 3 pieces of equipment were armor type, so he gained more defense than anything. Now, he would not need a defense potion to be invulnerable, but the real world was different. It was impossible for the defense of his whole body to increase when his attributes increased, just like how it was in the game. Currently, Zhang Fei's invincibility was only limited to his legs and forearms. Only these areas were covered with the invisible armor. In other words, now Zhang Fei could catch bullets with his hand, but if someone slit his throat, he would still die. Soon, Zhang Fei reached the gym and measured his body data once again. However, Zhang Fei did not dare to test his strength. After all, there are many people here. He would never be able to properly explain his superhuman bouts of strength. On his way home, Zhang Fei stopped by the central garden of the community. As it was already 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, and it was the middle of winter, the garden was lightly occupied. Come on! Zhang Fei found a secluded place and spotted a boulder. More than 10 meters away from the rock, Zhang Fei suddenly activated Jumping Slash. When Zhang Fei had equipped the set, something had occurred to him. What if he could use the skill just by thinking about it? Zhang Fei suddenly felt his feet tense up, and a gush of air flowed out from under his feet. Then he leaped nearly 3 meters high, but the upward force was not the main function of this skill. It was the forward momentum that sent him more than 10 meters away. However, because this was his first time using the skill, Zhang Fei's landing point was not all that accurate. He did not exactly land where he wanted. At this time, Zhang Fei's fist flashed red. This was most likely the effect of Jumping Slash, where the next attack would be a definite critical hit and stun the target for a second. Although Zhang Fei did not know what the effect of a critical hit in the real world was, the boosted attack power was undeniable. Boom! After 2 steps, Zhang Fei's fist slammed onto the rock. The boulder was reduced into rubble. However, being an inanimate object, he never got to saw a stun in real life. Amazing! Zhang Fei stared at his fist for the longest time ever. Zhang Fei said proudly. After that, Zhang Fei also tried Karate Kick. This skill only dealt the damage of a normal blow, but its main function was to slow the target down. However, as he had targeted yet another stone, Zhang Fei could not observe the effects of the skill. Even so, that regular punch had still sent a chunk of stone flying off the boulder. This was most likely the passive effect of the Ares set, which allowed the wearer to ignore the target's defense. After testing the 2 skills, Zhang Fei turned around and left the place. If someone caught him breaking rocks, he would have to explain himself while also paying for the damage. As for the equipment set's effect, eye for eye, someone had to be there to actually strike him, so he had no means of testing it just yet. Zhang Fei walked home with a broad grin on his face. He may not yet be completely invulnerable like Superman, but he was damn near close to it. In the near future, as the ring grew, he might one day achieve this dream. For now, he had to pick up more fighting skills. Otherwise, a true master could still use his own strength against himself. After tidying his room up, Zhang Fei did some homework. When it was 10 o'clock sharp, Zhang Fei logged into the game. Brother Fei. Zhao Feng was the first to greet Zhang Fei. Yeah, Zhang Fei said. Although it would not be their first time clearing the dungeon, they could still obtain a huge amount of experience points from a heroic dungeon. Moreover, he could help other people in his guild level up at the same time. So why not? Zhao Feng was the first to join the party. Soon, Zhang Fei's party was assembled. This time, as the average level of the girls from Rosette Knighthood had risen, Zhang Fei only brought the 2 clerics, Rosette Rose and Rosette Meow Meow. The other party members were made up of the punks from the Young Master's Bodyguards clan. Although these punks were relatively inferior in level and equipment, they were far more skilled than the girls from Rosette Knighthood. In his bear form, even the usually silly second brother bear ended up more effective at generating aggro compared to Rosette Dazzle Dance. Chapter 141 Epic Quest. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After clearing the heroic mode once, Zhang Fei had gained another half of a bar's worth of experience points. Simultaneously, Those in the team had reached levels between 20 and 30, while even acquiring quite a few fresh pieces of equipment. When they came out from the dungeon, Jiang Fei arranged for some of the people to train and increase their levels. Thereafter, he delegated some of the less urgent tasks to Rosette Rose, as he was not too well versed at issues related to management. Rosette Rose was squealing internally. Jiang Fei trusted her. Moreover, managing the guild was her birthright. After excusing himself from the overly attached Mrs. Awesome, Jiang Fei sent a voice message to her box. Ever since his close brush with death courtesy of the ninja, Jiang Fei had grown highly aware of the importance of strengthening his potions. Therefore, he urgently hoped he could get his hands on a certain number of strengthening potions and hopefully be able to sleep at night. Joe. Her box laughed heartily. After all, Jiang Fei was a famed person in Dawnlight City. He was the #1 in terms of level, tanking, being a big-shot equipment dealer, and walking mobile banks. Very few people would not have heard about Verger Glider. Yes, Jiang Fei nodded. All right, her box answered excitedly. Very soon, Jiang Fei arrived at the rendezvous point. Brother Fei, her box shouted from the door to a small tavern. These small taverns came with a few features. One was the big living room. There would be a public notice board which displayed the details of some daily quests. Players would usually gather around to chat and went about with their tasks, if any. Players could also mingle in private compartments. Each person had to pay an entry fee of 5 silver coins. These compartments contained their own instances, just like private dungeons. Players could speak freely in these compartments without much worry. Nobody would interfere. They could also trade in safety without worrying about robbers. Come. Jiang Fei sent a party invite to her box. He paid 10 silver coins and directly entered the compartment. Let's hear it, Brother Fei. Her box started. After all, Jiang Fei had always been his greatest customer. Yes, Jiang Fei went straight to the point. I still have 10 bottles, but I'm not going to lie to you. They're crap. They don't help much and cost way too much to be worth anything. Ever since learning the recipe, I have only made 20 bottles. Her box said. Great. Jiang Fei nodded. He was only left with 1 bottle. These 10 additional bottles should last him a fair bit. Her box said, turning to retrieve the remaining 10 bottles of the beginner defensive potion. Jiang Fei accepted the potions and handed her box 20 gold coins. Brother Fei, I have recently acquired the recipe for a new type of potion. Her box asked. Oh, Jiang Fei asked, curious. Her box said, holding up a sample. Jiang Fei took it in his hands and took a closer look. Speed potion, normal quality. Use. Immediately increases your movement speed by 100% for 15 seconds. Cooldown is 1 minute. Jiang Fei nodded. This would serve him well both in-game and in real life. Be it the pursuer or the pursuant, it would be most helpful. Well, the materials cost even more, I'm afraid. Her box said, observing Jiang Fei's face carefully. He was fearful of scaring this tycoon away. All right, Jiang Fei said after a while. These items would help him even more than the defensive potions ever could. He cannot possibly lose anything from his purchase. Her box blinked in surprise. He had been most terrified of scaring this god of wealth away. Beyond all expectations, the said tycoon had asked for 2 of those sets. If only he had known this earlier, he would have asked for more. Jiang Fei asked. The thing is, her box looked rather embarrassed. Oh, go ahead and make more of them. Jiang Fei nodded. No problem. Herb. Box nodded excitedly. He then left the tavern. 2 sets of potions meant 60 bottles. It was worth a total of 600 gold coins. Even if he deducted the production costs, he would still make a profit of 300 gold coins. This was no small sum. After all, not everyone was as lucky as Jiang Fei. 2 consecutive unknown dungeons had earned him a few thousand gold coins. Regular players would drool at mere tens of gold coins. Most others were all broke. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Fei arranged the items in his spatial ring. Not too long after, her box returned. Brother Fei, there you go, freshly brewed. Herbox treated Jiang Fei with extreme courtesy. At that point, he was more of a devout servant than a traitor. Jiang Fei accepted the 2 sets of speed potions and gave Herbox 600 gold coins. Herbox called out. Once he exited the compartment, Jiang Fei entered the big living room in the tavern. Quite a few players were looking for quests there. The quests on the public notice board were categorized in a similar fashion to the levels of equipment, which were white, green, blue, purple, and gold. Normal players would opt for white or green ones. Some better skilled players would form a team to accept blue quests. Some braver folk would attempt the purple quests. However, even party sizes that stretched to the 3-digit zone would be horrifically wiped out. At this rate, the gold quests might as well have never been published. As difficult as the quests were, their rewards were never worth the effort. One would still find themselves leveling more rapidly in a concentrated area of monsters rather than complete those arduous blue quests. Several players did not consider such quests worth their time. However, most pub players would be left with no choice. Let's not even talk about those concentrated spots. Even the not-so-populated areas would be hogged by the medium to small-sized guilds. Therefore, the bigger guilds occupied the better training areas, while the smaller guilds occupied the slightly inferior training areas. Pub players would be left with no place of their own, and had to resort to accepting quests at taverns. Jiang Fei browsed through the quests. Although he was not going to accept any, he had always been curious about them. After briefly running his eyes through the list, Jiang Fei achieved a certain level of understanding about the public notice boards. White quests were mostly delivery missions for individuals. In other words, errand boys and messengers. The quests provided little experience and money. However, they were simple, and any agile thief or hunter class will be able to complete the quests rather quickly. The green quests were slightly harsher. They mostly required a certain material from certain monsters. However, Dawnlight had grown notorious for its horrible drop rates, so good luck counting on them. The blue quests were mostly hunting ones. The goal would be to kill some named elite monsters. For normal players, at least 5 people in a team were required to accomplish the tasks. When he saw the purple epic quest, Jiang Fei almost jumped in surprise. He had to accept this mission. Chapter 142, 142, The Missing Elemental Elf. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Quest Name. The Missing Elemental Elf, Epic Open Quest. Quest Description. A young elemental elf Wei Weian has gotten lost somewhere around the entrance to the void. To the one who delivers Wei Weian safely to the elven court, may he be handsomely rewarded. Such was written on the public notice board for the epic quest. Although Jiang Fei had not yet accepted the quest, it did not take much for him to guess how groups of hundreds could have been wiped out by this quest. He had personally been to the entrance to the void. It was surrounded by level 70 monsters. This elemental elf had gone missing, and it was unlikely to find missing people in the middle of the main path. That meant that search parties would inevitably run into groups of level 70 monsters. Based on the game's current average level, forget sending 100 such players. Even 10,000 average players would have little chance of surviving. This quest was indeed dangerous. However, the 2 words Elven Court continued to jab at Jiang Fei's heart. As he intended to revive Isabella, he would need the elemental water sooner or later. However, the elemental water lay in the hands of the Elven Court. They would not give it to him for no particular reason. Therefore, completing this quest was more of a side job. Accepting the quest was simple enough of a matter. The public notice boards were open to everyone. However, some quests could be completed repeatedly, like those that required the collection of materials. Other quests might only be completed once, such as killing some named monster or the search and rescue that Jiang Fei had his eye on. As soon as someone completed it, others would automatically be disqualified. Having accepted the quest, Wei Weian's approximate location appeared on the quest map. It was indeed close to the entrance to the void, a long way off from the main road. Jiang Fei said to himself, although he had good equipment and was a hidden class with very high defensive attributes, There was no way he could handle a group of level 70 monsters alone. Neither could he drag along others to their deaths against such high-level monsters. Most players would either cause very little damage or miss altogether. They would not be able to do much significant damage, let alone kill the monsters. Forget it. I should head over to where Isabella is. That blasted black dragon prince lives close to the entrance to the void. Jiang Fei gave it some thought and decided to approach Init-Stasa. After all, this black dragon prince had the same objective as Jiang Fei, which was to revive Isabella. If he were to help, completing the quest would be as easy as playing a game for Jiang Fei. As he arrived at the secret cave, Jiang Fei used the Dragonian language to communicate with the dragon guards. He managed to make his way to Isabella and Init-Stasa with relative ease. Isabella's attitude towards Jiang Fei had changed significantly. Jiang Fei's capabilities spoke for themselves. In only a few days, he had collected nearly half of the ingredients required for Isabella's revival. Now that Jiang Fei was once again here, he must have found something else. As such, her revival could not take any longer than a few more days. Naturally, Isabella was beyond elated. Jiang Fei shook his head. Isabella's smile quickly faded. Isabella asked coldly. Init-Stasa called out and stared at Isabella, pointedly hinting that she had to change her princess-like attitude. After all, Jiang Fei was helping them. If they ever annoyed him, he might blow and horn and call in a large army from the Church of Light. Even Init-Stasa, the Black Dragon Prince, might have his back against a wall. Verger Glider, come on, tell us already. The Black Dragon Prince may be charming and all smiles, but he was a deviously cunning fox. He may have quickly lightened up the mood, but he had barely given Jiang Fei any ground whatsoever. I have found where the elemental water is, Jiang Fei said to the Black Dragon. Prince. Oh no way. The Black Dragon Prince quickly snapped. He had clearly allowed his mind to drift off. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Oh. Hearing that Jiang Fei was not asking him to rob the royal court of an entire race, Init-Stasa's facial expression relaxed. Jiang Fei said, Oh, Isabella asked. The elemental water was indeed expensive. The gravity of the quest would play a very huge factor indeed. Jiang Fei said. He was not unfamiliar with the element elves. The promotional clip for Dawnlight had often revealed some insight of their daily lives. These little elves were high-level monsters, while also being divine beings. Their existence allowed the Tree of Life to continue surviving, and they also enabled the elemental spring to keep flowing. They could be said to be the roots of the elven clan. Very few of these elemental elves existed. Therefore, every single one of them was highly precious. If Jiang Fei could rescue one of them, asking for some elemental water in return would not be an issue. Okay, the Black Dragon Prince asked. I need to get to the entrance to the void. However, as you know, my abilities are far too weak. I would die as soon as I leave the main road. Jiang Fei laughed it off, pretending that he had not just thrown his ego into the mud there. Of course, if you are not willing to help, I do not mind waiting. I could wait until I'm strong enough to go to the entrance to the void as I wish. Init-Stasa was hesitating. According to the rules, if Jiang Fei could revive Isabella, Isabella would induct him to become a Nephilim. It was a fair trade, and it was also an examination of sorts. Technically, he should not be helping Jiang Fei. However, he also wanted Isabella to be revived as soon as possible. After all, Isabella was currently far too weak to even leave this miserable cave. The Church of Light might discover them at any moment. Therefore, the sooner Isabella could be revived, the sooner they could remove all these risks. Jiang Fei was not impatient, but Isabella was. If she had a choice, of course, she would not choose to wander about like a ghost. Flustered, she reached out for Black Dragon Prince's arm. However, as an intangible, ethereal being, she could not touch a person's physical body. Her translucent arm merely went through the Black Dragon Prince's shoulder. Init-Stasa's heart felt a pang of pain. All right, Isabella was the initiator of Jiang Fei's quest. She was also the primary examiner for his test. If she had no problems with it, Init-Stasa had no reason to object. After all, he too wished to revive Isabella as soon as possible. Jiang Fei was most delighted. If the Black Dragon Prince accompanied him, this quest would be as simple as an excursion. Initstasa rolled his eyes as he asked the question. Chapter 143. 143. Black Dragon Scale. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Jiang Fei stopped. This is for you. Put on. The Black Dragon Prince said, handing Jiang Fei a black jade card. Black Dragon Scale, Ornament, Epic Quality. Physical Attack, plus 70 Agility, plus 10 Power, plus 10 Equip. Your normal attacks now possess an additional 20% Dragon Breath damage. Equip, Passive Skill Dragon Might. Any living spirits below the level of boss will not initiate an attack on you. Required level, 25-0. As Jiang Fei accepted the Dragon Scale, unable to resist sucking in a breath of admiration. This ornament was definitely a high-quality item. He would never trade out, not even for a legendary grade weapon. However, it would not be of much help to Jiang Fei. After all, the ornament was of an offensive nature, and the dragon's breath damage was calculated based on the percentage of your own attack. Jiang Fei's normal attacks were rather lacking. Therefore, even with the dragon's breath, he would not be performing one-hit wonders anytime soon. Despite that, the ornament's dragon might would allow Jiang Fei to pass through the entrance to the depths easily. This came as a tremendous help to Jiang Fei. This is one of my dragon scales. It could help you accomplish the task. Initstasa said. Jiang Fei agreed happily. However, he did not, for a single moment, plan to return the dragon scale. Who was he kidding? Do you actually expect Jiang Fei to return such treasure? There is no way. Once he had equipped the Black Dragon Scale, Jiang Fei left the mysterious cave and rushed towards the entrance to the depths. After a 3-hour-long journey, Jiang Fei could not help but complain. He did not yet have access to a mount, not before level 30. Not only was it tiring to walk on his feet, but it was also utterly boring. After a long journey, Jiang Fei's little map finally changed to display the entrance to the depths. Damn it! Jiang Fei glanced at the map. The elemental elf was nowhere even close the main road. Once he had departed from the main road, Jiang Fei started venturing into the wilderness. In the beginning, there were mostly small monsters. These wild beasts of level 70 and above had started advancing towards Jiang Fei. However, before they could get near, it was as if they had seen something terrifying and promptly scurried away from Jiang Fei. The dragon's might was indeed effective. As he moved further away from the main road and into the collection of thickets, the small monsters started to become considerably more concentrated. When he finally closed in on the object, about 40 to 50 small monsters were grouped together. It was no wonder that even a group of 100 would be wiped out. Based on the capabilities of an average level 20 player, 40 to 50 level 70 monsters would be impossible to defeat. If anyone has ever walked out of that, it would be highly suspicious. After another half hour or so, Jiang Fei arrived at the location marked on the task map. This was where the elemental elf had apparently vanished. However, after scanning the environment around him, Jiang Fei could not see any trace of the elemental elf. The area was surrounded by a type of level 70 monster known as the infectious demon bear. There was no other living being around. Darn it, Jiang Fei mumbled as he looked around. Anyway, he still had the Black Dragon Scale, which emanated the dragon's might. The infectious demon bears would run away in fear as soon as they got too near to Jiang Fei. Therefore, he was not worried about being attacked whatsoever. After exploring for a bit, Jiang Fei finally arrived at the entrance of a small valley. Buzz, sensing a vibration on his hand, Jiang Fei lowered his head to have a look. The treasure-seeking ring was glowing with a bright light. There must be a great treasure in this valley. Hee. Jiang Fei was almost giddy with joy. No one could ever be rich without the aid of an external fortune. Since he had no idea where the elemental elf had roamed off to, he might as well try to gain some fortune for himself. Now that he also had the Black Dragon Scale, Jiang Fei would no longer need to be concerned about being defeated instantly by the defensive SS wave protecting the treasure. As long as the opponent did not exceed boss level, Jiang Fei would not be in danger, as SS waves were extremely rare, and they would have to be at the boss level that matched Init father, the Black Dragon King. Only the worst luck in the world could have Jiang Fei bumping into one such entity. Jiang Fei made his way into the valley. It was not a particularly deep one. Oddly shaped rocks lined the inner surfaces of the valley, and not a single blade of grass stood up. If it were not for the bright light from the treasure-seeking ring, Jiang Fei would not have been bothered even to come this far. This place was ridiculously deserted. This was the last place you would expect to find treasure. All of a sudden, a rustling sound crept into Jiang Fei's ears, giving him quite the scare. He quickly peered around. He could only see rocks scattered all over the place. It did not seem like anything else was present. As he jerked his head around, he yelled out like a little girl despite being a full-grown man. A huge python, its body as thick as a water bucket, was right in front of him. There was a horn in the middle of the python's head. It was dangling awfully close to the top of Jiang Fei's head. Saliva was nearly dripping onto Jiang Fei's body. It was a very late form of warning, if anything. If all elicited was a scream from him, that was not too bad. Anyone else might have wet their pants. The python was of a grayish-white color. The patterns on its skin were perfectly camouflaged and blended into the patterns of the weird rocks around it. If one did not pay close attention, it might not even have been discovered. That was why Jiang Fei had nearly run straight into it. Steelback Dragon, Yalong Beast, boss level. 75 health points, 550,000 attack power, 6,500 skill, poisonous breath, tearing bite, engulf, sweeping tail, terraforming scale armor, poisoning breath. The Steelback Dragon emits a cone of poisonous liquid in a radius of 8 meters, causing significant toxic damage. Tearing bite. The Steelback Dragon immediately attacks the opponent by tearing open a wound which causes bleeding. Engulf. The Steelback Dragon engulfs another target. In 8 seconds, a large amount of damage is dealt to the target. If the target dies during the period of being engulfed, the Steelback Dragon recovers 10% of its health points. Sweeping Tail. The Steelback Dragon sweeps at the enemies behind it, dealing significant damage to its opponents. Terraforming Scale Armor. The Steelback Dragon sacrifices some of its attack power and movement speed to increase its defense tremendously. Jiang Fei's improved mysterious ring not only allowed him to bring more equipment to the real world, it also provided some changes to the game. Apart from 10 additional luck points, Jiang Fei could receive more information about monsters, including the specific descriptions of their skills. The only information lacking now was the actual damage caused. Oh boy, Jiang Fei shrugged. However, he was not afraid. Although this Steelback Dragon could easily kill Jiang Fei, it was inferior to the Black Dragon Prince. Therefore, it was still influenced by the Black Dragon Scale's might. As long as Jiang Fei did not initiate an attack against it, it would leave him in peace. Chapter 144 Heart Connecting Lock. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Jiang Fei could see the light flashing on his treasure hunting ring, but he could not find the treasure itself. He circled the Steelback Dragon several times before he finally returned his attention to the region beneath the Steelback Dragon. The Steelback Dragon was curled up, its huge body piled up upon itself like a small hill. That was why Jiang Fei suspected that the treasure had to be hidden beneath its body. Jiang Fei felt troubled. Although the Steelback Dragon would not initiate an attack towards him, he too did not dare attack it. If it continued to sit on the treasure, he was never going to snag it. In truth, Jiang Fei was not the only one troubled. The Steelback Dragon would be drenched in sweat now, if it had sweat pores. It was peacefully sleeping in its own home before this human had come along and woken it up. If it was an actual human, it would have been fine, as the Steelback Dragon could enjoy a delicious snack. However, terrifying dragons might emanated from this thing that took the form and wrappings of a human. As a Yalong beast, the steelback dragon was particularly sensitive towards the dragon might compared to other wild beasts. It was very certain that the human before him was a high-level, pure-blooded dragon race in Hai's human disguise. The dragon race was a high-level race. They were very particular about their bloodlines. As a mere Yalong beast, the steelback dragon should be honored to bump into a pure-blooded dragon race. It was both excited and also frightened at the same time. It was excited because if it could associate itself with this pure-blood dragon race, it would be able to go very far in life and no longer had to remain stuck in this tiny valley. It was afraid, on the other hand, of offending the pure-blood dragon race, which could cost its life with a single dragon's breath. Therefore, as Jiang Fei did not seem to be actively hostile, I was instead circling around it with no apparent motive. The steelback dragon did not dare to make any moves. It merely sat there in silence, afraid of upsetting the man and dying to his dragon's breath. Jiang Fei continued to inspect the steelback dragon, murmuring to himself, "Why was it making tapwex de Paco? Verp opera ke?" The steelback dragon was getting most uncomfortable and finally voiced out its question. "What the heck?" Jiang Fei was murmuring to himself when the steelback dragon spoke and gave him a fright. "Ktote." Since it had wisdom and could speak, things had become much easier. Jiang Fei had even dared to trick the Nephilim's princess. Blackmailing a Yalong beast was nothing. Erpe gwid ikbov gauda Paco. Drida e shemachis nakwo endum. In dragon's language, I am Branch Yalong from the dragon race. The steelback dragon explained. Jiang Fei asked, "Yes, hiss." The steelback dragon was rather fluent in the dragon's language. However, once it started using the common tongue, the words became heavily layered with hisses. Jiang Fei asked directly. Since he was pretending to be from the dragon race, he had to have the demeanor of someone from the dragon race. If he behaved very gently and politely, his pretense would be quickly discovered. The dragon race had to act like bullies without any grounds for reasoning. "There is a treasure under my protection," the steelback dragon answered. "That is fine," Jiang Fei said bluntly. The steelback dragon was stunned. It was at a loss of words. "What is the matter? Do you have a different opinion?" Jiang Fei said as he stared at it. He looked as if he was about to attack. "No." The steelback dragon might have sensed it wrongly, but when Jiang Fei stared at it, Jiang Fei's dragon might seem to grow even stronger. The dragon felt a chill running up its scaled spine. The fear nearly killed it. If it offended this high-level dragon race, it would not likely survive. Jiang Fei shouted. He perfectly exhibited the barbaric attitude of the dragon race. The steelback dragon sighed in its heart. He had heard about the boorishness of the pure-blood dragon race multiple times. The only exception of it was the seventh prince of the black dragon race. The other pure-blood dragon race members were all unreasonable and snatched any treasure that came in their way. If defied, they would kill mercilessly. There was no honor in meeting one. He was most definitely unfortunate. In the face of a death threat, the steelback dragon could only give in. If it were any other boss-level SS wave, the steelback dragon would have defended the spot with its own life. However, Jiang Fei spoke the dragon language perfectly. He looked like a pure-blood dragon race member from all aspects. The Yalong beast has had all the fight sapped out of it. Shuffles the steelback dragon slowly moved away from the spot. A wide gap that had a circumference of 2 meters was revealed. Jiang Fei asked, "I'm just guarding the cave." The steelback dragon spoke truthfully. In truth, it too did not know why it was guarding the place. All it had was a thought in its head that it could not let anyone else take away the treasure within. However, in the face of a pure-blood dragon race, the steelback dragon had no choice but to give in. "You wait here," Jiang Fei said as he leaped into the cave. The cave was not particularly large. It was only around the size of 7 or 8 square meters. The light from outside the cave was enough to illuminate the entire place. It was mostly empty and not filled with treasures as Jiang Fei had imagined. There was a small box in the corner of the cave. Jiang Fei said as he picked up the small box. Creak as the box opened. A golden light filled the entire cave. Heart-connecting lock, special item, quality, legendary, effect, cannot be resisted. Instantly causes the target to have positive feelings towards you while remaining loyal to you. Remark: the heart-connecting lock ignores level, grade, and faction. It can even be used on an enemy camp's peak SS wave when it is in a weakened state. The heart-connecting lock would always take effect. Remark: this item can only be used once. The heart-connecting lock was shaped like a small golden arrow. The back of it was connected to a long and thin golden chain. The small arrow was as big as one's thumb. It looked more like a pendant. Zhang Fei exclaimed as he looked at the item in his hands. Chapter 145. Whereabouts of the Elemental Elf. Translator: Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Fei kept the heart-connecting lock away, although he would not be able to use it in the near future. Who knows when? This item disregarded an opponent's level and grade. If he could capture someone akin to the Black Dragon King, then he would become invincible. When he exited the cave, he found the steelback dragon still waiting for him. For one, this was its old home. Secondly, the steelback dragon had regained its freedom of thought. It had only stayed here to look after the treasure in the cave. Although it was not sure who had given it the task, the treasure was now gone. It no longer had any reason to stay in this wretched place. Here stood someone of the pure-blood dragon race. On top of that, he was the new proprietor of the very treasure he had been guarding. There's an old saying that if one took someone's meal away, he should be responsible for looking after the person. This should also apply to even the most barbaric of all dragon races. Since he had taken away the treasure, he could not possibly leave the steelback dragon alone. Therefore, the steelback dragon was still contemplating on how he could latch on to Zhang Fei, who was of the pure-blood dragon race. As a Yalong beast, being a follower of this pure blood would already be the highest of honors. Congratulations, Dragon Race Lord, for obtaining a worldly treasure. In truth, the steelback dragon did not even know what the treasure beneath actually was. In any case, it was better for it to say something nice. If Zhang Fei was unhappy with it, how could it beg him to take it in? All right, I will take the treasure with me. Zhang Fei was rather thick-skinned. He left as soon as he got what he wanted. Dear Lord, look at me now. I am nothing without the treasure. Please take me in. I will be your follower. The steelback dragon quickly blurted out. In its panic, it was barely even coherent. Zhang Fei said as he rolled his eyes. He did not even turn back as he left. Lord, the steelback dragon was truly anxious now. It seemed that he did not even have a care for the impure Yalong beast. Zhang Fei said with his teeth clenched, riding a freaking boss, and one that is level 70 at that. Who the heck would even dream of it? He would not even trade it for an epic quality pet egg. The problem was that he could not take it in. The player's pet system required him to be at least 30 level. Even if he activated it, he could only accept a pet that was no more than 5 levels above him. This steelback dragon was 40 or 50 levels higher than him. How could Zhang Fei keep it? If he accepted the steelback dragon without the pet deed being recognized by the system, it would be equivalent to a walking time bomb. Zhang Fei had relied on his scare tactics all this while, which was why the steelback dragon had believed him to be the Black Dragon Prince. That was the only reason why he could be so shameless. If Zhang Fei entered a battle with someone else and clearly appeared to be a level 20 human, wouldn't he be in deep trouble? As a mere human, Zhang Fei had terrorized a monster and even took its treasure away. If the steelback dragon found out, Zhang Fei would be torn to shreds. Lord, the steelback dragon begged pitifully. There were not many opportunities to be associated with the pure-blood dragon race. Since he had taken away its belongings, this was the best time to bring this up. Once this opportunity flies by, it would never have a second chance. Zhang Fei's heart bled as he rejected its offer. This was after all a level 70 boss, and it was actually begging to become his follower. Although he had the Ring of Domination and the heart-connecting lock in his spatial ring. The Ring of Domination required the target to be heavily injured and must not be 5 levels above himself. Getting the steelback dragon heavily injured might not be a huge challenge based on its current stature, but Zhang Fei could not resolve the issue of level incompatibility. Even if he could take it in with the heart-connecting lock, Zhang Fei was not willing to do so. It was a divine weapon capable of affecting a boss and could only be used once. Zhang Fei would never be so wasteful as to waste it on a boss. Lord, I am aware of my weakness. However, please accept me. The Steelback Dragon could only count on the assumption that the pure-blooded dragon race still had some heart in him. After all, he had just taken its belongings. However, he could not do anything about it. Zhang Fei said hesitatingly. He was not a bully. After all, the opponent was merely an NPC. He was very used to playing single-player games and tricking NPCs without once considering their simulated feelings. What Zhang Fei truly worried about was the Steelback Dragon losing its temper after being shamed by his rejection several times over. If this fellow was actually pushed to a corner, he might simply lash out. The Steelback Dragon noticed that Zhang Fei hesitated. Its heart lightened up slightly. Apparently, the pureblood dragon race was not entirely devoid of conscience after all. I have something to attend to now, and you would only get in the way. You can stay here for now. Zhang Fei finally decided to stall for time. He would wait until he reached a higher level before returning to accept it. As Zhang Fei had finally agreed, the Steelback Dragon was delighted. Although the dragon race was notoriously barbaric, known for robbing and raping others relentlessly, their word held more value than gold. They would never back down on any promises made. This was a golden pass. In all honesty, the Steelback Dragon had been extremely nervous when it spoke earlier. If the pureblood dragon before him was truly without conscience, he would retaliate and kill it without batting an eyelid. However, the pureblood dragon race was well known for keeping their promises. The Steelback Dragon was more than satisfied. Well, you must have been here for a while. Zhang Fei asked all of a sudden. This was like searching for a needle in a haystack. There was no way he would find it on his own. There was no harm in asking this boss. An elemental elf? The Steelback Dragon asked, confused. It is a person about the size of a palm. Zhang Fei explained. Lord, the Steelback Dragon started stammering. Even a fool could see that it was extremely guilty of something rubbish. Zhang Fei said with a bad temper. The Steelback Dragon said shamefully. Oh, great. Where is she? Zhang Fei was thrilled. The Steelback Dragon said as it carefully looked at Zhang Fei like a guilty little kid. What? Zhang Fei felt his sanity quickly leaving his mind. Chapter 146 bis 146, Elemental Elf Weiwein. Translator, Anglais Fantasy, Translation Editor, Anglais Fantasy, Translation A. The Steelback Dragon nodded dumbly. How dare you eat her? Zhang Fei was almost losing his mind. The Steelback Dragon nodded dumbly again. This was the first order from its master. It dare not refuse. It used its tail to probe its throat. After a moment of gurgling, a tiny object flew out of its mouth. Fortunately, this fellow acted according to its snake-like nature of swallowing things whole, despite being a Yalong beast. If it were any other beast, it would have been chewed into bits and pieces, and spitting it out would not make any difference. The Steelback Dragon had vomited a rainbow-colored ball the size of one's fist. Zhang Fei took a closer look. This ball of light was a half-translucent light barrier. Inside was an adorable, tiny person. However, the little girl with wings looked exhausted at the moment. Zhang Fei carefully held the ball of light in his hands. The little girl inside seemed to be aware that she had escaped from danger. The rainbow-colored light barrier gradually disappeared. The little girl sat on Zhang Fei's hands without reservation and panted loudly. The mysterious ring got into action. Wei on, young elemental elf, elite, level, 30 health points, 100 mana points, 150,000 attack power, 15 magic attack power, 50 skill, prank snowball, rapid flying dance, rainbow protective shield prank snowball. Immediately uses magic to form a snowball and attack the opponent. Deals 1% of magic attack power as damage, and leaves a frosty snowflake on the opponent's body. Rapid flying dance. Immediately increases flying speed by 200% for 10 minutes. Rainbow Protective Shield. Immediately summons a rainbow protective shield to protect one's entire body. Every point of mana can withstand 100 damage. Remark, a young elemental elf. Adorable but playful. Capable of high-level defensive magic, but has yet to learn offensive magic. Not bad at all. That's an elemental elf for you. Nothing short of what you'd expect from a natural magician. Jiang Fei was genuinely impressed. Indeed, Wei Weian looked thoroughly exhausted. After being swallowed by the steelback dragon, she had continuously used her mana points to sustain the protective shield. However, she was merely a young elemental elf and had limited mana points in her body. It was already a miracle that she had lived this long. Hey, Jiang Fei used his finger to prod Wei Weian's tiny face. It would have been better if Jiang Fei had not touched her. It had triggered something. The little elf started crying loudly. Jiang Fei shook the little elf lightly, but it only made matters worse. Master, is this the elemental elf you are looking for? The steelback dragon asked. Woo! When a steelback dragon opened its mouth, Wei Weian suddenly stopped crying. The little girl stood up quickly on Jiang Fei's hand and turned around to look at the steelback dragon warily. At the same time, an intricate-looking little wand appeared in her hand. It seemed that she would fight the steelback dragon to death. Jiang Fei quickly separated the steelback dragon from Wei Weian. Go sleep somewhere. Yes. The steelback dragon obediently entered the cave it was previously guarding. After the dragon left, Jiang Fei turned to the little elf. The little elf blinked her big, adorable eyes warily. However, she did not answer him. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Fortunately, Jiang Fei was a rather talented chap. When he had touched the magical demon chapter, he had learned several languages, including the ancient elf language. Jiang Fei asked. Indeed, when Jiang Fei conversed in the ancient elf language, Wei Weian not only understood him, but her look of wariness had also somewhat dissipated. Jiang Fei answered. Really? Wei Weian immediately cheered up, and the look of wariness disappeared entirely. Jiang Fei asked oddly. He had asked her some questions earlier in the common language, but she had not responded at all. Wei Weian answered with a straight face. Jiang Fei asked, Well, you were sent by the elven court to save me. Wei Weian said as she flew up from Jiang Fei's hand and circled around his head. She finally landed on Jiang Fei's shoulder. Let's go. Jiang Fei laughed. This little fellow was so gullible and young. No, 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 no. It was so difficult for me to sneak out to play. Wei Weian said as she frantically shook her head. Hey, Jiang Fei was troubled. This epic task might not be so easy after all. Oomph, Wei Weian said with her small mouth. However, very quickly, the little fellow flew to the front of Jiang Fei's face and crossed her hands over her chest. Her eyes filled with tears as she spoke. Big brother, you'll protect Wei Weian, right? Her tear-filled eyes were very convincing. Jiang Fei was not a cold-hearted person. Subconsciously, he nearly nodded his head. However, if not for the fact that he noticed her holding back a snigger, Jiang Fei would have absolutely fallen for it. Darn it. Jiang Fei forcefully rejected Wei Weian's unreasonable request to play around. Follow me. We are going, Jiang Fei said as he grabbed the little elf in his hand when she was not paying attention. Thereafter, he made sure that Wei Weian would not escape by covering his hands. Woo, big brother, you're a bully. I want to play. Wei Weian started crying after she was captured by Jiang Fei. Her body was small, but her voice was loud. What the heck? Jiang Fei walked towards the outskirts of the entrance to the void with Wei Weian clasped in his hands. Her cries were starting to annoy him. Chapter 147, Calling Shotgun. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Jiang Fei rushed back with the elemental elf Wei Weian in his hands. As the elven court was not a place anyone can enter, Jiang Fei should hurry back to Dawnlight City as soon as possible to complete the task of the tavern. Someone from Elven Court would come to pick Wei Weian up. That way, Jiang Fei could earn his rewards. Jiang Fei walked on, trying his best to ignore Wei Weian's non-stop cries. Woo! Woo! I do not want to go home. Big brother, let me go. After being on the road for more than 2 hours, Jiang Fei could no longer stand the annoying brat. Although the monsters here still highly outclassed him, and there were no other training players around who would come running up in curiosity, the unceasing cries were truly starting to get on Jiang Fei's nerves. Hey! Jiang Fei gazed down, spoke to the little elf. Woo! Woo! Wei Weian stopped crying immediately and started bargaining with Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not have time to mess around. Woo! Jiang Fei barely finished his sentence. Wei Weian had already started crying once again. Jiang Fei said with a straight face. He had no idea what to do with a spoilt brat like her. Cries Jiang Fei started rushing back. That was when Wei Weian suddenly bit down on Jiang Fei's hand. A diminished sense of pain was part of the game. Nevertheless, Jiang Fei had relinquished his grip in surprise. Hee hee! Wei Weian cheered as she flew away from Jiang Fei's hand. Jiang Fei immediately tried to catch the little elf. However, the little fellow was well prepared. It was not going to be easy. Wei Weian happily flew around Jiang Fei in circles. As she weaved around Jiang Fei, she did not forget to throw snowballs at him. Jiang Fei was still trying to persuade the little elf. Wei Weian threw a snowball at Jiang Fei's nose. Immediately after that, she flew off the main road with a flap of her wings. Come back! Jiang Fei quickly ran after her. The monsters around them were mostly close to level 40, but they still posed a threat to Wei Weian. If the little fellow actually died, Jiang Fei's mission was finished. Hee hee, big brother, I knew that you would never abandon me. Wei Weian continued flying, but she also turned back to fling snowballs at Jiang Fei from time to time. This was most probably how she pranked members of the Elven Court back at home. Wei Weian maintained a certain distance between herself and Jiang Fei. She dared not stray too far away from Jiang Fei, but she also made sure that he could not catch her. After all, she had grown somewhat aware of the dangers in the world, such as steel-backed dragons swallowing her up. Wei Weian was a terrifically fast flyer. In fact, they were roughly heading towards Dawnlight City. Therefore, the monsters around them were gradually thinning out. After some time, Jiang Fei noticed that the monsters around them were all less than level 30. While this meant that they were in less danger, it also meant that they might start encountering players. Jiang Fei started frowning. After all, finding the elemental elf was an open task. Anyone could take it. They were nearing the destination. If someone else snagged Wei Weian from his hands, he might just burst into tears. Jiang Fei took the mission of finding Wei Weian very seriously indeed. This was not a normal public notice board task that offered a minuscule amount of experience and money. This task could allow Jiang Fei to get in touch with the Elven Court directly. There was a high possibility of him obtaining the elemental water. If he could obtain the elemental water, he would only be one step away from reviving Isabella. Therefore, this was not merely an epic task from the public notice board. It was related to Jiang Fei's hidden clan task. That was why Jiang Fei was so intent on completing this task. Wei Weian shook her head and accelerated even more. Abruptly, she turned into a forest somewhere up front. Oh! Jiang Fei frowned and followed after her. He could not allow Wei Weian to leave his sight. Jiang Fei had only just entered the forest. Wei Weian's shouting could already be heard from somewhere afar. Jiang Fei was shocked. He quickly rushed over to the place. It only took a few steps before Jiang Fei caught sight of Wei Weian. By then, Wei Weian had already been put into a special cage. The cage was a unique item that could be used to capture a smaller life form, such as Wei Weian. The cage was currently in a player's hand. The player had already retrieved a return scroll and was clearly going to teleport directly back to the city. The reason Jiang Fei had to run all the way back was due to the simple fact that Wei Weian did not belong to him. If he had used the return scroll earlier, Jiang Fei would have returned to Dawnlight City, but Wei Weian would have remained at the same spot. This player had locked Wei Weian Yup in the cage, so she was now a property of his. He could use the return scroll to teleport back home directly. Big brother. Wei Weian was now so frightened that tears had started rolling down her face. Jiang Fei became worried and instantly emptied a bottle of speed potion. He rushed up to the player. If this fellow brought Wei Weian back to Dawnlight City, that would mean he had worked his arse off for the benefit of someone else. The player smiled at Jiang Fei and opened up the return scroll. It would only take 2 seconds of chanting before he could return to the city. This epic task was his to claim. By then, Jiang Fei was still 20 meters away from him. It was impossible for Jiang Fei to reach him in 2 seconds. The fellow could not help but smile. Never decreasing tooth, elf clan, thief, level, unknown health points, 2,215 attack power, 537 remark. Member the Phantom Killers. Jiang Fei scanned the fellow's information. If only he had remained clueless about his identity. Now that he had scanned the player, he had learned that this fellow belonged to the group that had ambushed him. It was such a small world. They were all from the Phantom Killers. As the chant of the return scroll was almost complete, Never Decreasing Tooth had the gall to wave at Jiang Fei. Chapter 148, 148, The Snobbish Elf Lady. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, 5 seconds. As he flew through the air, he activated his skill. Jumping slash. Jiang Fei leaped into the sky and appeared next to Never Decreasing Tooth in the next instant. Ice burst. Jiang Fei did not show any mercy. With a single ice burst, he froze Never Decreasing Tooth at the very spot he stood. At the same time, he sliced the returning scroll in half. 1021. Based on Jiang Fei's health points that exceeded 10,000, the damage from his ice burst skill was over 1,000. It instantly decreased Never Decreasing Tooth health points by more than half. Crash. 998, 432 ding. He did not even need to strike a third time. The thief flopped lifelessly in no time at all. Before he died, Never Decreasing Tooth's eyes were filled with shock and hatred towards Jiang Fei. The last time the Phantom Killers ambushed Jiang Fei, Never Decreasing Tooth had been occupied with something else and therefore did not participate. That had allowed him to escape from the disaster. Back then, nearly half of the members had had their equipment destroyed by Jiang Fei. Never Decreasing Tooth inevitably ended up as the Phantom Killer's sole ace. Over the past few days, he had been on a robbing streak during the night. He had worked tirelessly to recover the equipment for his guild. Today, he was just carrying out his routine, working in places the NPCs could not see, picking on unsuspecting players. The Lost Elemental Elf had come as a huge surprise. The public notice board mission was not unfamiliar to pub players like himself. Without proper training grounds, they mainly relied on the daily missions on the public notice board to increase their levels. Therefore, nearly everyone had accepted the purple color epic mission from the public notice board in hopes that, one day, the Lost Elemental Elf might return on its own and be discovered by them. Never Decreasing Tooth had not expected to earn the fortune of bumping into the Lost Elemental Elf today. It just so happened that he had a special item he had acquired from a recent treasure chest. It could be used to capture some small critters or any other little monster that did not have offensive abilities. The young Elemental Elf just happened to be small enough for the cage. Therefore, Never Decreasing Tooth had snuck up to Wei Weian and locked her into the cage. It turned out that just as he succeeded, Wei Weian's cry had attracted Jiang Fei over. Never Decreasing Tooth had remained calm, as the distance between them was enough for him to use the return scroll to get away. Once in the city, Never Decreasing Tooth did not believe Jiang Fei would go all out to kill him in order to retrieve the Elemental Elf. However, Never Decreasing Tooth did not expect that Jiang Fei, having drank the speed potion, would be able to cover more than 10 meters in just slightly over a second. In an instant, he had used the jumping slash to land next to him and thereafter used 2 skills to kill him without even having the opportunity to fight back. Never Decreasing Tooth's dead body lay on the ground. His equipment had fallen all over the place, including the cage that was used to keep Wei Wei on. A few bottles of elixirs had also been spilled on the ground. Jiang Fei collected the rewards from the victory. Although it was a very close call, never decreasing two's appearance did help Jiang Fei somewhat. At least, Wei Weian would not be able to run around anymore. He could now use the return scroll to teleport back to the city and not waste another hour running back on foot. As a white light flashed by, indicating the completion of the teleport, Jiang Fei brought Wei Weian back to Dawnlight City. Wei Weian, I'm letting you out now, Jiang Fei said to Wei Weian as they arrived at the entrance to the tavern. After all, it was a delivery mission. This little fellow was a treasure to the Elven Court. If someone else saw him carrying her in a cage, it would only cause unnecessary trouble. Yes, Wei Weian had truly frightened when she had been shoved into a cage for no reason. She genuinely thought the person was going to hurt her. Seeing as Wei Weian had agreed, Jiang Fei opened the cage. The item was a single-use item. Therefore, as soon as the cage's door opened, the cage broke into pieces. Big brother, I want to go home now. Wei Weian was truly scared. Not only did she not run away, she obediently landed on Jiang Fei's shoulder. Jiang Fei brought Wei Weian into the tavern. He immediately attracted the attention of all players in the tavern. After all, Wei Weian was sitting on Jiang Fei's shoulder. The elemental elf was almost instantly recognizable. Darn it. Whoa, good mother of heavens. I have been to that place. It is insane. Monsters with unidentifiable levels were all over the place. Any one of them could kill us in a single swipe. That is nonsense. Our strong tank had 3 blue tier gears on. Of 100 people, only 7 of them returned. It was not even a small team. Jiang Fei could not care less about the loud mutters around him. Although he was also one of the pub players, he was a divine pub player. All right, just a moment. The task managing NPC in the tavern said. Such NPCs were not equipped with an AI and had limited lines that they consulted like a written script. Jiang Fei waited nearly 10 minutes in the tavern before a group of elven NPCs entered the tavern. The leader among them was in a full body of silvery white armor. He looked very heroic and unique. Then again, all players who selected the elf race would not look too shabby themselves. The guys would be handsome, while the ladies would be beautiful. They would all have great bodies. These NPCs were of a different realm. All of them had otherworldly beauty and terrifyingly good looks. There was no way of even telling their genders apart. Where is Wei Weian? The leader of the elves asked. Whatever gender it was sounded female. Luna. Wei Weian had shouted before Jiang Fei could even speak. Oh, Jiang Fei could tell that Wei Weian's position was definitely of great importance in the Elven Court. Woo, woo. Wei Weian had finally met someone who was not a stranger. She instantly flew over to Luna's side, crying as she did so. She rubbed her tiny face against Luna's. Your Highness, do not worry. Luna comforted Wei Weian with a few words before turning towards Jiang Fei. She spoke in condescending, superior tone. A bitch. A high-level elf's snobbish traits indeed lived up to the rumors. Jiang Fei was disgusted. Fortunately, this was not his first time intimidating another superior being. Chapter 149, Elven Court. Translator en las fantasy translation P. Ancient Elf Language. How dare you? This was not the first time Jiang Fei had pretended to be someone authoritative. He was most convincing indeed. Luna stared at Jiang Fei blankly, clearly startled. Wei Weian said to Jiang Fei with her eyes wide. Apparently, the common elf spoke a modernized, simplified form of the language. Only the royal family and the aristocrats continued to use the ancient elf language in the Elven Court. A military guard like Luna would never have the opportunity to learn the ancient elf language. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. He had wasted his energy. His actions had been akin to trying to flirt with a blind person who would not be able to notice anything whatsoever. The ancient elf language? Hearing Wei Weian's words, Luna was thoroughly shocked. Such a respectable tongue was not even accessible to the higher-ranked elf. You do not need to know how I am able to speak the ancient elf language. Since he had started off with such a guise, Jiang Fei had no choice but to keep it up until the very end. All right. Luna quickly became far more respectable towards Jiang Fei. She was merely a low-rank guard. Normally, she would not even have the opportunity to be in contact with high-ranking elves who spoke the ancient elf language. Against such an authoritative Jiang Fei, she could not help but feel like she was facing an aristocrat who deserved fear and respect. After narrowly escaping with her dear life twice, Wei Weian truly missed home. Luna nodded to Wei Weian before turning to bow towards Jiang Fei. Your Excellency, this is the reward we have prepared for you. In fact, the Elven Court owes you a favor. If you any request, you may raise it. Ding! Ding! You have obtained 2,250,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to player Verger Glider for reaching level 27. Having single-handedly completed the epic task, he had received all of the rewards on his own. This allowed Jiang Fei's experience bar to quickly shoot up. His level had increased to 27, and he was far ahead of all the other players. I do have a request, Jiang Fei said directly. What? Luna looked at Jiang Fei in surprise. Jiang Fei nodded. Master, although you have rescued Her Highness Wei Weian and our elf clan is heavily indebted to you. The elemental water is a divine object belonging to the Elven Court. It is not something a mere guard like myself can decide on. Luna chose her words carefully. That is well. Jiang Fei thought for a moment before speaking. He would not allow Luna to leave right away. What if they do not keep their promise? Yeah, big brother, are you coming home with Wei Weian? After Jiang Fei spoke, Luna did not say anything else. On the other hand, Wei Weian could not rein in her excitement. Jiang Fei had rescued her twice. Now, the little fellow seemed to have taken a liking to Jiang Fei. All right. After hesitating for a moment, Luna decided to bring Jiang Fei back to the Elven Court. Under normal circumstances, even lower-level elves could not enter the Elven Court, much less human beings, but Jiang Fei was a special case. Firstly, he had rescued elemental elf Wei Weian. Secondly, Jiang Fei could speak the ancient elf language. He must have some deep connection to the elf clan. That was why Luna had dared bring Jiang Fei back to the Elven Court. The way to the Elven Court was not easy. One must first teleport to the elf clan's Emerald Town. This was where all of the elves gathered. Dawnlight City was the main city connected to the other 4 main cities, each owned by a respective clan. In Dawnlight City, each corner had 4 towns, which were the Elf Clan's Emerald Town, the Human Clan's Orem Town, the Orc Clan's Honor Castle, and the Spectre Clan's Ever-Living Garden. All of these surrounded Dawnlight City that stood in the center. Players were born as the lowest of the low in each of their own clan. The Elf Clan's players would naturally be the lowest ranking of all elves. The human players were commoners. The Orc Clan's players were lowly fighters. The Spectre Clan's players were freshly awakened entities. In their own clan's regions, they were limited to the towns. Through tasks or other methods of improving their status, would they eventually gain access to the town's teleport portal to enter the divine land in each of the clans. Jiang Fei now had the permission of the Elf Clan, which was why he was able to enter the Emerald City through the teleport portal and reach the Elf Clan's divine land of the Elven Court. Your Excellency, we are arriving at the Elven Court soon. As you are the only human that has appeared in the Elven Court in 300 years, please do not move around as you wish or do anything that might cause offense. Before the portal opened, Luna advised Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded. His motive was to obtain the elemental water and not cause any trouble. As the portal opened, a white light flashed before Jiang Fei's eyes. In the next second, Jiang Fei had appeared in the Elven Court. When he laid eyes upon the legendary Elven Court, Jiang Fei could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. This was a truly magnificent town. It was bustling with life. The entire Elven Court was built on a humongous tree of life. In other words, the Tree of Life was the mighty Elven Court itself. The size of the tree was indescribable. The crown of the tree was as over 10 kilometers. The branches of the tree of life curled up together to form the city walls. While walking on the branches that were a few 10 meters wide, Jiang Fei did not feel like he was standing on a tree at all. The ground was just as unyielding and stable as that of any other actual town square. As they passed through the city gates, Jiang Fei followed Luna into the inner part of the elven court. Wei Weian looked very happy to be home. She flitted around Jiang Fei's head for a while. Sometimes she would land on Jiang Fei's shoulder, and at other times on his head. Wei Weian's fondness of Jiang Fei had caught Luna's attention. However, she was but a lowly guard. If not for the agreement between the 4 big clans which restricted the higher-ranked members of each clan from entering the main city of adventurers, the vital mission of escorting the elemental elf back to the elven court would not have been assigned to a low-ranked military guard such as her. Adventurer, Your Excellency, please wait here. I shall bring Her Highness Wei Weian to meet the Queen, Her Royal Highness. As Luna had brought Jiang Fei here herself, she dared not bring Jiang Fei directly into the court. She could only have him wait outside. Chapter 150, A Divine Opportunity. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Jiang Fei did not wait too long in the elven court. It did not take long before Luna reappeared. Your Excellency, the Queen, Her Royal Highness, is ready to meet you. Jiang Fei could not even guess what had unfolded in the elven court. Now, Luna seemed to treat Jiang Fei with even more respect. Jiang Fei took large strides as he followed Luna into the palace. As Luna spoke, Jiang Fei walked into the big palace. Most people who entered the palace would be careful not to raise their heads. As an adventurer, Jiang Fei did not have any concept of class. As he walked further inside, Jiang Fei looked around at the palace's inner decorations. The elf race was known for being the race of perfectionists. These fellows pursued perfection. According to Jiang Fei's words, these fellows were both beautiful as male or female. They were like the Virgo horoscope. The entire palace's interior was beautiful. It was not the grandiose kind of human's palace, but it was a specific kind of beauty. The elves worshipped nature. The materials they used to decorate their rooms were mostly trees or flowers. Very few places used gemstones as decorations. While gold and silver were worshipped by humans, they meant nothing to the elves. In the beautiful palace, a graceful and stunningly pretty lady sat on a giant throne. Her beauty left Jiang Fei highly amazed at the coding of the designers. They had modeled the elf queen to the point of absolute perfection. Her skin was perfect, and, coupled with her graceful aura, she was a beauty that could not possibly exist in the real world. The elf queen's voice was heavenly. It sounded warm and homey. Yes, Jiang Fei nodded his head. Initially, the elf queen had been using the common language. All of a sudden, she started speaking in the ancient elf language. Clearly, she wanted to find out if Jiang Fei could truly speak the ancient elf language. Jiang Fei was not thrown off one bit. You didn't know how to speak the ancient elf language. The elf queen was very curious about Jiang Fei. The elf clan took their castes and rankings very seriously. Only the royalty or aristocratic group had the rights to learn the ancient elf language. As most of the high-level magic spells required the ancient elf language and the dragon language to be casted, with the strict restrictions, the ancient elf language was used to maintain the commanding powers of the royal elves effectively. Jiang Fei shook his head. Having gained much experience of playing the mysterious, powerful entity, he had grown rather proficient at maintaining his cover. Very well. Let's talk about your reward then. The elemental water is a divine treasure of our elf clan. It is the main source of our elf clan's power. There is very little of it. Jiang Fei had initially thought he could easily obtain the elemental water. He could not believe that the elf queen had just rejected him. Jiang Fei's face sank. If he could not obtain the elemental water this time, he would need to either steal it or snatch it. However, the elven court was not a place he could come anytime he wanted. It was difficult to determine if he would ever have the opportunity to sneak in here again. Snatching it was just a daydream. With hundreds of thousands of royal guards here, Even if he reached level 100 and brought all the players from the Dawnlight City, he would not make it inside. An elemental elf's value is, of course, worth much more than the elemental water. However, this was not part of the deal. We are grateful that you rescued Wei Wei on. However, I still cannot give you the elemental water. The Elf Queen was still adamant about not giving Jiang Fei the elemental water. Alright, I have heard in the past that the Elf clan is very snobbish. Since the Elf Queen had made up her mind on not giving him the elemental water, Jiang Fei had no reason to hold back his feelings. I know that we, the Elf clan, owe you a favor. The Elf Queen was ashamed. She did not hold it against Jiang Fei for his lack of mannerism. However, she still rejected Jiang Fei's request for the elemental water. Jiang Fei was truly concerned now. This Elf Queen would take neither his soft nor hard approach. If she truly did not want to give him the elemental water, there was nothing he could do about it. Your Royal Highness, something bad has happened. The prince has been gravely wounded. Just as Jiang Fei was feeling perplexed, a female elf servant ran out from behind the palace. Such an unbecoming act was a major crime in the Elf clan. However, with the Elf clan's only prince close to death, to hell with palace-ec decorum. The Elf Queen looked as if she had been struck by lightning. Her entire being felt lost. Unlike monarchies who were far more fertile and fruitful, she only had one son after all her years of living. If he died, her heart would break into pieces. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei's heart shook. This was a beautiful coincidence. Quickly, search for the blood Lingji mushroom. The Elf Queen could no longer care about her majestic image. She almost sprinted off to see her wounded son. Your Royal Highness, the blood Lingji mushroom only appears where the higher-level specters gather. That is the only way the strange medicine would grow. The blood Lingji mushroom was not so easily found. If not for Jiang Fei's luck when he came across broken weapon that once belonged to a specter, he would not have discovered the blood Lingji mushroom. Am I supposed to let my son die, just like that? Moon God, please help me. The royal elf's words sounded like a hammer that once again crushed the queen's already broken heart. On the verge of losing her only son, the queen had lost all of her grace. Right now, she was only a helpless mother whose son was about to die. Jiang Fei said without a hurry. When he was collecting the blood Lingji mushroom, he had managed to acquire 7 of them. He had used 5 of them for a task. Now, he had 2 remaining. What? The Elf Queen suddenly leaped in front of Jiang Fei, as if she was counting on him for her dear life. Yes. Jiang Fei's smile clearly hinted something. The situation had changed. Prior to this, he had already handed over Wei Wei on to the Elf clan. They could renege on their promise, and he would not be able to do anything about it. This time, things were different. Possessing the blood Lingji mushroom meant that Jiang Fei had the elf prince at his mercy. It was all up to him now. It was such a great opportunity. If he did not make use of this leverage, he would have forsaken all the NPC who he had tricked in his single-player games. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.